Chapter 1299. Look everyone. There seems to be light flickering at the top of that iceberg. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the top of an iceberg not far away. It was the tallest iceberg in this glacial world. There was no sunlight in it, only light reflected from between the glaciers. It was already very dazzling, but at this moment the light at the top of the iceberg was obviously different. That's right. There is indeed light flickering. Could it be that the secret in the depths of the ancient tomb lies there? Let's go and have a look. Don't worry. Such a place is usually dangerous. Have you forgotten about the magma? Let's let the experts take the lead and have a look. Any movement in the depths of the ancient tomb would tug at everyone's heartstrings. As the ice door was opened, the light on the top of the iceberg flickered more and more violently. There was no need to look at it carefully. Let's go. The treasure is over there. Yun Kanglin's eyes lit up. He took the lead and flew towards the top of the iceberg. Bu Qingfeng and the others didn't hesitate and quickly followed him. With an expert taking the lead, how could the rest of the people hold back? They began to fly towards the top of the iceberg like a long dragon. Bang! Before anyone could fly to the top of the iceberg, an explosion suddenly sounded from the middle of the mountain. A large hole was smashed open there, and the cold air turned into a strong cold wave, gushing out like a wave. Ah! Someone was caught off guard and was engulfed by the cold wave. He immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a popsicle. All his vitality had been frozen to death. Not good. The cold chi inside is too strong. Ordinary heaven immortals can't withstand it. Someone exclaimed. Many people retreated hastily. Even the mighty divine immortal experts had to exert their energy to resist the terrible cold chi. This wave of cold wave had killed at least a dozen people. As a matter of fact, although the cold wave was powerful, heaven immortal experts could still withstand it. However, they didn't expect such a situation to occur. They didn't know that there would be such a terrible cold wave, so they were in a defenseless state. As a result, the cold chi invaded the depths of their souls and froze them. Could be said that they died unjustly. A large amount of cold waves gushed out from the inside of the iceberg, causing the temperature of the entire world of glaciers to plummet. However, many people's gazes fell on the entrance of the cave. At this moment, even a fool would know that the real treasure was inside the cave. The light at the top of the mountain comes from the treasure inside the cave. There must be something good inside. The secret of the ancient tomb is inside this ice cave. That's right. I just don't know what kind of secrets lie within. Everyone can go in and have a look, but I suggest that those below the late heavenly immortal stage should not enter recklessly. Otherwise they might be frozen to death by the cold chi inside. The appearance of the ice cave attracted everyone's attention, but there were also many who sighed, secretly cursing themselves for their low cultivation base. From the cold wave just now, they were basically certain that it was very difficult for heaven immortal realm cultivators to resist the cold chi. Just the cold wave was enough to take their lives, let alone directly entering the ice cave. The cold chi inside the ice cave must be even stronger. Everyone be careful when you enter. Bu Qingfeng turned his head and instructed the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. They didn't know what kind of danger lay inside the ice cave. Putting aside the unknown danger, the cold chi inside was enough to frighten them. Then, under the lead of the 4 experts, a large number of cultivators began to enter the ice cave. Even though heaven immortal cultivators couldn't enter, there were still many experts above the divine immortal realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the place as a sea of people. The core disciples of the 4 major powers were all divine immortal experts. This time, more than half of the core disciples of the 4 major powers had entered the ancient tomb. Of course, the number of rogue cultivators was still the largest. After all, the number of rogue cultivators in each region was the highest. Rogue cultivators were a group that couldn't be ignored. After entering the ice cave, the scenery inside was still beautiful. Due to the reflection of the crystal-like ice, the long ice cave didn't look dark, but incomparably bright. In the long ice cave, people walked cautiously. Although there wasn't anything dangerous, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold chi became. When they were only halfway through the ice cave, those late heaven immortal cultivators couldn't bear it anymore. Each of them was shivering. They couldn't bear the cold chi anymore. No, I can't hold on any longer. It seems like I'm not fated to get the treasures inside. Someone sighed and had no choice but to stop and go back helplessly. There were quite a number of people who returned halfway. Most of them were rogue cultivators. The inner sect disciples of the 4 major powers could still hold on. First of all, they had stronger resistance. Secondly, they had the help of many divine immortal core disciples. so they wouldn't have any problem entering the ice cave. Jiang Qin walked among the crowd of Tianyun Pavilion. Many disciples of Tianyun Pavilion looked at Jiang Qin differently than before. There were fear, admiration and admiration. Although the surrounding cold qi was cold, it didn't have any effect on Jiang Qin. However, for some unknown reason, the further they walked, the more uneasy Jiang Qin felt. This kind of situation had never happened before. It was as if there was something in the ice cave that he was concerned about. What kind of secret is in this ice cave? Why is it affecting my mind? Jiang Qin frowned. He didn't like this feeling very much. But the more he felt this way, the more Jiang Qin wanted to find out what was going on. Very soon the crowd reached the end of the ice cave. Along the way they didn't encounter any danger or obstruction. This was beyond everyone's expectation. The scene in front of the ice cave was shocking. The situation inside was also completely different from what they had imagined. The cold qi here was even denser, but those who appeared here were all powerful figures. Powerful divine immortal experts were able to resist the cold qi here. They appeared in an ice palace. That's right, this was a palace. It was surrounded by solid ice, and because of the reflection, the entire ice palace looked magnificent, with 7 colors rippling about. Look, there's an ice coffin on the altar. It's really a coffin. Chapter 1300. The ice coffin was made of 10,000 years old ice. Just by looking at it, one would feel that it was incomparably cold and heavy. The surface of the ice coffin was covered with cold mist. The mist had completely obscured the inside of the ice coffin, making them unable to see what was inside. Many of them tried to use their divine sense to explore the situation inside the ice coffin, but they were blocked by an ancient seal. This made them even more doubtful about what was hidden inside the ice coffin. Some of them speculated that it was highly possible that the owner of the ancient tomb was inside the ice coffin. After seeing the ice coffin, Jiang Qin became even more restless. He didn't like this inexplicable feeling, but it was real. He tried to use the great soul derivation technique to examine the ice coffin, but the result was the same as the others. He found nothing. It must be the owner of the ancient tomb who has been dead for God knows how long. Let's go up to the altar and have a look. I guess there must be some treasures inside the ice coffin. That's right. Let's go up and have a look. Since we are already here, we can't go back empty-handed. We must find something. Many of them were eager to give it a try, especially Bu Qingfeng and the other two. Their cultivation base was the highest here, so the cold qi had the least effect on them. Furthermore, their desire for the treasures inside the ice coffin was far greater than the others. Tua Hai leaped up and took the lead to the altar. Seeing that he was fine, the others followed suit. The area above the altar was very wide. There wouldn't be any problem even if all of them went up to the altar. For a moment, all the cultivators jumped up to the altar, but the cold qi had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even with the help of divine immortal experts, the late heaven immortal core disciples of the 4 major powers couldn't withstand the cold, because even an early divine immortal expert would find it difficult to resist the cold, let alone take care of them. This won't do. The cold qi here is too strong. We can't withstand it. Someone shook his head helplessly and jumped down from the altar again. After getting onto the altar, the distance between them and the ice coffin was even closer. Everyone began to carefully examine the ice coffin. At the very front of the ice coffin, under the cover of the fog, they could vaguely see some runes. These runes had a noble and ancient aura, and no one dared to look at them directly. Amidst the countless runes, there was an ancient character that was faintly discernible. That character flashed several times before it was finally seen clearly. It was the character Burial. That's right, it was the character Burial. It was ancient, and noble. The aura it emitted could stimulate one's soul. If one's gaze fell on that character and did not move away, it was very likely that one's life force would be directly sucked away by the ice coffin. Immortal burying coffin. My God. This is the immortal burying coffin. All of a sudden, Bu Qingfeng exclaimed. He was incomparably excited. His whole body was trembling. The excitement and shock couldn't be faked. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the heavens and earth. The moment the words immortal burying coffin came out of Bu Qingfeng's mouth, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone's expression changed like Bu Qingfeng's, including Tua Hai and the others. Perhaps none of them had seen the immortal burying coffin before, but none of them didn't know these 3 legendary names. It's really the immortal burying coffin. Rumor has it that the immortal burying coffin was created by the great sovereign Xianxian himself. He was in existence who shared the same name as the immortal execution king. He could move unhindered in the immortal world and was a supreme figure. The immortal burying coffin was a legendary peerless sovereign weapon that had buried countless powerful experts. Rumor has it that a mighty immortal sovereign once died under the immortal burying coffin. Someone exclaimed as he recalled the legend of the immortal burying coffin. Why would the immortal burying coffin appear in a small place like One Line Sky? What kind of secret does this ancient tomb contain? Could it be that the one lying in the ice coffin is great sovereign xianxia? Someone speculated, which frightened everyone. Even Bu Qingfeng and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back with pale faces. If a mighty immortal sovereign, the infamous great sovereign xianxia, was really lying in front of them, even if it was just a corpse, it would be enough to scare them to death. Not to mention them, even mighty immortal kings, immortal emperors and immortal venerables wouldn't dare to approach the immortal burying coffin. Impossible. Great sovereign xianxia is an undying existence. Who in the immortal world could kill him? But the immortal burying coffin is unexplainable. Someone shook his head, but the fear of the immortal burying coffin didn't diminish in the slightest. The influence of great sovereign xianxia was too great. The invisible deterrence was enough to affect the entire immortal world. The appearance of the immortal burying coffin was enough to shake the entire immortal world. A mighty sovereign weapon was right in front of them, but no one had the slightest bit of greed. Even if they were given the natal sovereign weapon of great sovereign xianxia, none of them would dare to accept it. This wasn't a joke. Great sovereign xianxia and immortal execution king. These two peerless figures appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Just from their names alone, one could tell how powerful they were. They were mighty immortal sovereigns, supreme existences that could sweep across the immortal world. And in this small ancient tomb in One Line Sky, there was actually something related to them. The immortal execution sword and the immortal burying coffin all indicated the extraordinary secrets of this ancient tomb. Human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, divine immortal, perfected golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerable and immortal sovereign. There were 9 great realms in the immortal world. The mighty great sovereign xianxia and immortal execution great sovereign were the pinnacle existences among the supreme immortal sovereigns. Countless people would tremble with fear at the mention of their names. Anything related to them could shake the entire immortal world, not just the ethereal immortal domain. What exactly is hidden in the ice coffin? Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He was sure that there must be a secret in the ice coffin. This was his intuition. Countless people were stunned on the spot. No one dared to take a step forward. The deterrent power of the immortal burying coffin wasn't something to be trifled with. Chapter 1301. Look, the smoke is disappearing. The situation inside the ice coffin is about to be revealed. Someone shouted, but he didn't dare to raise his voice. The smoke continued to dissipate and everyone's nerves tensed up again. No one knew what would happen next. The people's lofty aspirations of obtaining the treasure had already disappeared. They only wanted to see the secret of this place, and no longer had any extravagant hopes. In front of the immortal burying coffin, all extravagant hopes were destined to be nothing more than extravagant hopes. Even if great sovereign xianxia had truly fallen, not everyone could obtain a sovereign weapon like the immortal burying coffin. Each sovereign weapon had its own spirituality and would choose its own master. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably nervous. He had always been a tough and tenacious person, so it was rare for him to show such a huge fluctuation in his emotions, but the moment the smoke disappeared, he felt a little excited. It was an inexplicable emotion, but he was sure that it had something to do with the secret in the coffin. Everyone fixed their eyes on the ice coffin. Finally, the smoke disappeared completely, revealing the ice coffin in front of them. The huge word "bury" was even more eye-catching. No one dared to stare at it anymore. They couldn't even bear to look at it. As the cold chi on the ice coffin disappeared, the situation inside the coffin was revealed to them. A female corpse was lying quietly in the ice coffin. The female corpse laid there in an incomparably serene manner. She was dressed in white, and even though her eyes were tightly closed, it could not hide her peerless beauty. Any of the adjectives used to describe the female corpse would be too lowly, completely unworthy of her peerless beauty. She had a unique cold temperament that almost merged with the entire ice palace. Her body was covered with a thin layer of frost. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see that this layer of frost was the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Back then, great sovereign xianxia used this rare and precious material to forge the immortal burying coffin. So beautiful. Too beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful woman in the heavens and earth? Even a corpse that has existed for God knows how many years can't compare to her beauty. She's like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Countless people were amazed. Not to mention men, even a woman who came here would be subdued by the peerless beauty of the female corpse. No one knew where the female corpse came from or why she was lying in the immortal burying coffin, but one thing was for sure, she wasn't Great Sovereign Xianxia, because everyone knew that Great Sovereign Xianxia was a man, a peerlessly overbearing man. At this moment, Jianghu was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the female corpse in the hotel and opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He could not say a word because he was too familiar with that pair of peerless features. It was a beauty that he would dream of even in his dreams. Little you know what's going on? Jianghu's emotions were out of control. The female corpse in the ice coffin was none other than xianxia. No matter how strong Jianghu's mental fortitude was, he was completely thrown into confusion. How could xianxia appear in the immortal burying coffin in the immortal world? What kind of secret was involved in this? Could it be that she's not little you, but she looks exactly like her? But why is the qi exuding from them so similar? Why did I feel uneasy just now? I have nothing to do with Great Sovereign Xianxia, but the palpitation in my heart must have come from little you. Could it be that little you is dead? Jianghu's emotions were fluctuating wildly. He was smarter than most people, but the scene in front of him made him feel helpless and flustered. He had no idea how to deal with it. Xianxia had the 9 meridians and was the inheritor of the ice god. The qi in the ice palace was so similar to Xianxia's qi. Jianghu couldn't help but suspect the relationship between Xianxia and the female corpse in the ice coffin. If something happened to Xianxia, it would be unacceptable to Jianghu. Look, there's a token on the ice coffin. Suddenly, someone spoke again, pointing at a golden token on top of the ice coffin. The token was simple and unadorned, but it gave off an unusually heavy feeling. Some people could vaguely see the 2 words on the token: celestial slaying. It's the immortal execution order. My God. There's actually such a huge secret in this small ancient tomb. It's even related to 2 peerless great sovereigns. It's really the immortal execution order. No one in the entire immortal world dares to use this token rashly. Legend has it that the person who obtains the immortal execution order can make the immortal execution king promise to do one thing for him. Damn, this is a peerless treasure. There's no way to obtain the immortal burying coffin, but if you obtain the immortal execution order, you'll be rich and powerful. It's a promise from the immortal execution king. That's something that can't be exchanged for countless treasures. Everyone was shocked. The expression on their faces couldn't be described with mere astonishment. The immortal execution order was enough to shake the entire immortal world, but now it was lying quietly on the ice coffin. Haha, this immortal execution order is mine. Faced with the temptation of the immortal execution order, a celestial immortal rogue cultivator went crazy and rushed towards the ice coffin. Many people would lose their minds in front of the immortal execution order. The immortal execution order was not that easy to obtain. Before the celestial immortal rogue cultivator got close to the ice coffin, he let out a shrill scream. His body, blood, and internal organs were frozen into a sculpture and scattered on the ground. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who had been prepared to attack immediately stopped. This situation was too terrifying. They had died without any warning. It's the invisible power emitted by the immortal burying coffin. It seems to be related to the female corpse in the ice coffin. Don't act recklessly. It's too dangerous. It's not that easy to obtain the immortal execution order. You might die if you get close to the ice coffin. Do anyone else want to give it a try? Perhaps the immortal execution order is choosing its own master. If there's someone with great luck, we'll make a fortune. The scene suddenly became restless. The appearance of the immortal execution order had affected everyone's heart. But after what happened just now, no one dared to give it a try. It was too terrifying. One mistake could lead to death. Even if the immortal execution order was looking for its master, or if the female corpse in the ice coffin was guiding it, no one dared to give it a try. Once a person died, it would be difficult to come back to life. Chapter 1302. The 4 experts didn't dare to take the immortal execution order, but they believed that someone wouldn't be able to control himself. If someone really got the immortal execution order, it wouldn't be a problem for them to snatch it away given their cultivation base. They wouldn't risk their lives for it. The immortal execution order was placed there quietly. This in itself was a huge temptation, constantly tempting people's hearts and minds, devouring their rationality. Finally, someone couldn't control himself and made a move. It was a genius of Yun family, a half-step golden immortal expert. He took a step forward and was ready to take action. Go back. Don't mess around here. Yun Kanglin rebuked. He didn't want to see a genius of Yun family take the risk of unknown dangers. Brother Kanglin, I've just advanced to the half-step golden immortal realm not long ago. I feel that my luck is very strong recently. A treasure like the immortal execution order can only be obtained by those with luck. I'll definitely get it. If our Yun family can get the help of the immortal execution king, not only will we become a true overlord in one-line sky, but we'll also be able to go to a bigger place in ethereal immortal domain. I'm not willing to stay in one-line sky forever. The genius of Yun family was incomparably confident. He felt that he was the favored son of heaven, and that the immortal execution order was specially prepared for him. I'll say it again. You're not allowed to go. Yun Kanglin continued to rebuke. This guy had been blinded by his greed. He wouldn't even dare to step into a place like this. Anything could happen in front of the immortal burying coffin, and it wasn't something they could control. Don't worry, Brother Kanglin. If anything goes wrong, I'll withdraw immediately. Given my ability, it shouldn't be a problem. Having said that, the genius of the Yun family ignored Yun Kanglin's obstruction and rushed towards the immortal burying coffin. He was too confident, or perhaps he had been blinded by benefits. The temptation of the immortal execution order was so great that he had lost his mind. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to contradict Yun Kanglin even if he was a genius of the Yun family, let alone disobey Yun Kanglin. Damn it. Yun Kanglin couldn't help but curse. He wanted to stop the genius, but it was already too late. The genius from the Yun clan wore a smile on his face, but just as he was about to reach the immortal burying coffin, a sudden change occurred. An extreme sense of danger rose in his heart, startling him. Not good. The threat of death woke him up instantly, and he finally understood what he had just done. He didn't want to die, and he still had a bright future ahead of him. At this time, the most important thing was to escape. As for the immortal execution order, it was no longer important. Unfortunately, an invisible cold energy had already enveloped his entire body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free at all. He couldn't even struggle and could only wait for death. Brother Kanglin, save me. That genius called for help. Yun Kanglin was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Save your sister. I don't have the ability to save you. That's the immortal burying coffin. The genius from the Yun clan let out a blood-curdling scream. His body exploded and was then frozen. Just like the rogue cultivator, he died on the spot. In front of the powerful immortal burying coffin, there was no difference between an immortal and a golden immortal. Yun Kanglin lamented. The death of a half-step golden immortal genius was a great loss to the Yun family. This man didn't listen to his advice and insisted on touching the immortal burying coffin. Sure enough, the ending was exactly the same as he had expected. It could be said that his death wasn't worth it. Wah! The crowd was in an uproar. Even a half-step golden immortal genius from the Yun clan had died. Such a scene calmed the hot-headed people down once again. Some of them even subconsciously took 2 steps back. The immortal burying coffin was too terrifying. The consequences were beyond their imagination. The tragic deaths of 2 experts in a row had completely alerted everyone. The execution of immortal order was not that easy to obtain. A little carelessness could even cost one's life. Although the execution of immortal order was precious, compared to one's life, it was nothing. Not even the 4 golden immortal geniuses dared to move forward, let alone them. At this moment, Jiangchen was still in a daze. He had seen the death of the 2 geniuses, but he didn't feel anything. All he could think about was Yan Xinyu. He wanted to know the relationship between Yan Xinyu and the female corpse in the ice coffin. However, no matter how hard Jiangchen thought, he couldn't figure it out. Although he was an old ancestor of Saint Origin World, he knew nothing about the immortal world. He knew nothing about great sovereign Zhang Xian and immortal execution king. The female corpse in the ice coffin looked exactly the same as Yan Xinyu. Even their chi was the same. Such a situation made Jiangchen unable to calm down. Xiao, you must be related to the female corpse. I have to get the immortal execution order to know the secret. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, the immortal execution order was the only clue. As for the immortal burying coffin, Jiang Chen didn't think that he had the ability to control it. Given his current cultivation base, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for him to control something that belonged to great sovereign Zhang Xian. Subconsciously, Jiang Chen took a step forward. Although 2 men had died and he had learned his lesson, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The female corpse had attracted his attention, and he had to find out more about Yan Qinyu's situation. Even if there was a great danger in front of him, even if his life was in danger, Jiang Chen still wouldn't turn back, and he wouldn't back off even a little bit. Jiang Chen's action had undoubtedly caused a great commotion. All eyes fell upon him. When they saw that it was Jiang Chen, many of them sighed. Jiang Chen again. He's really not afraid of death. Just now he jumped into the magma, and now he's approaching the immortal burying coffin. Does he really think that he has 9 lives? That damned pervert. He's everywhere. Do you think he'll create another miracle and successfully get the immortal execution order? Impossible. The immortal burying coffin is too terrifying. No one can approach it. If Jiang Chen approaches it, he will die for sure. Everyone was amazed by how bold Jiang Chen was. He wasn't afraid of death at all. However, no one knew what Jiang Chen was thinking at this moment. If it wasn't for the concern in his heart, Jiang Chen wouldn't have taken the risk to touch the immortal burying coffin. But now he had no choice but to do it. Chapter 1303. Every step Jiang Chen took affected everyone's heart. If it was someone else, they would definitely turn their nose up at him, thinking that Jiang Chen would die for sure, but now that it was Jiang Chen who stood out, many of them began to feel nervous because he was a man who was good at creating miracles. All along, Jiang Chen had created too many miracles. No one could be sure whether he could create another one in the immortal burying coffin. As for Jiang Chen, the reason why he dared to approach the coffin was not only because Yan Qinyu was worried about him, but also because he had a trump card. He had already opened the door of the Zulong Tower in secret. As long as he sensed the slightest bit of danger, he would immediately hide inside the Zulong Tower. The immortal burying coffin was a weapon of a great sovereign that could dominate the immortal world, but the Zulong Tower was a high and mighty weapon of divine Tao, an existence that surpassed the immortal burying coffin. This was Jiang Chen's biggest secret and also his biggest trump card. Without such a trump card, he wouldn't dare to touch the immortal burying coffin. Junior brother Jiang, be careful. Bu Qingfeng knitted his brows, his expression was full of worry. Many people in Tianyun Pavilion began to worry as well. After all, even the half-step golden immortal genius of Yun family couldn't escape death. What Jiang Chen did now was no different from courting death. But at the same time, the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion were also looking forward to Jiang Chen creating another miracle. If the immortal execution order could only be obtained by one person, they naturally hoped that it would be one of their own. Although Jiang Chen had shown incomparably ferocious and decisive killing in the ancient tomb, to the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen was an excellent person. From the beginning until now, he had saved the lives of many disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. What a reckless thing. It's a pity that he died here without being able to kill him with his own hands. Yun Kanglin said in a mocking tone. He knows that he's going to die anyway, so he's willing to die under the immortal burying coffin. He can try his luck and see if he can get the immortal execution order. It's a pity that he doesn't have such good luck. I hope he has such great luck. I hope he can obtain the immortal execution order. In that case, the immortal execution order will be ours. If he dies and we can't get the immortal execution order, the wondrous stone and the magma heart will be destroyed by the immortal burying coffin. That would be a pity. Tua Hai and Huang Fuzhan said with great interest. Although they hoped that Jiang Chen would die, they also hoped that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. In that case, Jiang Chen would help them obtain the treasure. Pa. Jiang Chen walked forward step by step, getting closer and closer to the immortal burying coffin. His footsteps fell on the altar, producing a crisp sound that reverberated in the depths of people's hearts. Soon Jiang Chen arrived at the place where the 2 people died. This was the place where the 2 people died. Now Jiang Chen had also arrived. For a moment, the whole scene was incomparably quiet. Everyone wanted to see the result of Jiang Chen's death. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and continued to walk forward without any hesitation. Buzz! All of a sudden, a destructive supreme aura gushed out from the immortal burying coffin. It was an invisible aura that carried the pressure of a great emperor. Only Jiang Chen himself could feel it. Under this pressure, Jiang Chen felt like an ant in the world, like a small boat floating in the ocean. He couldn't put up any resistance at all. Not good. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. He finally knew how the 2 people died. They died under the powerful pressure, and now he was in the same predicament. Jiang Chen was about to jump into the Zulong Tower, but the moment he moved, he saw Yan Qinyu lying on the ground. The thought of running away disappeared in an instant. He couldn't run away. If he chose to run away, he would never know the secret. So be it. Little you won't let me die. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and closed the door of the Zulong Tower. Then he strode forward. At the critical moment of life and death, he didn't choose to run away. Instead, he chose to face it head-on. Sometimes, a man had to face it. Running away would never solve any problem. The invisible pressure finally fell on Jiang Chen's body, wrapping Jiang Chen from head to toe. A strong aura of death filled the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. At this moment, the aura of the female corpse in the ice coffin seemed to fluctuate. It was just a slight fluctuation, but it was caught by Jiang Chen. After the fluctuation of the female corpse, the pressure that was pressing down on Jiang Chen's body returned to the immortal burying coffin like a tide, as though it had been summoned by something. The mountain-like pressure made it impossible for Jiang Chen to pass through. Now that the pressure was withdrawn, Jiang Chen was lying on the ground. His face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had experienced a life-and-death battle. Under the pressure for just a second, all the energy in Jiang Chen's body had been drained. Jiang Chen fell down. He's not dead. My God. He's not dead. He's just lying on the ground. This guy is indeed a freak. He's very close to the immortal burying coffin, but he's still alive. This is too unexpected. It's simply impossible. This guy has created another miracle. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Could it be that he has obtained the approval of the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin? Who is he? Why does he have such a huge amount of luck? No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen wasn't dead, he was just lying on the ground. The difference between this and death was too big. The other two had exploded into pieces, but Jiang Chen was safe and sound. Lying on the ground wasn't a big deal because he could still stand up. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his qi. After that, he slowly crawled up from the ground and continued walking forward. He knew that the sudden disappearance of the pressure just now had something to do with the female corpse. It was very obvious why the female corpse would help him. Jiang Chen was almost certain that Yan Qinyu and the female corpse in the ice coffin had some sort of relationship. Finally, Jiang Chen came to the front of the immortal burying coffin. He could see the female corpse more clearly. Her peerless face was exactly the same as Yan Qinyu's, even her breath was the same. "Little you, is that you?" Jiang Chen said softly. Chapter 1304. The Corpse's Smile. A corpse actually smiled. It was a horrifying scene, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was so beautiful and harmonious. He didn't feel scared or scared at all. Jiang Chen knew that the female corpse was smiling at him. This smile was also very familiar to him. "Little you, tell me what's going on. Why are you lying here?" Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He was sure that this female corpse in front of him had something to do with Jiang Chen, but he wasn't sure if this female corpse was Yan Qinyu, because this female corpse had existed for a very long time. She had lived in this place for a very long time, and even if Yan Qinyu had ascended, she had only ascended recently. However, the connection and change must have something to do with Yan Qinyu. Otherwise, the corpse wouldn't help him remove the pressure from the immortal burying coffin, nor would she smile at him. Jiang Chen stared at the female corpse. Her smile had disappeared and she didn't respond to his call. Everything returned to normal. That beautiful face looked familiar and strange at the same time. Immortal Execution Order. Jiang Chen regained his composure and looked at the Immortal Execution Order. The bronze token had the word, Immortal Execution, engraved on it. It was just a token, but it was enough to make people not dare to look at it. It seemed impossible to figure it out in a short time with Yan Qinyu's time, but Jiang Chen couldn't miss the Immortal Execution Order. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. He slowly reached out his hand, wanting to take the Immortal Execution Order. He's going to take the Immortal Execution Order. He's really going to take it. The Immortal Execution Order is the greatest treasure. We can't let him get it. Once he gets it, we'll snatch it from him. That's right. We can't let him take the Immortal Execution Order. If Tianyun Pavilion gets it, they'll soon take control of One Line Sky. At that time, our three major powers will be in danger. The geniuses of the three major powers were all excited. Waves of killing intent began to emerge. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were also incomparably nervous. Finally, someone was going to get the execution of Immortal Order. This was the greatest secret of the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen's hand landed on the execution order of Immortal. It was a small token, but it was thousands of kilograms in weight. It was unknown what material was used to make it, but Jiang Qin easily held it in his hand without any resistance. Jiang Qin knew that the reason why he was able to obtain the execution order of immortals so smoothly was most likely related to the female corpse. Rumble. Just as Jiang Qin took out the immortal execution order, something strange happened. The altar shook violently all of a sudden as if it was going to explode at any time. A ray of golden light rushed out from the altar, forming an ice door in the sky. It was a different ice door and it was unknown where it led to. It was a long tunnel. Crack crack. The immortal burying coffin, which had existed for an unknown period of time, suddenly leaped up and rushed into the ice door with the female corpse. Xiaoyu. Jiang Qin shouted and chased after the ice door, but he was bounced out by a great force. The ice door closed and the coffin disappeared. Rumble. After the coffin disappeared, the altar became even more restless. Countless cracks appeared on it as if it was going to collapse at any time. Not good, the altar and the ice palace are going to collapse. We have to get out of here quickly. Let's go. Lock onto Jiang Qin. Don't let him escape. He has the execution order of immortal, the wondrous stone, and the heart of magma. The sudden change startled everyone. The ice palace was changing and it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. If they did not escape quickly, they might be buried here forever. No one wanted to die, so running for their lives became the most important thing. But Jiang Qin's existence still worried them. He had the execution order of immortal, the wondrous stone, and the heart of magma. To put it bluntly, all the good treasures in this ancient tomb had fallen into Jiang Qin's hands. If they let Jiang Qin escape successfully, who knew what kind of monster he would become the next time they saw him? He was a super monster and his progress was too fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous figures flew out from the ice gate. Jiang Qin stared at the ice gate that had just closed. It was now empty and everything had returned to normal. The familiar face had completely disappeared. It was as if Jiang Qin had lost his soul. Junior brother Jiang, hurry up and leave. The collapse of the ice palace will produce powerful energy. It's not easy to resist. Bu Qingfeng had already arrived at the entrance of the ice palace. He turned his head and shouted at Lung Lung, who was still in a daze, Jiang Qin. Little you, I will definitely find you. Jiang Qin clenched the execution order tightly. His eyes flickered with determination. After that, he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the ice palace. There were still many rogue cultivators outside the ice palace. Although they didn't know what happened inside, their instincts told them that there was danger. They immediately followed the geniuses of the four major powers and fled for their lives. Rumble. Finally, after everyone escaped, the ice palace collapsed. A mountain of ice directly exploded as boundless energy tore the void apart. Tearing apart the void was an ability that only an immortal king could possess. In other words, the collapse of the ice palace this time unleashed an energy that could match an immortal king. Upon seeing such a terrifying and majestic scene, many people felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If they were slower in escaping earlier, they most probably wouldn't even know how they died. Jiang Qin was the last to come out. As soon as he came out, he was locked on by everyone. Powerful chi waves were unleashed, completely trapping Jiang Qin. This was an inescapable net, there was no way for him to escape. Jiang Qin, hurry up and hand over the immortal execution order. Jiang Qin, as long as you hand over the immortal execution order and the wondrous stone, we can spare your life today. Jiang Qin, I advise you to be more sensible. Do you think you can survive such a scene today? Yun Kanglin and the other two said sternly. It was impossible for them to let Jiang Qin go. Jiang Qin's current temptation was too great. The benefits he possessed were astonishing. Immortal execution order? How can there be such a terrifying thing? What happened in the ice palace? Many people were puzzled. They didn't have the ability to enter the ice palace before, but the name of the immortal execution order wasn't unfamiliar to them. The fame of the immortal execution king was too great. You still don't know that the immortal burying coffin and the immortal execution order appeared in the ice palace. The coffin has disappeared, but the immortal execution order has been obtained by Jiang Qin. But judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that Jiang Qin won't have a good ending. Yun Kanglin and the others won't let Jiang Qin go. Chapter 1305. The secret of the ancient tomb had been unearthed. The immortal burying coffin had vanished along with the female corpse, leaving only an immortal execution order in Jiang Qin's hand. No one knew why the immortal burying coffin would appear here, nor did they want to know. They only knew that the immortal execution order had appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. What they needed to do now was to kill Jiang Chen and obtain the immortal execution order. The experts of the three major powers had completely besieged Jiang Chen. Tua Hai Yun Kanglin, Huang Fuzhan, and a few half-step golden immortal supreme geniuses were brimming with murderous intent, locking Jiang Chen down, leaving him no chance to escape. Although the rogue cultivators were watching the show, many of them hoped that Jiang Chen could escape successfully. After all, compared to the geniuses of the four major powers, they had a good impression of Jiang Chen, especially those who had received help from Jiang Chen or had their lives saved by Jiang Chen. They were deeply grateful to Jiang Chen. Seeing such a situation and Jiang Chen in a predicament, they were all grieved. If it wasn't for their lack of strength, they were afraid that they would have rushed forward to fight alongside Jiang Chen. Many of them had the same thought, but they held back their impulse and didn't make any unnecessary sacrifices. The opponent was just too powerful. If they rushed forward, not only would they be of no help, they would also become a burden to Jiang Chen. Damn it. The three major powers are really shameless. So many of them besieged Jiang Chen. It's only because of his ability that Jiang Chen got the immortal execution order. If Jiang Chen didn't take it, who would dare to take it? That's right. Yun Kanglin and the others are too shameless. They are bullying the weak and the strong. Jiang Chen is only an early divine immortal expert. If Jiang Chen is on the same level as them, I'm afraid that they would run away like mice seeing a cat. AI? It can't be helped. A tall tree attracts the wind. Who asked Jiang Chen to have so many treasures with him? All the true treasures that appeared in the ancient tomb have been obtained by Jiang Chen. If he were to leave like this, the geniuses of the three major powers would surely feel embarrassed. I hope that Jiang Chen can overcome this crisis and create another miracle to successfully escape from here. He's a creator of miracles. Not even the immortal burying coffin was able to kill him. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't die today, it won't take long for One Line Sky to be plunged into chaos. This man is growing very fast. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a threat to the three major powers. Huang Fuzhan and the others aren't fools. They can see Jiang Chen's potential. Many rogue cultivators were speaking good words for Jiang Chen. Some of them were full of confidence in Jiang Chen, thinking that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to escape. After all, Jiang Chen had always created miracles. Yun Kanglin, don't go too far. It's Jiang Chen's own ability to get the immortal execution order. Bu Qingfeng also showed his strength. Now that the immortal execution order was in the hands of Jiang Chen, he had to do his best to help. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would be in great danger today. Jiang Chen had too many treasures. If the immortal execution order, wondrous stone, and the magma's heart fell into the hands of the other three major powers, it would be quite disadvantageous to Tianyun Pavilion. Bu Qingfeng were now targeting Jiang Chen, not Tianyun Pavilion. I hope you won't intervene. If you insist, don't blame us for being impolite. You should be very clear about today's situation. Even if you personally take action, you won't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. Huang Fuzhan said. Jiang Chen, who stood on the side, didn't say anything. He had recovered from his previous condition, but he was in a really bad mood right now. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was a devil king from hell. Yan Qinyu's sudden change had made his heart feel heavy, because he had no idea what had happened to her. Jiang Chen had no idea. Now that the female corpse and the immortal burying coffin had disappeared, Jiang Chen had completely lost his clue. The immortal execution order in his hand might be the only clue to find Yan Qinyu in the future. He didn't want any promise from the immortal Slayer King, nor did he want to ask anything from the immortal Slayer King. He only had Yan Qinyu in his heart. The immortal execution order was the only thing left. It was impossible for anyone to get it from him. The immortal execution order had become a part of Jiang Chen that he couldn't afford to lose. These guys in front of him wanted to snatch the last clue of Yan Qinyu, which was equivalent to touching Jiang Chen's reverse scale. Once the mad dragon got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rumble. A tremendous force suddenly burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body instantly changed into his dragon form. Waves of anger and killing intent surged out from his body. Who wants to kill me? Come at me. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably deep and extremely cold, as if it came from hell. It made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Boom. Jiang Chen took a step forward. His foot stepped on the void, producing a dull sound. Monstrous battle intent surged out from his body like a tidal wave. At this moment, he was like a mighty god of war that had descended to the world, fearless. Jiang Chen took a step forward and left the range of Bu Qingfeng's protection. He, Jiang Chen, didn't need protection. Humph? Arrogant guy, do you really think you're invincible? How dare you release your battle intent on your own initiative? Let me kill you first. A half-step golden immortal of Yun family harumphed coldly. He was incomparably arrogant. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. With a step forward, he arrived not far away from Jiang Chen. His body was filled with killing intent. All of a sudden he threw out a punch. It was an incomparably terrifying punch. Sharp wind rippled out and roared in the void like a mad dragon, rushing towards Jiang Chen. A mighty half-step golden immortal, a first-class genius of Yun family. In everyone's point of view, it would be a piece of cake for such a figure to kill Jiang Chen. Almost no accidents would happen. Many of them thought so, including the genius of Yun family who attacked Jiang Chen. However, that wasn't the case at all. Seeing the genius of Yun family attacking him, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cruel smile. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand with a swoosh, slashing at the genius's head. Jiang Chen had never been polite to his enemies. Yun family and him were now standing on the opposite side. At this time, Jiang Chen was infuriated. Anyone who dared to snatch his immortal execution order was his mortal enemy. Anyone who dared to attack him would eventually die. The fury of a mad dragon was destined to burn. Today this ancient tomb was destined to not be peaceful. Chapter 1306. How? The heavenly saint sword was like a real dragon. It let out a world-shaking dragon roar and slashed forward with extremely resplendent sword energy. Tila. The terrifying fist wind unleashed by the genius of Yun family was supposed to be invincible, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint sword. It was slashed into two halves and completely destroyed. That wasn't all. The fist wind of the genius of Yun family had no effect on the heavenly saint sword. The dreadful sword chi streaked across the void, leaving behind an incomparably brilliant heavenly river. In a blink of an eye, it appeared above the genius of Yun family. What? The genius of Yun family's facial expression changed dramatically. As a half-step golden immortal expert, it was impossible for him not to know the current situation. It turned out that Jiang Chen had already reached such a level of power. It turned out that he was no match for Jiang Chen. His attack was completely useless in front of Jiang Chen, and a casual strike from Jiang Chen was enough to take his life. In just a split second, the chi of death enshrouded him. In this critical moment of crisis, like everyone else, his first thought was to run away. However, once the heavenly saint sword was unleashed, it was bound to taste blood and kill. The genius of Yun family had already been locked on by the heavenly saint sword. Plus, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast, giving his opponent no chance to react. In desperation, the genius of Yun family had no choice but to resist with all his might. A sharp combat sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, he injected all the energy in his body into the sword, causing it to produce a whistling sound and block Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Clang. However, all of this was futile. Jiang Chen, who had reached the peak of early divine immortal realm, could easily kill any half-step golden immortal expert, including the genius of Yun family. The combat sword of the genius of Yun family was sent flying away by Jiang Chen's sword. The power of the heavenly saint sword didn't diminish at all. Along with a blood-curdling scream, the genius of Yun family was slashed into two halves by Jiang Chen. Blood sprayed across the sky. What? Even Bu Qingfeng himself had his mouth wide open. Since when did Jiang Chen become so powerful? That was a half-step golden immortal supreme expert, but he was killed by Jiang Chen in a split second. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Bu Qingfeng was a half-step golden immortal supreme expert, but he was instantly killed by Jiang Chen. Who would believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes? My God, how can this guy grow so fast? It's too fast. When we were fighting for the wondrous stone, he couldn't even defeat Diao Yong of Xianyang School. It's only been 2 or 3 days, but he can't control himself to this extent. Scary. This is way too scary. I have never seen such a scary figure. He's simply abnormal, a freak. His existence has a huge impact on the other 3 major powers in one line sky. Killing a half-step golden immortal genius of Yun family with a single slash. That's heaven-defying, but the more terrifying Jiang Chen's performance is, the more determined Tua Hai and Yun Kanglin will be to eliminate him. His growth is just too fast. If he isn't eliminated today, who knows how much more terrifying Jiang Chen will become the next time we meet. No one wasn't shocked. The scene was too shocking. The top geniuses of Yun family wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but they were killed by Jiang Chen instead. Jiang Chen's strength was undoubtedly a great blow to the geniuses of the 4 major powers. Compared to Jiang Chen, they couldn't be considered as geniuses. Even Yun Kanglin and the rest felt that they were too weak after seeing Jiang Qin. Although if they were at the same level as Jiang Qin, they were afraid that Jiang Qin could kill them as easily as killing an ant. I forgot to tell you that Diao Yong was killed by me, Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. What? Senior brother Diao Yong was also killed by him. Damn it. This bastard has the ability to kill Diao Yong. I shouldn't have let Brother Kuan take action just now. After Jiang Qin admitted it, a mystery was solved, the death of Diao Yong. The people of Xinyang School already hated Jiang Qin to the core. Now that they heard that Diao Yong was killed by Jiang Qin, their anger soared to the sky. Well, Jiang Qin was just standing there, but he gave people an incomparably lofty feeling. He was the only one who could challenge the world. He didn't put any of the geniuses in one-line sky in his eyes. It was a kind of arrogant and domineering manner. At first, Bu Qingfeng was very worried, but after witnessing Jiang Qin's means he was no longer worried. With such ability, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he could see the confidence on Jiang Qin's face, as if he wasn't afraid of Tua Hai and the others. In the face of Jiang Qin's provocation, many geniuses of the three major forces gnashed their teeth in hatred, but they could only grit their teeth. With the previous example, no one dared to take action again. At this time, perhaps only Yun Kanglin and the other two had the ability to kill Jiang Qin. Yun Kanglin, haven't you been clamoring to kill me? Do it now. Jiang Qin looked at Yun Kanglin and issued a provocation. Jiang Qin had never been a person who could be easily bullied. This time, because of Yen Qinyu's matter, he was in a very bad mood and had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that this group of people wanted to snatch the immortal execution order and the wondrous stone, Jiang Qin naturally wanted to vent his anger. Jiang Qin, you are indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen, and you do have the capital to be arrogant. I also admit that you are talented and far above us, but unfortunately your cultivation base is still too weak. You can kill a half-step golden immortal, but you are absolutely no match for me. The gap between a golden immortal and a half-step golden immortal is not something you can imagine. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Once you are dead, the immortal execution order will be mine. Yun Kanglin stood out. At this time he had to stand out. Jiang Qin must be killed today. This man was too scary, even scarier as an enemy. He must be eliminated as soon as possible so that he couldn't be allowed to grow. Otherwise it would be a disaster for Yun family sooner or later. Do it. Jiang Qin said faintly. His whole body was filled with battle intent. Facing Yun Kanglin he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He had just advanced to the peak of early divine immortal realm. This was the perfect time to test his combat strength to see how big the gap between him and Yun Kanglin was. Jiang Qin took the lead and struck out a powerful true dragon palm at Yun Kanglin. You're overestimating yourself. Yun Kanglin's eyes were cold. He struck out a palm all of a sudden. The terrifying palm wind blotted out the sky and the earth, causing the void to tremble violently. Each wave of dreadful chi was like a sharp blade that could cut through everything. Honglong. Incomparably powerful chi waves rolled, forming a dark cloud in the sky, pressing down on Jiang Qin with an earth-shattering force. It was imaginable how powerful the joint attack of two golden immortal experts was. Jiang Qin's facial expression changed slightly. He had underestimated these geniuses from the beginning. Just like what Yun Kanglin had said, a true golden immortal expert wasn't something a half-step golden immortal could compare with. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin also attacked. Even in the face of two powerful experts, he was still fearless. The 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was cast out. Terrifying flying dragons filled the sky, wreaking havoc, intertwining with each other, and finally collided with the attacks of the two experts. Honglong. The heaven and earth shook, the battle dragons roared, the energy intertwined, and the shockwaves of the battle spread to an unknown distance. Many cultivators retreated in fear, fearing that they would be affected. This was a pinnacle battle between geniuses. Even watching it would put one's life in danger. The 5 Elements Violent Dragon was torn apart. After all, Jiang Qin wasn't a match for them. Even after casting the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, he was sent flying again. Jiang Qin let out a muffled groan. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time Jiang Qin's palm was cracked and blood flowed out. The blood that flowed out from his palm landed on the immortal execution order. After receiving Jiang Qin's blood, the immortal execution order actually emitted a faint light. Then an incomparably cold energy rushed out from the immortal execution order and penetrated into Jiang Qin's body. This energy was extremely cold, but it was extremely pure and vigorous to the extreme. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen was affected by the energy. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In an instant, frost appeared on the surface of his body. But immediately Jiang Chen was overjoyed because he found the source of the energy. This is the cold energy. The immortal execution order has been placed on the immortal burying coffin for too long. It has absorbed the pure cold energy from the coffin. Just now, when my blood dripped on the immortal execution order, it activated the immortal execution order and obtained this energy. This energy is simply too terrifying. If I refine it, I'll be able to condense at least 50,000 dragon marks and advance my cultivation to the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. At that time, killing Yun Kanglin will be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This was an accident, but it was absolutely timely. He had the intention to compete with a one-line genius, but he wasn't a match for him. Now that he had obtained the help of the pure energy, his cultivation could advance further and the situation would be reversed. Jiang Chen, you're not a match for him. I advise you to be sensible. Don't put up a meaningless struggle. Hand over the immortal execution order and the wondrous stone obediently, so that you won't suffer any physical pain. Huang Fuzhan Lung Lung said. Seeing Jiang Chen's injuries, they were certain that Jiang Chen would die today. Chapter 1308. Originally facing the joint attack of Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan, Jiang Chen wasn't a match for them at all. Even if he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, he wouldn't have the absolute confidence to defeat them and could only escape. But now the situation was different. The energy in the immortal execution order had given Jiang Chen an unexpected harvest. Under the impact of this energy, it wouldn't be a problem for Jiang Chen to advance to the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. At that time he would be able to turn defeat into victory. But the energy in his chi was bursting. The energy in the immortal execution order was just too powerful. It was even more terrifying than the energy in the heart of magma. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. The terrifying energy was being refined rapidly. The space in Jiang Chen's chi was getting bigger and bigger. Countless dragon marks danced back and forth, letting out dragon roars. New dragon marks were constantly being condensed. His chi was rising constantly. As for the injuries that he had suffered previously, they were nothing to Jiang Chen. With the help of the wood spirit, he recovered very quickly. Something's wrong. Yun Kanglin originally wanted Jiang Chen to hand over the immortal execution order, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That was the change in chi on Jiang Chen's body. Not good. This guy's chi is constantly changing. It seems like he's going to advance at any time. He must have obtained some benefits again. Damn it. We must not let him advance any further. Huang Fuzhan's facial expression also changed. As a matter of fact, they had developed a fear of Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. This fear originated from Jiang Chen's talent, which was far beyond theirs, which made them feel tremendous pressure. Especially when they failed to kill Jiang Chen with their joint attack, not even a serious injury. This meant that the gap between Jiang Chen and them wasn't too big. If Jiang Chen wanted to advance another level, the situation might be reversed, which wasn't what they wanted to see. Let's attack together and stop his advancement. Don't hide anymore. Kill him directly. Yun Kanglin's face also revealed a dignified expression. He no longer looked down on Jiang Chen. Such a heaven-defying guy was really a headache. The current situation would soon be out of their control. Overturning Cloud Palm. Huangfu Battle Technique. Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan no longer held back and finally displayed their most powerful skills. It seemed that they wanted to kill Jiang Chen with one blow. Rumble. Countless golden palms appeared and intertwined in the sky to form a palm shadow. It was a world of palm shadows, which turned into a big net and shrouded Jiang Chen. At the same time, Huang Fuzhan's attack was also extremely powerful. Huang Fuzhan's fighting technique had evolved a small world, which was full of destructive energy. Once hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despicable, this is despicable. These two fellows are also first-rate geniuses of one-line sky. It's already shameful for them to fight 2 against 1. Now they even used Overturning Cloud Palm and Huangfu Combat Law. Overturning Cloud Palm and Huangfu Battle Technique are the unique combat skills of the Yun and Huangfu families. Their lethality is extremely tyrannical. Jiang Chen can't resist them at all. Sigh. It looks like Jiang Chen's fate truly bodes ill today. Seeing that Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan had displayed their ultimate skills, many people were really worried about Jiang Chen. Under the siege of two experts, it was really not easy to survive. Jiang Qin was naturally powerful, but his cultivation was still too weak. The frightening airwaves had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised his eyes slightly. He could feel the powerful aura coming from these two men, but he was focused on advancing to the next realm. He couldn't spare too much attention to fight them. Besides, it wouldn't be easy for him to withstand this attack. Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin shouted softly. The door of Zulong Tower suddenly opened. With a flash, he directly entered the Zulong Tower and then closed the door of Zulong Tower. Rumble, Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan's attacks fell into the air. The energy exploded and formed a large area of bright light. However, although the energy was tyrannical, there was no sign of Jiang Qin. In other words, their powerful attacks were completely useless. What? Where is he? Seeing this, Yun Kanglin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This situation was too miraculous. It had never happened before. People who were in the middle of a battle suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. This was simply like seeing a ghost. Where did Jiang Qin go? Did he escape? Huang Fuzhan was also extremely surprised. There was no way he wouldn't be surprised. They were also people who often went on expeditions and had a lot of combat experience, but they had never encountered such a strange thing. Their enemy could disappear in an instant. How could they accept such a result? Oh my God, Jiang Qin disappeared. How did he do it? Did he escape at the most critical moment? This is not possible. Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan are golden immortal experts who have comprehended the profound meaning of Great Luo. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, it is impossible for him to escape in front of them without them noticing. It's impossible for him to escape so thoroughly. I guess this should be one of Jiang Qin's concealment methods. This guy is really terrifying. No one wasn't shocked. Such a scene had attracted everyone's attention. Even Bu Qingfeng and Tua Hai temporarily stopped what they were doing and looked over. Many divine scents began to sweep the void, but there was no sign of Jiang Qin, not even a trace of Jiang Qin's qi. Are you kidding me? How could this brat disappear in front of all of us? What the hell? Huang Fuzhan was also about to spurt out blood. It's impossible for him to escape directly. He only has the cultivation of immortal realm and doesn't have the ability to control spatial force. I guess he must have used some kind of concealment technique to seal this area. Let's see how long he can hide. Yun Kanglin and Lung Lung said. Then all the half-step golden immortal experts of Yun family, Huangfu family and Shenyang school also moved out. Each of them occupied a position and completely sealed this area. As long as Jiang Qin appeared again, he would never be able to escape. Yun Kanglin and the others released their divine sense, sweeping back and forth in the void, not letting go of a single place. At this moment, Jiang Qin had completely entered the Zulong Tower. As a powerful supreme divine weapon, the Zulong Tower was not something they could find. However, Jiang Qin's face was extremely unsightly. Although he had the protection of a divine weapon like the Zulong Tower, he had never flinched in the process of the battle. This would affect his path of becoming a hegemon. Chapter 1309. The Zulong Tower was Jiang Qin's biggest trump card. It was capable of escaping, concealing and all kinds of divine abilities, but Jiang Qin had never hid in the Zulong Tower during a fierce battle. Unless the opponent was too strong for him to deal with, it was only natural for him to escape. But now that he was competing with the young generation, Jiang Qin had no reason to retreat. The sudden retreat in the midst of his hot-bloodedness would unknowingly affect Jiang Qin's domineering spirit and affect his prestige as a king. He was the true dragon son of heaven. The true dragon son of heaven wouldn't retreat, but due to the energy in the immortal execution order, Jiang Qin had no choice but to do so. After all, this energy was just too powerful. It wasn't something that could be completely refined in an instant, and Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan wouldn't give him the time to refine it. Therefore, Jiang Qin chose to avoid the Zulong Tower for the time being. After advancing to the immortal execution order, he would go back and start a massacre to restore his prestige and rebuild his domineering spirit. Jiang Qin knew that whether it was the dragon transformation skill or the Zulong Tower, both of them had a certain spirituality. If he chose to retreat every time, he was afraid that he would be questioned by both of them, which would be very disadvantageous to his path of cultivation. But after condensing 10,000 dragon marks, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 750,000. A large number of immortal metastones had been refined, causing Jiang Qin's cultivation base to reach the intermediate divine immortal realm. At this stage, Jiang Qin already had the chance to suppress and turn the tables. He had the strength to defeat Yun Kanglin and Huang Fujian, but it was still somewhat difficult to kill them. However, the current strength of Jiang Qin was far from this. The terrifying energy in the immortal execution order was still far from being fully refined. As long as Jiang Qin condensed another 40,000 dragon marks and reached the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm, killing Yun Kanglin would be as easy as blowing off dust. After advancing to the intermediate divine immortal realm, the energy in Jiang Qin's qi was still as violent as ever. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the enormous energy began to turn into dragon marks. Each new dragon mark was helping Jiang Qin break through to a higher realm, making his combat strength even more terrifying. At this moment, the scene outside the Zulong Tower became extremely quiet. Everyone was looking for Jiang Qin, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not find any clues. Where did senior brother Jiang run off to? Isn't his technique too powerful? A disciple of Tianyun Pavilion said in a low voice. Jiang Qin's reputation in Tianyun Pavilion was very high, especially in the hearts of the young disciples. He had almost become an omnipotent existence. Almost all the real treasures in the ancient tomb had been obtained by Jiang Qin. Senior brother Jiang's technique isn't something we can imagine. He's an anomaly. I'm getting more and more confident in him. It seems that it won't be easy for Yun Kanglin to kill them today. Wuxia smiled. Jiang Qin had given him too many surprises, which made him more confident in Jiang Qin. In the crowd, Fu Hui shook his head helplessly. When he first met Jiang Qin had just destroyed the mine of Shenyang School and was looking for him to enter Tianyun Pavilion with his own identity. How long had it been? Jiang Qin's growth could only be described as shocking. Compared to Jiang Qin, Fu Hui couldn't be considered a genius at all. There was no comparison between the two of them. Humph. It seems impossible for these guys to kill senior brother Jiang. With a peerless figure like senior brother Jiang in our Tianyun Pavilion, we will rise sooner or later. At that time, One Line Sky will be the world of our Tianyun Pavilion. That's right. Senior brother Jiang is the real genius. Compared to senior brother Jiang, the others in One Line Sky are not qualified to be called geniuses. But where do you think senior brother Jiang has gone? Could it be that he has escaped and even left this ancient tomb? The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion were now holding their heads high. They felt that it was an honor to be in the same sect as Jiang Qin. They admired Jiang Qin's technique even more. They felt that Jiang Qin was omnipotent. Compared to Jiang Qin, all the geniuses in One Line Sky were not geniuses. Damn it. Where has this bastard gone? Even if it's an ordinary concealment technique, it's impossible for him to hide for such a long time. It's even more impossible for him to hide so deeply without leaving a trace. Tua Hai couldn't help but curse. Yun Kanglin and Huang Fujian were also tensed up. They had witnessed the scariness of Jiang Qin with their own eyes. If such a person wasn't eliminated today, the consequences would be unimaginable. In Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin's qi had risen to the extreme. The energy in the immortal execution order had been completely condensed into dragon marks. 40,000 dragon marks. Adding the previous 750,000 dragon marks, the current number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 790,000. He only needed 10,000 more to advance to the late divine immortal realm. Currently, he was at the peak of the intermediate divine immortal realm. The qi that he exuded in his dragon form was soul-stirring. His pair of blood-red dragon eyes made people feel as if they had fallen into hell. A strong wave of qi gushed out from Jiang Qin's body. As the saying went, when a man was strong he would be confident. Jiang Qin had never lacked confidence. At this moment, his confidence had reached the point of bursting. He casually adjusted his condition and walked out of the door of Zulong Tower with ease. Swoosh. Disappearing and reappearing silently, Jiang Qin's body reappeared like a ghost and landed at the place where he disappeared, as if he had never left. Jiang Qin. Someone exclaimed. Innumerable eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. These eyes looked like Jiang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. His mysterious means had blinded many people. No one knew how Jiang Qin did it, but Jiang Qin had done it. Kill. Jiang Qin reappeared almost without any reason. Yun Kanglin's murderous aura soared to the sky. Once again he displayed the overturning cloud palm towards Jiang Qin. In his opinion, Jiang Qin couldn't hide anymore and had to come out. Now he had to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible. As long as Jiang Qin wasn't dead, he wouldn't feel at ease. He always felt that something big would happen. Jiang Qin coldly snorted. Facing Yun Kanglin again, his face was filled with calmness and cruelty. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forward. Rumble, the powerful lethality erupted with an astonishing momentum. Under the invincible heavenly saint sword, the overturning cloud palm became vulnerable. Countless palm shadows were chopped into pieces by Jiang Chen's sword. The long sword turned into a ferocious long dragon. That was the might of the dragon sword. After destroying the overturning cloud palm, the might of the heavenly saint sword didn't diminish. It continued to rush forward and arrived in front of Yun Kanglin in the blink of an eye. Chapter 13:10. How is this possible? Yun Kanglin exclaimed. His face was filled with horror. Such a scene was beyond his expectation. However, the strength displayed by Jiang Chen made him understand the fact that Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced again during this period of time. He clearly remembered that Jiang Chen was at the peak of early divine immortal realm before he disappeared, but now he was at the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, how could he believe such a horrifying speed of advancement? This couldn't be simply described as abnormal. The speed was too fast. Yun Kanglin had no chance to stop it. This was also related to his previous underestimation of his enemy. Energy rushed out of Yun Kanglin's body, trying to stop Jiang Chen for a moment and then escape from Jiang Chen's attack range. However, this was impossible. Wuxia. The sharp heavenly saint sword light fell on Yun Kanglin's arm. Yun Kanglin's arm was directly chopped off. Blood spurted out like a fountain. No! Yun Kanglin exclaimed. To a genius like him, losing an arm would have a huge impact on his future cultivation. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. However, the truly unacceptable result had yet to appear. Swoosh! Almost at the moment when Yun Kanglin's arm was chopped off, Jiang Chen's body appeared in front of Yun Kanglin like a ghost. It was too fast, simply too fast. The sharp heavenly saint sword fell on Yun Kanglin's neck. The edge of the sword had already penetrated into his skin, causing blood to flow out. The scene became quiet all of a sudden. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. No one had thought that this would be the outcome. Jiang Chen had only disappeared for a short period of time. After he came out, he became so powerful that he immediately turned defeat into victory. The powerful Yun Kanglin had no strength to fight back under his powerful attack. He was no match for Jiang Chen at all. Huang Fuzhan, who was standing aside, didn't have the time to attack. He was completely stunned at the moment. From the moment Jiang Chen chopped off Yun Kanglin's body to controlling him, it only took him a second. It could be said to be a blink of an eye. The degree of terror was horrifying. How can he be so powerful? Huang Fuzhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His previous confidence and lofty aspirations disappeared without a trace in an instant. Originally he looked down on Jiang Chen, but now it had completely changed. In his eyes, Jiang Chen had completely become a demon king. Yun Kanglin, didn't you clamor to kill me? You've always screamed the loudest. Now that you're under my control, do you think I should kill you or not? Jiang Chen said indifferently. His words were full of sarcasm. Such a scene itself was a great irony. The most powerful genius in one-line sky had become a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Yun Kanglin's face was pale. He didn't seem to feel the pain of his broken arm. His whole body was shrouded by the shadow of death. Jiang Chen had locked all his qi. The heavenly saint sword could take his life at any time. Now he didn't even have the chance to escape. Don't kill me, Jiang Chen. I know that if you don't kill me, the enmity between you and Yun clan will be written off. You should know how terrifying Yun clan is. I'm the young master of Yun clan, the son of the patriarch. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. At that time, there will be no place for you to hide in the entire one-line sky. Yun Kanglin begged for mercy. At the same time, he didn't forget to threaten Jiang Chen. After all, his identity wasn't ordinary. Like Huang Fuzhan, he was not only the #1 genius of the clan, but also the young master and the treasured son of the patriarch. He believed that Jiang Chen should be clear about the consequences of killing him. It was not something that Jiang Chen could bear at all. Unfortunately, Yun Kanglin didn't understand Jiang Chen. If he understood Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have said such meaningless words because such threats had no effect on Jiang Chen. From the moment he decided to kill Jiang Chen, he had already been labeled as a mortal enemy by Jiang Chen. Oh, I didn't expect you to be the young master of Yun clan. Jiang Chen pretended to be surprised and said, That's right. You should know my weight. Killing me won't do you any good. Yun Kanglin saw that Jiang Chen was moved. He was even more convinced that his identity had suppressed Jiang Chen and made Jiang Chen afraid. He believed that the person who dared to kill the young master of Yun clan in one-line sky hadn't appeared yet. That's great. What I like the most is to kill the young master, Jiang Qin said, exerting force in his hand. The heavenly saint sword slashed down, cutting off Yun Kanglin's head with a sound of pu qi. A genius of the generation, the young master of Yun family had died tragically in the ancient tomb. They were afraid that Yun family wouldn't have imagined such a result. For Jiang Qin it was imperative to kill Yun Kanglin. No matter what Yun Kanglin's identity was, the grudge between him and Yun clan couldn't be resolved. If he didn't kill Yun Kanglin, he would leave behind a disaster. Damn it, he killed Brother Kanglin. It's over. Brother Kanglin is dead. The patriarch will definitely be furious. This damned bastard. Our Yun clan will be irreconcilable with him. The eyes of all the people from the Yun family had turned red. They wished they could rush forward and tear Jiang Qin into a million pieces. However, their rationality stopped them from doing so because they knew that if they rushed forward right now, they would only be courting death. Jiang Qin would kill them without blinking an eye. He was a homicidal maniac. After killing Yun Kanglin, Jiang Qin turned around and looked at Huang Fujian, who was still in shock. He didn't plan to let any of these geniuses of one-line sky go. Jiang Qin's motto had always been not to kill, but to kill to his heart's content. Now it's your turn. I wonder if you are the young master of Huangfu clan. Jiang Qin said lightly. That's right. I'm the young master of Huangfu clan, but it won't be easy for you to kill me, Huang Fujian Lung said. No one knew when a sharp saber had appeared in his hand. The huge saber was swallowing light and murderous aura. He believed that Yun Kanglin's death was just an accident. If he went all out, he would be able to fight against Jiang Qin. After all, he was a golden immortal expert. No matter how monstrous Jiang Qin was, he was still just a divine immortal. Good courage. I like it. Jiang Qin nodded. In terms of courage, Huang Fujian was indeed stronger than Yun Kanglin, but this wasn't the reason why Jiang Qin didn't kill him. How? Chapter 13:11. As Jiang Qin's life weapon, the Heavenly Saint Sword had always maintained its basic strength. As Jiang Qin's cultivation continued to increase, the Heavenly Saint Sword also became stronger and stronger. Now, the Heavenly Saint Sword was an awesome Divine Tier Immortal tool, and a peak Divine Tier Immortal tool at that. In terms of combat strength and might, it was even more terrifying than ordinary Zenith Immortal tools. As the saying went, a freakish master would have a freakish weapon. Huang Fujian's expression instantly changed when he saw Jiang Qin's attack. Without fighting Jiang Qin face to face, one would never know how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Huang Fujian felt the same as Yun Kanglin before. He felt a great sense of crisis, a crisis of death. However, Jiang Qin's attack was too fast. It was already too late for him to dodge, so he could only resist with all his might. Moreover, his strong self-esteem wouldn't allow him to directly escape. Ha! Huang Fujian roared and raised the saber in his hand. A dazzling saber light burst out from the saber. A huge saber several dozen zhang long appeared and slashed towards Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint Sword. The dragon-shaped sword qi and the power of the saber collided with each other in an extremely dazzling manner. A large amount of sparks flew out from the collision and directly turned into a sea of flames. Huang Fujian's saber was ultimately no match for Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint Sword and was split in half. This scene was even more shocking than the turning cloud palm that Jiang Qin had used to split Yun Kanglin. That was a peak Divine Tier Immortal tool, but such a powerful immortal tool was actually destroyed. No one could imagine how powerful Jiang Qin's sword was. Huang Fujian was sent flying, vomiting blood along the way. Clearly he was not lightly shaken by the attack just now. Zenith Immortal tools were extremely rare. The Huangfu clan's patriarch originally planned to give Huang Fujian a real Zenith Immortal tool after this expedition, but he didn't expect that his son would fall in this tomb. Huang Fujian retreated a long distance before stabilizing his body. Looking at the broken saber in his hand, a storm surged in his heart. He couldn't believe or accept this result. Jiang Qin was simply too terrifying, beyond his understanding. He finally understood that he was no longer a match for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I won't let today's matter go, Huang Fujian said ruthlessly, then turned and ran. If he didn't run now, what else could he do? He didn't expect Jiang Qin to show him any mercy, because that was already an extravagant hope. You want to leave? It's too late. 5 Elements Field. How could Jiang Qin give Huang Fujian a chance to escape? If Huang Fujian had chosen to flee at the beginning, he might have had a chance. After all, Huang Fujian was extremely tyrannical. If he didn't fight and fled, it wouldn't be a problem for him. However, now that he had been seriously injured by Jiang Qin, it would be difficult for him to escape. The 5 Elements Field spread out, forming an invisible king. In an instant, it enveloped Huang Fujian, who was preparing to escape. This was the real inescapable net. Once Huang Fujian entered the five elements field, even if he had two pairs of wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing this, Tuahai's expression changed greatly. He had seen Jiang Chen's strength with his own eyes and knew that there was a gap between him and Jiang Chen. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. Huang Fujian would undoubtedly die. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Yun Kanglin and Huang Fujian. As for today's hatred, he could only take revenge later. Senior brother Bu, help me stop Tuahai. Jiang Chen shouted to Bu Qingfeng. After killing Huang Fujian and Yun Kanglin, he couldn't let Tuahai go. The enmity between him and Shenyang school started earlier than between the Yun family and Huangfu family. Tuahai would undoubtedly die today. After he killed Tianmuyun in the future, he would also attack the other three major forces. At that time, he would unify One Line Sky and help Jiang Chen achieve his dreams and wishes. Sooner or later, he would be an enemy. Bu Qingfeng was still in shock. He hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Jiang Chen's sudden change in strength made him somewhat unable to accept it. At this moment, when he heard Jiang Chen's shout, he immediately reacted. Okay. Bu Qingfeng nodded and his body flickered and blocked in front of Tuahai. Bu Qingfeng, get out of my way. Tuahai gnashed his teeth. Tuahai, do you finally know fear now? Why don't you bring out your heroic spirit and stay behind to fight with my junior martial brother Jiang? Don't you want to kill him? Go and kill him now. I won't stop you. Bu Qingfeng said in a strange tone. Tuahai almost spurted out blood. Stop your sister. Isn't killing Jiang Chen the same as courting death? Ah! On the other side, a mournful scream resounded. Huang Fujian had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. His whole body was split into two halves by Jiang Chen. Could be said that he died miserably. The young master of Huangfu family had fallen. The disciples of Huangfu family roared one by one. They were filled with grief, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch their young master being killed. Jiang Chen was too strong. He wasn't someone they could deal with. Huang Fujian's death was like a sharp thorn in Tuahai's heart. He suddenly felt that the end of the world was coming. He was so close to death. Bu Qingfeng, get out of my way. Tuahai's face was flushed red. He slashed his sword towards Bu Qingfeng. This slash contained almost all of his battle strength. He only wanted to find a way to escape from this ancient tomb. This was his last wish and also his only hope. Unfortunately, he and Bu Qingfeng were evenly matched. It was impossible for Bu Qingfeng to kill Tuahai, but it was completely effortless for him to stop Tuahai. No matter how hard Tuahai tried, he couldn't break free from Bu Qingfeng's entanglement. He couldn't get out of here. On the other side, after killing Huang Fujian, Jiang Chen rushed towards Tuahai with his sword. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of Tuahai in the blink of an eye. At this time, Bu Qingfeng stopped attacking. He knew that what happened next had nothing to do with him. He looked at Tuahai, shook his head and sighed. He knew that Tuahai was finished today. With Jiang Chen's means, he wouldn't leave the slightest chance of survival for Tuahai. Chapter 13:12. Tuahai, accept your fate. Bu Qingfeng said faintly and then retreated to the back. He and Tuahai could be regarded as archenemies. They had been fighting each other for a long time and had fought countless times. Now that his archenemy was about to die, Bu Qingfeng felt a little depressed, as if he had lost something all of a sudden. Oh! Invisible waves were swirling in the sky. Tuahai was completely locked on by Jiang Chen and could not escape. Tuahai's hand that was holding the sword was trembling. He was a first-class genius in Shenyang school and had a bright future. He had never thought that he would die one day, let alone die in the hands of Jiang Chen, because he had never thought highly of Jiang Chen. Once upon a time, in his heart, Jiang Chen was like an ant that could not withstand a single blow and was not even qualified to be his enemy. But now the situation had been completely reversed. In front of Jiang Chen, he had become an ant that could be killed at will. This was a great irony. Jiang Chen, let me go. Tuahai's voice was trembling. People who were afraid of death were the weakest when facing death. Oh, then give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen said with great interest. A reason not to kill? Jiang Chen's words stunned Tuahai because he could not think of any reason why Jiang Chen would not kill him. Lian Kanglin and Huang Fujian had already been killed. Why would Tuahai be spared? Was Jiang Chen looking for trouble? If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would not let Jiang Chen go either. It seemed that he was going to die for sure. Jiang Chen, I'll kill you. All of a sudden, Tuahai's eyes turned red. He let out a loud roar and lunged at Jiang Chen with the combat sword in his hand. He couldn't find a reason for Jiang Chen to let him go, so he might as well go all out, even though he knew that it was basically hopeless. Whoosh! When Tuahai made his move, Jiang Chen also moved. Tuahai, who had already lost his mind, had completely lost the ability to fight against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's body disappeared like a ghost, and in the next moment his long sword had already pierced through Tuahai's chest. Tuahai lowered his head and looked at the sword hilt below him. He could feel the vitality that was constantly flowing out of his body. He was unwilling and regretful, but all these emotions were useless now. He seemed to see the door of death constantly opening in front of him. He began to recall his glorious life. However, all of this would become the past. It wouldn't be long before the entire one-line sky would forget the name Tuahai. His death would only make Jiang Chen more glorious. He was just a stepping stone on Jiang Chen's path. The scene was silent. Yun Kanglin, Huang Fuzhan and Tuahai were dead. 3 out of the 4 geniuses of One-Line Sky had died. Bu Qingfeng was the only golden immortal genius who survived. Jiang Chen wouldn't kill him because they were on the same side. They were friends, not enemies. Jiang Chen returned to his original human form. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. His messy black hair was also dancing in the wind. His bottomless eyes revealed the light of a war god. That's right, he was a war god, a peerless god of slaughter. Anyone who provoked him was destined to not have a good end. Everyone looked at that figure in shock. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion were incomparably excited. They all knew that an unprecedented genius had emerged in Tianyun Pavilion. He was an existence that would eventually surpass Tianmuyun. With such a genius, Tianyun Pavilion wouldn't have to worry about not prospering. On the other hand, the disciples of the other 3 major forces were grief-stricken. They had suffered huge losses during the experiential learning in the ancient tomb. The death of the 3 geniuses would inevitably stimulate the higher-ups of the 3 major forces. Under such stimulation, One-Line Sky was bound to be unstable, especially Yun Kanglin and Huang Fuzhan. Both of them were the young masters and the most important figures of their clans. They had inherited the future and hope of their clans. Now everything was ruined. A heaven's chosen one is about to rise. The 3 geniuses have become his stepping stones. I can foresee that One-Line Sky is going to be in chaos. The 3 major powers will certainly not let this matter go. Jiang Chen's situation is still very dangerous. This is a miracle. He's a heaven-defying bastard. I'm sure he can create more miracles. There are too many people who want to kill him, but he's still alive and kicking. Isn't that right? Countless people were amazed. They all knew that after leaving the ancient tomb, Jiang Chen's reputation would rise to the peak in One-Line Sky. He was a heaven's chosen one, destined to rise to the top. Jiang Chen, you're going to pay a heavy price for what you've done today. You're going to die a horrible death. A half-step golden immortal genius of Huangfu family threatened Jiang Chen. Swoosh. Unfortunately, just as his voice faded, Jiang Chen's sword slashed over. The poor half-step golden immortal genius didn't even have time to scream before he was hacked to death on the spot. Many people shook their heads and sighed at this genius's action, thinking that this genius's IQ was really low. He was still threatening Jiang Chen at this moment. Wasn't this just courting death? Jiang Chen had already killed Huang Fuzhan, so why would Jiang Chen care about killing another genius? It seems like you half-step golden immortal geniuses are very arrogant. In that case, I will eliminate all of you at the same time, making the 3 major powers suffer even more. Jiang Chen was cold and ruthless. He had always been decisive when it came to killing. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, those half-step golden immortals exclaimed. Their faces were filled with fear. Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? A person from Shenyang school said. Of course I know. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time talking with them. He waved the heavenly saint sword, unleashing sword light towards those half-step golden immortals. Their faces changed dramatically, but they couldn't resist it. All they could do was to wait for the arrival of death. Arg? Along with a few screams, all the half-step golden immortals of the 3 major powers died tragically. At this point, all the geniuses of the 3 major powers who entered the ancient tomb were dead. Such a loss was unimaginable and unbearable to the 3 major powers. The true future and hope of a major power was the geniuses of the younger generation. Killing these geniuses was equivalent to destroying their foundation. It was imaginable how furious the 3 major powers would be if they knew about this. Chapter 13:13. It's over. I'm afraid the higher-ups of the three major powers are going to cry. They've lost so many geniuses. They originally came here to search for treasures, but now they've gotten nothing. I can already imagine how terrifying the anger of the higher-ups of the three major powers will be. I'm afraid the entire one-line sky will be set ablaze. I wonder if Tianyun Pavilion can protect Jiang Chen after he goes out. I think it's very uncertain. If Tianyun Pavilion insists on protecting Jiang Chen, I'm afraid the three major powers will join forces to attack them. Tianmuyun won't be able to withstand that. Rumble. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled, followed by the entire spatial zone. Cracks could be clearly felt in the void, as if the end of the world had arrived. Not good. Jiang Chen has obtained the immortal execution order, and the immortal burying coffin has disappeared. This spatial zone has lost its support and is about to collapse. Let's go. If the spatial zone collapses, everyone will die here. Let's leave this place. The immortal burying coffin and the immortal execution order were the pillars of the ancient tomb. Now that the coffin was gone and the immortal execution order was in Jiang Chen's possession, the ancient tomb was on the verge of collapse. The collapse of the spatial zone wasn't a trivial matter. Once trapped inside, unless one was a true immortal king, one would die. Jiang Chen didn't move. He couldn't return to one-line sky right now. Once he did, it was imaginable what kind of situation he would be in. He had too many secrets on him. The wondrous stone, the heart of magma, the immortal execution order, and most importantly, the ability to walk out of the evil abyss. Even if the three major powers believed that he hadn't entered the evil abyss, Tianmuyun certainly wouldn't believe it. Moreover, Jiang Chen had killed so many geniuses of the three major powers. If he returned now, those old bastards outside would surely tear him into pieces. I can't return to one-line sky now. Since the matters here have been settled, I'll return to Nifa's abyss. I definitely can't return to Tianyun Pavilion now. When I return to Tianyun Pavilion, that will be the time for the final battle with Tianmuyun. Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a flip of his palm, a pale yellow talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was constantly drifting with the aura of space. It was a spatial talisman given to him by the evil lord Yang Bufan before he left Evil Abyss. The purpose of this talisman was to allow him to return to Evil Abyss directly. As long as he didn't leave the boundary of one-line sky, it wouldn't be difficult to enter the Nifa's abyss. The difficult part was walking out of the Nifa's abyss. The talisman in his hand was enough for him to return to the Nifa's abyss from one-line sky. However, the space he was in now wasn't one-line sky. This was the space of an ancient tomb. It was a completely different world from one-line sky. This was a real spatial zone created by an expert. The spatial talisman in his hand was useless in this place. Therefore Jiang Chen had to wait. He would wait for the moment when the spatial zone collapsed. Then he would use the aura of one-line sky that was connected to the outside world to activate the spatial talisman to escape. This action was undoubtedly very dangerous. After all, the collapse of the spatial zone itself was too dangerous. Jiang Chen's method required an incomparably precise grasp of the timing. An ordinary person wouldn't have such great confidence, but Jiang Chen was different. Jiang Chen's senses were extremely sharp. Moreover, he had comprehended the power of space back in St. Origin World. His innate conditions were better than others. In addition, he cultivated the great soul derivation technique. It wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to use the spatial talisman to leave the Nifa's abyss. When he left, he would disappear without a trace. Even if the experts of the three major powers turned one-line sky upside down to look for him, they wouldn't be able to find a single trace of him. Even someone as smart as Tianmuyun wouldn't think that Jiang Chen could freely enter and exit the evil abyss. Jiang Chen had killed Yun Kanglin and the others, causing the three major powers to suffer heavy losses. This situation would naturally cause one-line sky to fall into a state of chaos. However, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in the chaos in one-line sky at all. What he needed to do now was to deal with the chaos in Evil Abyss. Countless cultivators had left. At this time, everyone was trying to preserve their lives. No one was deliberately looking for Jiang Chen. Even Bu Qingfeng didn't notice that Jiang Chen hadn't come out. No one thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't come out. After all, the spatial zone was about to collapse. Who would be stupid enough to stay here and wait for death? At this moment, the higher-ups of the four major powers had gathered outside the ancient tomb's entrance. Each of them was talking cheerfully and wittily. They seemed to be very confident in their geniuses training in the ancient tomb. Long. All of a sudden, the gate of the ancient tomb collapsed. The closed door of the ancient tomb crumbled. The void ahead began to tremble. Waves of spatial waves rippled back and forth. Everyone's facial expression changed instantly, especially the sect masters of the four major powers. Each of them was a half-step immortal king expert who had already comprehended the spatial law. They could feel the tremendous spatial waves. Not good. The spatial zone inside has collapsed. I have no idea what happened inside. It seems like it will take some time for the spatial zone to collapse. The people inside should have a chance to escape. What the hell happened? How could the stable spatial zone of the ancient tomb collapse all of a sudden? It hasn't even been 7 days yet. All the experts were shocked. They didn't know what had happened inside, but they were sure that there must have been an accident inside. Moreover, it was a very big accident. This kind of accident was something that they hadn't expected or predicted before. Long. The roar of the spatial zone became louder and louder. Cracks began to appear in the void. Then silhouettes began to fly out of the spatial zone. That was because the spatial gate hadn't closed yet. Once the gate closed, everyone inside would die a tragic death. At this moment, Jiangchen had already found the point that connected to One Line Sky. The spatial talisman in his hand was crushed by him, and an illusory portal appeared. The portal shook violently. Obviously, it was affected by the spatial zone's collapse. If it wasn't for Jiangchen's precise timing of establishing the spatial talisman in the void of One Line Sky, he was afraid that the spatial passage would have been destroyed and he wouldn't be able to return to Evil Abyss. Humph. One Line Sky, you guys can cause as much trouble as you want. I will be back when you are done. When I, Jiangchen, return, I will settle all the old and new scores. The day I, Jiangchen, return will be the day when One Line Sky changes. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Then he took a step forward and entered the spatial portal. Before the spatial zone of the ancient tomb completely collapsed, Jiangchen's spatial portal closed. Chapter 13-14. Jiangchen disappeared. No one knew that he had disappeared, just like how no one knew that he would appear here in the beginning. His existence was like a mystery that no one could fathom. Outside the ancient tomb, countless silhouettes rushed out almost at the same time. Each of them was trembling with fear and their faces were pale. Thinking of the previous scene, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The collapse of the space was such a terrible thing. A little carelessness and they would lose their lives. Whoosh, 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 more and more people came out. At this time, everyone was trying their best to escape because this was a real escape. No one dared to be negligent because they thought that death would be waiting for them if they were a little slower. Rumble. Along with the final explosion, the entrance of the ancient tomb completely collapsed. The ancient tomb that had existed for an unknown period of time had also vanished completely. One Line Sky regained its tranquility, but countless people were still trembling with fear. The disciples of the four major powers who came out of the ancient tomb quickly flew over when they saw their own camps. Countless rogue cultivators also gathered together. They didn't leave because they knew that something big was going to happen. One Line Sky was likely to be in chaos. What's going on? What happened inside? Where's Kanglan? Why didn't he come out? The patriarch of Yun family, Yun Zhanghe, felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said to a core disciple of Yun family. Not only Yun family but also the higher-ups of Huangfu family and Shenyang school. They looked at their own camps and felt that something was wrong because none of the true geniuses had come out. On the contrary, the geniuses of Tianyun Pavilion were all present. Patriarch, Brother Kanglan and the others are dead, the disciple said with a sad face. He still had some lingering fear when he thought of what happened in the ancient tomb. What? Yun Zhanghe exclaimed. After him, more exclamations resounded. The higher-ups of Huangfu family and Shenyang school were shocked because they heard the news that all the geniuses of their families had died tragically. They simply couldn't accept this. This was an unimaginable and unbelievable result. How is this possible? How did Kanglan die? Tell me quickly. Yun Zhanghe was so angry that his beard was trembling. Yun Kanglan was his biological son, the young master of the Yun family, and the most amazing genius of the Yun family. He was the greatest pride of his life, but now he had died here. How could he accept this? Jiangchen, it's Jiangchen. Jiangchen killed everyone, that disciple said emotionally. When he mentioned the name Jiangchen, his voice trembled. Jiangchen's brutality had left a huge shadow in his heart. He was a devil king, not a human. Jiangchen. This name, which was almost forgotten by people, was like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. Not only the three major powers were shocked, but also the higher-ups of Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun, Yangshu and Tianjizi. All of them opened their mouths wide in shock, thinking that they must have heard it wrong. Impossible. Jiang Qin was personally sent into the evil abyss by me. It's impossible for him to appear in the ancient tomb. Besides, even if Jiang Qin appeared, he wouldn't have the ability to kill Yun Kanglin. Tian Muyun denied it on the spot. He absolutely didn't believe that such a thing had happened. He knew about Jiang Chen's situation the best. It was almost impossible for those who entered the evil abyss to come out. Because of this, he had once felt sorry for Jiang Chen. Bu Qingfeng, tell me? Tianjizi looked at Bu Qingfeng. He was rather emotional at the moment. He treasured this disciple of his very much. He had always been distressed by the fact that Jiang Chen had entered the evil abyss. He regretted that he didn't try his best to stop Jiang Chen from coming out of the evil abyss alive. Even he, as Jiang Chen's master, didn't have high hopes for Jiang Chen to come out of the evil abyss alive. But now that he had heard news about Jiang Chen again, he naturally attached great importance to it. Sect Master Elder Tianjizi, it was indeed junior brother Jiang who did it. Not only did he come out of the evil abyss alive, his strength also improved greatly in the ancient tomb. Yun Kanglin and Tua Hai wanted to kill junior brother Jiang, but in the end they were killed by junior brother Jiang. Bu Qingfeng didn't dare to hide anything. What? Tian Muyun exclaimed once more. If it wasn't Bu Qingfeng who said this, he would never believe it. That guy really didn't let me down. He actually came out of the evil abyss alive and improved so much. Yun Kanglin was a powerful golden immortal expert, a first-class genius who was strong enough to fight an intermediate golden immortal expert, but he was killed by that kid. Tsk. Tianjizi chuckled in his heart. With such a disciple, what more could he ask for? It was simply a great blessing in his life. As for the disaster that Jiang Chen had caused, Tianjizi didn't care about it at all. A true expert was destined to do earth-shattering things. Tianjizi was proud of Jiang Chen. Damn it. That bastard actually came out of the evil abyss alive, and his cultivation base improved tremendously. Yang Shu gnashed his teeth. Back then, because of Chu Yuan's matter, he had caused a huge ruckus in Tianyun Pavilion. The final solution was not bad, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen was so miraculous that he could actually walk out of the evil abyss alive? How could Yang Shu not hate him? Where's Jiang Chen? The sect lord of Shenyang School, Dugu Sheng's tone was incomparably cold. Judging from his expression, if Jiang Chen was in front of him right now, he would have already slapped Jiang Chen. Dugu Sheng's words reminded everyone of Jiang Chen. Those who were still in a state of shock looked around, but Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Only then did someone recall that Jiang Chen didn't come out with them at the last moment of the spatial zone's collapse. Sect Lord, that bastard is very cunning. I'm afraid that he has already escaped, said the disciple. Dugu Xing, Huangfu Yaotian, Yunzhong and the other experts released their divine sense at the same time, covering an area of a few thousand miles, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen's qi. Damn it. This little bastard is simply courting death. How dare he kill my son? Huangfu Yaotian's heart was filled with grief and resentment. When he thought of how his proud son was killed just like that, there was no need to mention the pain in his heart. What a good Jiang Chen. I have underestimated you. Chapter 13-15. What happened in the ancient tomb? Yun Zhanghe looked at a disciple of Yun family and asked. Patriarch Jiang Chen has obtained all the treasures in the ancient tomb. The disciple recounted everything that happened in the ancient tomb word by word. He didn't hide anything and he didn't dare to hide anything. His voice was very loud and everyone could hear him clearly. The wondrous stone, the heart of magma, the immortal burying coffin, the female corpse, and the immortal execution order. Even the one-line 8 immortals gaped in shock when they heard about the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin. Their reactions were almost the same as those in the ice palace. They didn't look like experts at all. The immortal burying coffin and the immortal slayer's order were closely related to Great Emperor Zhang Xian and King Immortal Slayer. If they knew that these items existed in the ancient tomb, they wouldn't have allowed their disciples to enter the tomb. My God. I never thought that such a small ancient tomb could hide such a big secret. Even the immortal burying coffin and the immortal execution order have appeared. Great Sovereign Zhang Xian is a famous great sovereign in the immortal world. How could his natal magic treasure appear in a small place like One Line Sky? It's a pity that we didn't go in and see the legendary item. All the experts were shocked. Although they were the overlords of One Line Sky, a powerful immortal emperor was still an incomparably distant existence to them. It was a supreme pinnacle that they couldn't touch. They didn't even dare to dream of reaching the immortal emperor realm. Each great emperor was destined to be extraordinary and famous. So, Jiang Qin has taken the immortal execution order? Du Gusheng and Lung Lung said. The immortal execution order was what they were really concerned about. The wondrous stone and the heart of magma were nothing. The person who obtained the immortal execution order could make a request to the immortal execution king. The immortal execution order itself was a huge treasure that no other treasure could compare to. It was equivalent to a promise from the immortal execution king. Even if they couldn't meet the immortal execution king with their current strength, the immortal execution order was also a kind of sustenance. Yes, the immortal execution order was indeed taken by Jiang Qin. Someone said. Good, very good. This little bastard is truly deranged. For the sake of the immortal execution order, he killed so many of our geniuses. We definitely won't let this matter rest. Huang Fuyaotian was flustered and exasperated. When he thought of his son being killed, he couldn't help but feel resentment. Moreover, the existence of Jiang Qin made them feel a real sense of crisis. How long had it been since Jiang Qin stepped into the one-line sky and destroyed the ores of Shenyang School? In this extremely short period of time, Jiang Qin had grown from an ant-like figure to such an extent. If such a heaven-defying genius didn't really appear, no one would believe it. At this time, the only thing the three major forces had to do was to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible and find out who Jiang Qin was. Such a person was too terrifying. They must not let him continue to grow. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for them to completely lose control. When Jiang Qin fully grew, it would be the end of the world for the three major forces. Du Gusheng, Huang Fuyaotian, and Yun Zhanghe looked at each other and understood the meaning of each other's eyes. The three of them turned around at the same time and looked in the direction of the Tianyun pavilion. Tianmuyun, you've played a good hand. All of us have been deceived by you. Du Gusheng said. Lung Lung. Du Gusheng, what do you mean by that? Tianmuyun was also in a very bad mood at the moment, so his tone was naturally not kind. What do I mean? Tianmuyun, are you still going to continue to pretend at this time? Previously, you announced that you sent Jiang Qin into the evil abyss. Now Jiang Qin has reappeared. How do you explain that we have lost so many geniuses and that it is directly related to you? Yun Zhanghe and Lung Lung said. They weren't fools. They were able to figure out what was going on. They believed that although Jiang Qin was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to walk out of the evil abyss alive. The only explanation was that Jiang Qin didn't enter the evil abyss at all. All of this was just a plot by Tianmuyun to protect Jiang Qin and buy time for Jiang Qin to grow. Yang Shu, who was standing next to Tianmuyun, also looked at Tianmuyun with a frown. At this time, even he couldn't help but doubt it. After all, he wasn't present when Tianmuyun sent Jiang Qin into the evil abyss. The only explanation was that Jiang Qin didn't go to the evil abyss at all, because he also didn't believe that Jiang Qin could walk out of the evil abyss alive. It was an impossible task. The one who really knew about Jiang Qin's situation was Tianji. He was very sure that Jiang Qin had entered the evil abyss. Now he didn't care how depressed the others were. As the master, he was naturally ecstatic that his disciple was so powerful. Humph. I, Tianmuyun, have always been open and aboveboard. I've sent him away. I don't know how Jiang Qin walked out of the evil abyss, but I did send Jiang Qin into the evil abyss with my own hands. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I don't need to explain it to you. Tianmuyun said. Lung Lung. As arrogant as he was, he didn't need to explain too much. Tianmuyun, it doesn't matter whether what you said is true or false. Things have already happened. We must seek justice. My son can't die in vain. I hope you can hand over Jiang Qin. Yinzhong, he said. Upon hearing this, Tianmuyun had the urge to curse. He wanted to find Jiang Qin more than anyone else. He wanted to find Jiang Qin more than anyone else. He wanted to know how Jiang Qin walked out of the evil abyss, and what the immortal execution order looked like. Yinzhong, are you all blind? I've been standing here like you all the time. When have I ever seen Jiang Qin come out? How would I know where Jiang Qin is now if you don't know? If I were you, I wouldn't talk nonsense with me here. I would choose to look for traces of Jiang Qin in other places. Tianmuyun said. In fact, he also wanted to look for traces of Jiang Qin now. He was sure that Jiang Qin had indeed walked out of the evil abyss, but Jiang Qin wasn't here. This meant that Jiang Qin had already anticipated this situation and secretly escaped. Chapter 13-16. Initially, the three major forces wanted to join forces to exert pressure on Tianmuyun or even eliminate Tianyun Pavilion. However, they didn't do so because the threat of Jiang Qin's existence was much greater than that of Tianyun Pavilion. Their top priority now was to eliminate Jiang Qin and not start a war with Tianyun Pavilion. Whether Tian Muyun had sent Jiang Qin to the evil abyss or not was no longer important to them. What was more important now was to find Jiang Qin as soon as possible. As for the debt with Tian Muyun, they would settle it later. Jiang Qin, as long as you're in one-line sky, you won't be able to escape even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Du Guxing said while gritting his teeth. He had reason to believe that with the 3 major forces joining forces, there would be no place for Jiang Qin to hide in one-line sky. Everyone from the Huangfu clan, listen up. From now on, search for Jiang Qin. We must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Huangfu Yaotian gave an order to the Huangfu clan. Yun clan will now issue a must-kill order for Jiang Qin. Search for Jiang Qin in the entire one-line sky. All rogue cultivators, listen up as well. Whoever can provide any information about Jiang Qin, Yun clan will reward them handsomely. Yun Zhanghe also issued an order. In an instant, the 3 major forces issued a must-kill order for Jiang Qin. This was the biggest event in one-line sky. Jiang Qin's reputation was destined to reach a peak. This was the first time in one-line sky that the 3 major forces had joined forces to hunt down a single person. This alone was enough to make Jiang Qin famous. Subsequently, the people of the 3 major powers left. Everyone knew that from today onwards, one-line sky would never be peaceful again unless Jiang Qin was found. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace in one-line sky. Sect Master, what should we do now? If the 3 major forces can't find junior brother Jiang, they will definitely vent their anger on our Tianyun Pavilion. Bu Qingfeng said worriedly. As a first-class genius of Tianyun Pavilion, he was qualified to speak in front of Tian Muyun. Humph! Tianyun Pavilion is not so easy to bully. I will go into seclusion today. When I become a true immortal king, it will be the death of the 3 major powers. Tian Muyun snorted coldly. Congratulations, sect leader. It seems like sect leader has already reached the doorstep of the immortal king realm. Daoist Yufeng said. He had watched Tian Muyun grow up. He knew that Tian Muyun had extraordinary talent. He had long predicted that Tian Muyun would become the first immortal king in one-line sky. Now, it seemed that this day wouldn't be too far away. As long as Tian Muyun advanced to the immortal king realm, it would be the day of the rise of Tianyun Pavilion. At that time, unifying one-line sky would be just around the corner. That's right. My cultivation base is already infinitely close to becoming an immortal king. Right now, all I need is time. After I go into seclusion, you guys go look for Jiang Qin. If you find him, bring him to me. Tian Muyun said. Rest assured, sect leader. Jiang Qin is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Our Tianyun Pavilion will naturally pay attention to him, said Daoist Yufeng. He had a very good relationship with Ouyang. All these years, he and Ouyang had been supporting the entire Tianyun Pavilion. It could be said that Daoist Yufeng had contributed half of the glory of Tianyun Pavilion. Ouyang's death made him very worried. Fortunately, he could see Tian Muyun grow up, which made him feel very gratified. Now, Daoist Yufeng was thinking that one day he could see Tian Muyun rule one-line sky and bring Tianyun Pavilion to greater heights. Poor Daoist Yufeng had been kept in the dark. If he knew that Ouyang's death was caused by Tian Muyun, he was afraid that this old Daoist would fly into a rage out of humiliation. He wouldn't be talking to Tian Muyun politely. And Tian Muyun nodded, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The people of Tianyun Pavilion also left one after another. Elder Yang, the rascal disciple, didn't die. I'm sorry to disappoint you. How could Tianji miss this good opportunity to mock and ridicule Yang Shu? It was because of Yang Shu that Jiang Qin was sent to the evil abyss. Tianji had been brooding over this matter for a long time. Now that he saw Yang Shu's gloomy face, he couldn't help but feel refreshed in his heart. What's there to be proud of? That little bastard has caused such a huge disaster. Do you think he can still live? Yang Shu Lung said. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint Elder Yang again. This old man has just divined for my little disciple. My disciple will live to 100 years old. You won't die so easily. After Tianji finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left with a complacent look. Of course, he didn't divine anything for Jiang Qin because his great divination art couldn't divine anything related to Jiang Qin. He couldn't even divine Jiang Qin's luck. However, Tianji believed that Jiang Qin would certainly live to 100 years old. How could a person who could successfully walk out of evil abyss and escape silently in front of all the experts in one-line sky die so easily? What's there to be proud of? Looking at the departing figure of Tianji, Yang Shu said bitterly. He was in a very bad mood now. The fact that Jiang Qin didn't die made him unhappy. That guy was too terrifying. If he didn't die, there would be endless troubles in the future. Given the enmity between him and Jiang Qin would definitely not let him go. Therefore Yang Shu decided to look for Jiang Qin personally. Once he found him, he would kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Soon the people of the four major forces disappeared. The entire one-line sky was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Jiang Qin is really powerful. I was worried that he would be discovered by the experts of one-line sky after coming out. I didn't expect him to disappear silently, just like how he dealt with Yun Kanglin in the ancient tomb. Although he has escaped, one-line sky won't be peaceful anymore. The three major powers have issued a first-class kill order to him at the same time. This is the first time in the entire one-line sky that something like this has happened. Only Jiang Qin can achieve this glory. Do you think they can find Jiang Qin? I don't think so. Although the alliance of the three major forces is relatively large, it won't be that easy to find Jiang Qin. It's not like you haven't seen Jiang Qin's means. Many people were talking about it. What happened in the ancient tomb would spread throughout the entire one-line sky sooner or later. With the alliance of the three major forces, one-line sky was almost completely covered. It seemed that Jiang Qin had no place to hide, but there were still many people who believed that Jiang Qin would be fine because Jiang Qin had created too many miracles. In fact, even if the three major forces turned one-line sky upside down, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of Jiang Qin because Jiang Qin wasn't in one-line sky at all. At this moment, Jiang Qin had returned to Evil Abyss. Chapter 13-17. Evil City, the conference hall of the City Lord's mansion. Yang Bufan was sitting on the main seat with a resolute face. Below him were more than a dozen powerful experts. Those who could sit here were all late golden immortal experts. Two of them were half-step immortal kings. Such a lineup had already surpassed one-line sky. To put it bluntly, if Yang Bufan brought these people into one-line sky, he would immediately become the strongest major power in one-line sky. Even the four major powers would have to submit to him. However, to Yang Bufan, the war with the evil clan in Evil Abyss was far more exciting than the outside world. It also gave him a greater sense of achievement. Tyrant and De Huang Dog were also here. Given their cultivation base, they weren't qualified to be here, but because of their relationship with Jiang Qin, their status had instantly changed. Plus, Tyrant was an eminent monk of Buddhist sect who could use the edifying light to deal with the evil clan. Therefore no one dared to look down on Tyrant. Moreover, many of them thought that Tyrant was an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. White Dragon Temple was the true important place of Buddhist sect in the immortal world. Although it stood aloof from worldly affairs, it had a great reputation and influence. City Lord, due to the fact that Jiang Qin had slaughtered a large number of demonic devils, the demonic devils of the evil clan have become very restless. They have been entangled and fighting with many cities. It seems like the higher-ups of the evil clan are preparing to go all out against us. A half-step immortal king expert spoke. Although his cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal king realm, he still had to be respectful in front of Yang Bufan, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Don't be nervous. This isn't the first or second time that the evil clan has become restless. I'm here to deter them. Yang Bufan's face was indifferent. He didn't put the restlessness of the evil clan in his eyes at all. He wasn't afraid even if he had to go to war with the evil clan. City Lord, I think the situation this time isn't the same. Judging from the evil clan's reaction, it seems like they want to go to war with us. In their minds, Evil Abyss is their territory and we humans are just invaders. Sooner or later there will be a war between us. One of them said. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan knitted his brows. He wasn't afraid of the evil clan, but before he had absolute confidence, he didn't want to start a war with them. Kaka, what are you worried about? When Jiang Qin comes back, he will definitely deal a heavy blow to the evil clan. Lord Dog can guarantee that Jiang Qin will obtain great benefits from this trip to One-Line Sky. His cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. His bloodline was noble and he had arrogance in his bones. Even when facing so many experts, he didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright, and he didn't have the slightest bit of scruples when speaking. City Lord, you let Jiang Qin return to One-Line Sky. I'm afraid he won't come back. After all, not everyone wants to come to this place. That's right. The City Lord was too hasty in letting him go back then. I think there's an 80% chance that Jiang Qin won't return. The two of them said. They thought that Jiang Qin would never return after leaving. They were not the only ones who thought the same. After all, if Jiang Chen was a normal person he would never think of returning. Swoosh. As soon as their voices faded, Yang Bufan's blade-like eyes fell on them. A wave of ice-cold pressure made them shiver uncontrollably. Immediately they lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yang Bufan in the eye. "Are the two of you questioning me?" Yang Bufan's tone was flat, but to the two of them this flat tone was the scariest. "Put on." Immediately the two of them knelt on the ground. "Subordinate doesn't dare. It's our fault. City Lord, please punish us." Two mighty late golden immortal experts were kneeling on the ground, shivering, not even daring to raise their heads. Such a scene shocked Tyrant and a Huang Dog. The way they looked at Yang Bufan had changed. This was the power of deterrence and dignity. Some dignity was inviolable. In evil abyss, Yang Bufan was the true lord. No one dared to question him. As the two of them had witnessed his means with their own eyes, they understood how stupid their words were. Questioning the evil lord here was no different than courting death. Even though they were mighty late golden immortal experts, Yang Bufan only needed to lift a finger to kill them. Just at this time, the void in the hall trembled all of a sudden. Then a door was opened. A figure flashed out of it and landed in the hall. The newcomer was clad in white. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Chen? "Don't be angry, Brother Yang. They were just speaking casually. There's no doubt that they have offended Brother Yang's divine prestige." As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, he immediately clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. He had already seen what had happened at the end of the passageway. Now that the evil abyss was in a critical situation, these two experts were very strong. More importantly, Jiang Chen's words could make them feel grateful to him, which would help him establish his position in Evil City. "Get up." Yang Bufan retracted his cold gaze and spoke in a flat tone. "Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, City Lord." The two heaved a sigh of relief when they felt the invisible pressure disappearing from their bodies. They knew that they had passed this hurdle. It had only been a few seconds, but to them, it felt like hundreds of years had passed. It was as if they had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. "Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. We shouldn't have doubted Brother Jiang's character just now." The two of them clasped their fists at Jiang Chen. One of them spoke. They had a very good impression of Jiang Chen now because Jiang Chen's timely appearance had saved their lives. Moreover, they also felt a trace of guilt towards Jiang Chen. After all, they had just said that Jiang Chen wouldn't come back, but Jiang Chen appeared in front of them. This was simply a slap to their faces. "We're all on the same side. Don't stand on ceremony." Jiang Chen smiled and didn't mind. "Little Chenzi, you're back." Tyrant and a Huang Dog were incomparably surprised to see Jiang Chen's return. "And?" Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to Yang Bufan. At this moment, Yang Bufan was also looking at him. All eyes in the hall were looking at Jiang Chen. Countless eyes were filled with astonishment when they sensed the change in Jiang Chen's qi, including Yang Bufan. Brother Jiang is indeed a peerless genius. It has only been a few days since he left, but his cultivation base has improved so much. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Chapter 13-18. Not only was Yang Bufan amazed, everyone in the hall was also amazed. In just a few days, Jiang Chen had advanced 3 levels. Was he still human? No matter how heaven-defying a genius was, he wouldn't be able to do it. When I returned to One Line Sky this time, I happened to encounter the opening of an ancient tomb. I obtained tremendous benefits from it, which allowed my cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. With my current cultivation base, it won't be a problem for me to kill any intermediate golden immortal expert. Jiang Chen said. He wasn't bragging. He was now at the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. His combat strength was much stronger than an intermediate divine immortal expert. Given his current combat strength, he could easily kill a genius like Yun Kanglan. Although Yun Kanglan was only an early golden immortal expert, a genius like him could already be compared to an intermediate golden immortal expert. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration when Jiang Chen said that he could kill an intermediate golden immortal expert with his full strength. As for the benefits he had obtained, Jiang Chen didn't explain it, especially the immortal execution order. If he could keep it a secret, it would be best not to mention it. After all, the immortal execution order had too many implications. What? Everyone in the hall was shocked. Killing an intermediate golden immortal expert with a peak intermediate divine immortal cultivation base? Wasn't this a joke? If these words didn't come out of Jiang Chen's mouth, they would never believe it, but since it was Jiang Chen who said it, they had reason to believe it. After all, they were very clear about Jiang Chen's performance in Evil Abyss. He was an abnormal being, an abnormal being. Even so, it still couldn't stop their astonishment. Such an abnormal being was just too shocking. It had directly subverted their perception of the world. Ah, good. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge you. Brother Jiang, you've come back just in time. Because of what happened last time, the evil clan is now in a large-scale turmoil. You've come back just in time to show your strength. As long as we unite, ruling the evil clan will be just around the corner. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Now he really admired Jiang Qin. He considered himself a rare genius, but compared to Jiang Qin, his talent was nothing because when he was at Jiang Qin's cultivation base, he was totally not on the same level as Jiang Qin. After seeing the current Jiang Qin, he was suddenly full of confidence in ruling the evil clan. Given his strength and Jiang Qin's special means to restrain the evil clan, perhaps this day wouldn't be too far away. It's great that the evil clan is going to be restless. I was worried that I would have nothing to do after coming back. Jiang Qin smiled. The purpose of his return to Evil Abyss was for the sake of the evil clan. The Zulong Tower had already reached the 24th level. The demonic devils of the evil clan were the nourishment of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin wanted to condense the Zulong Tower to the 33rd level as soon as possible so that he could unlock the true secret and power of Zulong Tower. At that time, he would be able to bring greater benefits to himself. And Brother Jiang has just returned. Go and have a rest first. As for the matter of the evil clan, we'll talk about it later. Yang Bufan said. All right. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Yang Bufan once more, then left the meeting hall with the Huang Dog and Tyrant. At this time, the higher-ups of Evil City had a very good impression of Jiang Qin. At the beginning, they did feel jealous of Jiang Qin and were very dissatisfied with him. After all, those who could talk to the evil lord here were all late golden immortal experts. Only Jiang Qin was a small shrimp. But now, this small shrimp had grown so fast that they had a whole new level of respect for him. More importantly, the fact that Jiang Qin stood up for them had warmed their hearts. Especially the two who questioned Yang Bufan just now. They knew very well that if it wasn't for Jiang Qin's timely appearance, they would have been severely punished even if they didn't die. In an elegant courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the three brothers gathered together. Tell me quickly, what kind of motherfucking luck did you have this time? What kind of great benefit did you get that allowed you to advance so many levels? As soon as they entered the courtyard, the Huang Dog couldn't wait to ask. Tyrant beside him was also incomparably interested. After all, Jiang Qin's progress was just too great. If it wasn't for the great benefit, it would be impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. De Huang, have you heard of Great Sovereign Zhang Xian and Immortal Execution King? Jiang Qin's tone suddenly turned solemn. It was impossible for him to forget about Yan Xinyu. Upon hearing these two names, De Huang Dog's body shook visibly. His eyes flickered with trembling light, but he concealed it very quickly. Even Jiang Qin didn't notice it. I do know a little about the immortal world but not the ethereal immortal domain. However, the two immortal emperors, Great Sovereign Zhang Xian and Immortal Execution King, are almost known by everyone. Why do you suddenly ask about them? De Huang Dog asked curiously. An ancient tomb has been opened in One-Line Sky. I saw the immortal burying coffin and the immortal execution order inside. Jiang Qin said. What? The immortal burying coffin is the natal magic treasure of Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. It's a powerful weapon of a great sovereign. Why would it appear in an ancient tomb? And why would the immortal execution order appear in One-Line Sky? Could it be that Great Sovereign Zhang Xian has fallen? Even if he has fallen, he wouldn't leave his tomb in such a small place like One-Line Sky. De Huang Dog was extremely shocked. Look. Jiang Qin turned his palm and the immortal execution order appeared. Upon seeing the immortal execution order, the expression in De Huang Dog's eyes became more complicated, as though he was very familiar with this token. It's really the immortal execution order. De Huang Dog said plainly. Great Sovereign Zhang Xian isn't dead. There's a female corpse lying in the immortal burying coffin. She looks exactly like Xiaoyu. I don't know if she's Xiaoyu or not, but I'm sure that she's related to Xiaoyu because no one could get close to the immortal burying coffin and get the immortal execution order except for me. Jiang Qin told them about what happened in the ancient tomb. He had nothing to hide from De Huang Dog and Tyrant. How is this possible? Xiaoyu is a native of Saint Origin World and she's alive and well. How could she appear in an ancient tomb and lie in a great sovereign weapon? Tyrant was shocked. Anyone would be shocked by such a thing. Jiang Qin's shock wasn't any less than theirs. Xiaoyu? How could this be related to Xiaoyu? De Huang Dog knitted his brows and murmured to himself. His expression was somewhat abnormal. Chapter 1319. De Huang Dog fell into deep thought. He was unprecedentedly quiet. Jiang Qin and Tyrant had never seen him like this before. De Huang Dog had always given people the impression that he was a cheeky and cheerful person. However, Jiang Qin could imagine that De Huang Dog's current behavior must have something to do with the immortal execution order. Xiao Yu has the 9 meridians and is the inheritor of the ice god. Could it be related to that baby girl? De Huang Dog murmured. He seemed to know a lot of things. He suddenly became mysterious. Big Yellow, I know you have some secrets on you. You didn't tell me because it's not time yet. But now Little Yu is involved in this matter. If you know something, I hope you can tell me. Jiang Qin came to De Huang Dog and spoke in a solemn tone. He had never asked about De Huang Dog's secrets. Ever since he came into contact with De Huang Dog had shown that he was an extraordinary dog. Especially after they arrived in the immortal world, this dog knew too many things. Although he rarely talked about it, Jiang Qin was smart enough to sense it. Upon hearing that, De Huang Dog turned to look at Jiang Qin and Tyrant. His eyes also turned solemn and serious. Jiang Qin and Tyrant had never seen such a gaze before. Just a single gaze was enough to make them feel that De Huang Dog had suddenly become unfathomable. Little Qinzi, Tyrant, I'll tell you my secret sooner or later, but now is not the time. It's not necessarily a good thing for you to know too much. As for why Xiao Yu appeared in the immortal burying coffin, I can tell you that great sovereign Zhang Xian and the immortal execution king are sworn brothers. So it's not strange for the immortal burying coffin and the immortal execution order to be together. I believe no one in the immortal world will find it strange. As for Xiao Yu, I guess it's related to the daughter of the immortal execution king, said De Huang Dog. The daughter of the immortal execution king? The daughter of King Immortal Slayer? Jiang Qin and Tyrant exclaimed at the same time. No matter how hard they racked their brains, it was impossible for them to connect Yan Xinyu with the daughter of the Immortal Slayer King. That's right. The Immortal Slayer King had a daughter who also had an ice-cold constitution. I don't know what happened, but if the female corpse in the immortal burying coffin is exactly the same as Little Yu, it's very likely related to the Immortal Slayer King's daughter. De Huang Dog said. Originally he wouldn't tell Jiang Qin about these secrets, but now that Yan Xinyu was involved, he recalled the past. Does Immortal Slayer King's daughter look exactly like Little Yu? Jiang Qin asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. I don't know. De Huang Dog shook his head. There were some things that he didn't know how to answer, but he really didn't know the answer to Jiang Qin's question. When he first saw the Immortal Slayer King's daughter, she was just a newborn. As for what happened later, everything changed. That was the only time De Huang Dog saw a baby girl. He only knew that the baby girl also had an ice-cold constitution. As for whether the baby girl would look exactly like Yan Xinyu when she grew up, he really didn't know. Little Qinzi, listen to me. Don't think about this for the time being. If Little Yu is really related to the Immortal Slayer King's daughter, then you don't have to worry at all. With the means of the Immortal Slayer King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian, Little Yu will be fine. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve your cultivation. As long as your cultivation reaches the level of the Great Sovereign Zhang Xian and the Immortal Slayer King, some secrets will be unraveled. You just need to believe that Little Yu isn't in danger, said De Huang Dog. He didn't want Jiang Qin to put too much thought into this. The immortal world was very vast. One-line sky was just a small place. Jiang Qin's cultivation was still far from reaching that level. As for the great sovereign Zhang Xian and the Immortal Slayer King, they weren't existences that Jiang Qin could consider at the moment. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Jiang Qin sighed and nodded. He had a firm mind. He knew that what De Huang Dog said was right. Whether it was De Huang Dog's secret or Yan Xinyu's secret, it wasn't something that he could touch at the moment because he was still too weak. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation. Only when he reached that level would he be able to reach the pinnacle of the immortal world. That's right, Little Qinzi. De Huang is right. Our current cultivation is still too weak. We can't touch that level at all. Let Little Yu's secret be a secret for now. As long as we stand at the pinnacle of this world one day, all the secrets will naturally be unraveled. Tyrant patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder. And Jiang Qin nodded and kept the immortal execution order. Rumor had it that the person who obtained the immortal execution order could use it to look for the immortal execution king and make a request to the immortal execution king. However, Jiang Chen was prepared to seal the immortal execution order and put it in the Zulong Tower. To Jiang Chen, the immortal execution order was just a clue to find Yan Qinyu in the future. He didn't need to beg anyone for help in his path of growth. Moreover, with his current cultivation, even if he used the immortal execution order to look for the immortal execution king, he was afraid that he would be looked down upon by the immortal execution king. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted. As for the secret of De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen and Tyrant wisely chose not to ask about it. They already understood that this dog was very unusual. He might even be the reincarnation of some almighty being in the immortal world. But to them this wasn't important. They didn't care about De Huang Dog's identity or secret. The brotherhood between them and De Huang Dog would never change. De Huang, guess what treasure I found in the ancient tomb this time? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog with a slight smile. Since Yan Qinyu's matter couldn't be solved for the time being, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Moreover, De Huang Dog had told him that Yan Qinyu's existence was very likely related to the immortal execution king's daughter. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to return to normal and work hard to improve his cultivation. What treasure? De Huang Dog's ears quivered and his eyes sparkled. He hated hearing the word treasure the most. This word was too attractive to him. Moreover, this treasure was mentioned by Jiang Chen on his own initiative. It must be something good. Look. As Jiang Chen spoke, he flipped his palm and the broken sword suddenly appeared. The broken sword was branded with the word, Immortal Execution. The aura it emitted was exactly the same as the 3 broken swords in De Huang Dog's hands. Obviously they were one. This is the main sword. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely excited. This broken sword should be one with the 3 swords in your hands, right? It's just like my heavenly saint sword in the past. Jiang Chen asked. That's right. This is the Immortal Execution Sword, the magic treasure of the Immortal Execution King. It's a great emperor's weapon. The 4 broken swords were floating together, dancing back and forth in front of De Huang Dog. They seemed to be very happy. Even though the Immortal Execution Sword had sensed De Huang Dog's qi, the Immortal Execution Sword didn't show any signs of rejection. Instead, a kind of excitement came out from the Immortal Execution Sword. The first step of fusing with the broken swords was to smelt them and fuse them into new combat weapons, but given De Huang Dog's current strength, it was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to smelt a great sovereign weapon. It was basically impossible even for a mighty immortal emperor to smelt a great sovereign weapon. However, judging from the look of De Huang Dog, he didn't have the intention to smelt them. He must have some other means. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was the essence of blood, the essence of a divine beast. It wasn't as simple as ordinary blood. After spurting out so much essence blood, De Huang Dog's spirit began to wane. No one would be able to bear the loss of so much essence blood all at once except for De Huang Dog. If it was someone else, perhaps that person would have fainted on the spot. De Huang Dog's essence blood fell on the broken swords of the Immortal Execution Sword. Immediately, the 4 broken swords, including the main sword, began to move restlessly. Sounds of chi-chi were heard coming from the surface of the broken swords. Each of the broken swords was absorbing the essence blood joyfully, as though they had received tremendous nourishment. This was the essence blood of a divine beast, dragon horse. It was imaginable how precious it was. After the broken swords absorbed the essence blood, they began to fuse automatically. On the surface of the 4 broken swords, blood-red chi waves rolled, forming a blood-red cocoon. Buzz. An intense buzzing sound came from the cocoon, emitting a majestic and powerful ancient power. Under the influence of this power, Jiang Chen and Tyrant's facial expression changed. The scariness of the power was only secondary. The key was the pressure it carried. The pressure of a great sovereign wasn't something that anyone could withstand. What kind of secret does De Huang have? His essence blood can actually reforge the Immortal Execution Sword. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Tyrant was shocked. All of a sudden he felt that De Huang Dog was getting more and more mysterious. Did you feel it? In the Immortal Execution Sword, there is an aura that is similar to De Huang's. Although this aura isn't very strong, it does exist. This aura is the same as mine in the Heavenly Saint Sword. Therefore, the Immortal Execution Sword was directly recognized by De Huang. Moreover, De Huang knows how to restore the Immortal Execution Sword. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had observed very carefully. Chapter 1321. De Huang Dog's performance was extremely miraculous. Jiang Chen was almost certain that De Huang Dog must have some connection with the immortal Slayer King. Otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. The immortal execution sword was the immortal Slayer King's natal weapon, but now, it was intimate with De Huang Dog. Moreover, when Jiang Chen obtained the broken immortal execution sword, he couldn't even activate the slightest power of the broken sword. He almost threw it away like a piece of scrap iron. However, De Huang Dog could exert its power and use the broken sword to save his life. At that time, Jiang Chen didn't know why De Huang Dog could exert the power of the broken sword. He simply thought that it was related to De Huang Dog's bloodline. Now he finally understood a little. However, it was also because of this understanding that Jiang Chen was more interested in De Huang Dog's secret. De Huang Dog's expression was incomparably solemn. He kept making mysterious seals with his hands. Even Jiang Chen couldn't understand these seals. However, De Huang Dog was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. Therefore, it was normal for him to use various ancient techniques. Recasting the immortal execution sword was in itself a very remarkable act. If outsiders knew what De Huang Dog was doing at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. Moreover, once the new immortal execution sword was born, it would probably cause a commotion. After all, even if it was reforged, it would still be an emperor weapon. Similarly, recasting the immortal execution sword was also a very arduous and tiring process. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood essence, De Huang Dog's spirit had become a little sluggish. Now, as the immortal execution sword continued to condense, De Huang Dog's consumption was also increasing. His body began to show signs of trembling. De Huang seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Should we help him? Tyrant asked worriedly. There's no need. Since De Huang dares to make a move, it means that he himself has a certain degree of confidence. We don't have to worry at all. Moreover, if we make a move, our external power might very well cause the celestial execution sword to backfire and not be accepted by the celestial execution sword. That would backfire and truly harm De Huang. Jiang Chen shook his head. The most fundamental reason why the immortal eradication sword could be reforged was because De Huang had obtained the immortal vermilion sword's approval. Once his and Tyrant's energies were added into the sword, they would be repelled by the immortal eradication sword. The consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, not only would the immortal eradication sword be unable to be reforged, De Huang Dog would also be severely injured by the backlash. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, he would have made a huge mistake. The process of De Huang Dog recasting the immortal eradication sword lasted for half an hour. At this time, De Huang Dog was already lying on the ground in exhaustion. However, he still persisted. The blood-red cocoon outside the immortal eradication sword had disappeared. All the blood essence that De Huang Dog spat out had also been completely absorbed by the immortal eradication sword. Swoosh. At this time, the immortal eradication sword suddenly let out a whistling sound. At the same time, it emitted a powerful energy pressure. A crystal-clear longsword was floating back and forth in the sky. The longsword was branded with ancient imprints. With just a glance, one could tell that it was a peerless divine sword. The previous feeling of scrap metal was gone. What a powerful sword chi. It's indeed an emperor weapon. Tyrant was astonished. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the immortal eradication sword. He was deeply impressed by such a mystical sword. However, both of them understood that even if they obtained the immortal eradication sword, they wouldn't be able to display the slightest power of the immortal eradication sword. After all, the immortal eradication sword was the weapon of a great emperor. It had spirituality. Without its approval, it wouldn't be able to display its power. The immortal eradication sword was incomparably divine, especially the two ancient words immortal eradication, engraved on its surface. It fully displayed the value of the immortal eradication sword. After recasting the immortal eradication sword, De Huang Dog was completely exhausted. Jiang Chen and Tyrant hurriedly went forward and prepared to help De Huang Dog up. Don't come over. Master Dog's opportunity has just arrived. De Huang Dog said hastily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Tyrant stopped and retreated. At this time, the immortal eradication sword automatically floated to the top of De Huang Dog's head. Rays of sparkling light poured down from the immortal eradication sword and fell into De Huang Dog's body like a drizzle. With the replenishment of the light, De Huang Dog's body suddenly shook. His aura began to rise and his previous sluggish state began to recover rapidly. What's that? Tyrant was surprised. I know. That's the essence of the immortal eradication sword. After obtaining De Huang's blood essence, the immortal eradication sword has completely acknowledged De Huang and stimulated the hidden essence inside the sword. Damn it. This is indeed a great opportunity. This essence is too precious. Moreover, it is connected to the origin of De Huang. After De Huang absorbs this essence, his cultivation base will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. I wonder what kind of terrifying level he will advance to. Jiang Qin was amazed. He deeply felt that De Huang Dog's opportunity was extraordinary. The essence of the immortal eradication sword automatically entered De Huang Dog's body. No one else could have such luck. If it was someone else, they would be envious of him. Damn it. This dog is really ferocious. I have a feeling that this guy was originally a powerful existence in the immortal world. He might have reincarnated into Saint Origin World. Now that he has returned to the immortal world and obtained the approval of the immortal eradication sword, his future progress will be smooth sailing, said Tyrant. No matter what kind of identity De Huang Dog had, and no matter what kind of secret De Huang Dog had as a brother, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw that De Huang Dog had such great luck. Jiang Qin and Tyrant looked incomparably nervous. Their eyes were staring at De Huang Dog without blinking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As more and more light rays shone down from the immortal eradication sword and entered De Huang's body, De Huang's chi became stronger and stronger. Chapter 1322. De Huang Dog's cultivation base could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Judging from his momentum, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. Although Jiang Qin and Tyrant were surprised by this, they felt that it was a very normal thing. After all, De Huang Dog's identity was different. He knew a lot of ancient secret techniques. He was also a divine beast with the bloodline of a dragon horse. In addition, the essence that came out from the immortal execution sword was the essence of a great emperor's weapon. It could be said to be the essence of a great emperor. Such essence wasn't comparable to any ordinary treasure. In other words, although De Huang Dog didn't follow them to the ancient tomb, he was the one who obtained the biggest benefit. No treasure could be compared to the reforged immortal execution sword, not to mention the essence of the immortal execution sword. Finally, along with a crisp sound, streams of chi of nothingness began to emerge from the surface of De Huang Dog's body. That was the chi of a grand luo, the taste of a grand luo, the feeling of a true golden immortal. At this moment, De Huang Dog finally made a breakthrough, successfully breaking through to the true golden immortal realm. After advancing to the early golden immortal realm, De Huang Dog's chi didn't stop rising. After all, the chi of essence in the immortal execution sword was too strong. Driven by this kind of essence, De Huang Dog's chi continued to rise. Very soon, De Huang Dog's chi reached the peak of the early golden immortal realm. He was about to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm. If outsiders were to see such a terrifying advancement speed, they would surely be shocked out of their wits. What kind of realm was the golden immortal realm? It was the realm where one could comprehend the profound meaning of Grand Luo. It was a realm that countless immortals had been dreaming of for a long time. Countless people were stuck at the half-step golden immortal realm for their entire lives, unable to take another step forward. However, not only did De Huang Dog break through, but he was also going to advance to the intermediate golden immortal realm. It's not a good thing for De Huang to advance so rashly, Tyrant said with a frown. There was some worry in his tone. That's right. The essence chi in the immortal execution sword is truly too ferocious. According to the condition of the essence, it wouldn't be a problem for De Huang to break through to the immortal king realm. However, De Huang's current physique isn't strong enough to withstand the impact of the essence chi. His fleshly body won't be able to bear the burden of the immortal king realm. We have to make him stop immediately. Otherwise, although his cultivation base will rise, his foundation will be destroyed. This will be extremely disadvantageous to his future cultivation. Jiang Qin nodded. He felt that what Tyrant said was very reasonable. Demonic beasts and humans were the same. Cultivation wasn't only about cultivation base, but also about the carrier. Without the carrier, everything would be in vain. Although De Huang Dog's current body was very strong, it was obvious that it wasn't strong enough to support the immortal king realm. Therefore, if he advanced recklessly like this, although he could temporarily obtain great power in cultivation base, it would be quite disadvantageous to his future cultivation. It was very likely that he would touch his foundation, causing his cultivation base to stagnate at the Immortal King realm, unable to advance further in the future. It wasn't that such a situation didn't exist. In fact, there were quite a number of people who, in order to be greedy, consumed pills to advance their cultivation base. Although they could obtain great power and energy in a short period of time, their entire life would be ruined, and their path of cultivation would be halted there. This was also the reason why, although Jiang was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he couldn't use it to advance rapidly. It was because of the problem of his foundation. De Huang, stop it now. When Jiang saw that De Huang Dog was about to lose himself in the carefree state of advancement, he immediately shouted at De Huang Dog, trying to wake him up. Hearing Jiang shout, De Huang Dog's body shook, and hastily recovered from the previous state. At this time, his cultivation base was about to break through to the intermediate golden immortal realm, but was stopped by De Huang Dog's shout. De Huang Dog's forehead was full of sweat, suppressing the large amount of remaining essence in his body. He raised his head and looked at Jiang, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Motherfucker, I almost made a mistake that would lead to everlasting sorrow. I never thought that there would be a time when Master Dog couldn't control himself. Little Chinzi, if you didn't wake me up in time, it would have been a big mistake. De Huang Dog stepped forward and patted De Huang's head. Don't be greedy. You have already gained great benefits this time. Plus, the essence from the immortal execution sword is still hidden in your body. You can slowly refine them in the future. These essences are enough for you to break through the two Immortal King realm in a very short period of time, and reach a higher cultivation base. Given your current strength, it won't be a problem for you to kill an intermediate golden immortal. I'm afraid that even an ordinary late golden immortal won't be a match for you. Seeing De Huang Dog's tremendous progress, Jiang was naturally overjoyed. All along, De Huang Dog had been his greatest help. Now that De Huang Dog had advanced to such a terrifying level, it would be of greater help to Jiang. Both Jiang and De Huang Dog had made great progress, which made Jiang more confident. The distance between him and Tianmuyun was getting closer and closer. It wouldn't be long before he had a showdown with Tianmuyun. You're right. With Master Dog's current cultivation base, ordinary late golden immortal experts are no match for me. It's not a problem for me to kill a late golden immortal. Only half-step immortal king experts can suppress me. De Huang Dog was very pleased with himself. He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal execution sword. Ja. If I use all my strength to wield the immortal execution sword, I'm afraid that even a half-step immortal king expert would be defeated. The immortal execution sword is a powerful emperor weapon, but it's better not to wield such a treasure easily. After all, with your current cultivation base, even if you can control the immortal execution sword and exert some of its power, the price you have to pay is not small. Plus, if an emperor weapon is revealed casually, it will easily attract a fatal disaster. Chapter 1323. What's this? Tyrant's eyes were fixed on the regenerative lotus. Although he didn't know what kind of treasure it was, he could tell that it wasn't an ordinary leaf from the chi it emitted. Also, since it was collected by Jiang, it was bound to be a good item. Tyrant's eyes fell on the regenerative lotus. This is the lotus leaf of the regenerative lotus. Back then, Yan's arm was cut off by someone. We risked our lives to obtain the regenerative lotus. After the lotus heart was refined by Yan, the severed arm was regrown. Now there aren't many lotus leaves left. If you refine this one, your cultivation base will surely reach the half-step golden immortal realm. With the cultivation base of a half-step golden immortal and the edifying light, you will be unstoppable in evil abyss. Jiang said and passed the leaf of the regenerative lotus to Tyrant. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Tyrant nodded and received the lotus leaf. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. Immediately he returned to his room to refine the lotus leaf. Tyrant understood that only by improving his cultivation base could he be of use to Jiang. At least he couldn't become a burden to Jiang. In the following time, Jiang also chose to go into seclusion. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient tomb and needed some time to digest it. As for the things happening in Evil Abyss, Jiang didn't care about them for the time being. Although the demonic devils of the evil clan were causing a ruckus, he was sure that he could handle them. After all, it wouldn't be a short time before an all-out war broke out. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang, De Huang Dog and Tyrant didn't even leave their courtyard during these 3 days. It could be said that it was very peaceful inside, but the outside world wasn't peaceful at all. Because Jiang Qin had killed too many demonic devils last time, it had alarmed the higher-ups of the evil clan. Therefore they launched a bloody revenge this time. During these 3 days, a large number of demonic devils appeared in many cities. The evil abyss had also fallen into true chaos. The chaos seemed to have just begun and would only get worse. Apart from the chaos in evil abyss, One Line Sky wasn't peaceful either. The experts of Xianyang School, Huangfu Clan and Yun Clan had appeared everywhere in One Line Sky. All the affiliated forces of the 3 major powers had also been mobilized. It seemed that they were determined to dig Jiang Qin out of One Line Sky. However, Jiang Qin vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the ground. Not even a trace of his aura was left behind. During these 3 days, the 3 major powers had searched the entire One Line Sky, but they couldn't find any clues related to Jiang Qin. Finally, the 3 major powers locked onto Tianyun Pavilion. Outside the Tianyun Pavilion, all the golden immortal experts of the 3 major powers had appeared, blocking the sky above the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. This was the first time in the history of One Line Sky that the 3 major powers had joined forces. In these 3 days we have almost turned the entire One Line Sky upside down, but we still couldn't find that little bastard. The only explanation now is that he's hiding in Tianyun Pavilion. The sect lord of Shenyang School, Dugusheng, said. That's right. It seems like we've been deceived by Tian Muyun from the beginning. I'm now sure that Tian Muyun didn't send Jiang Qin to Evil Abyss at all. He just wanted to buy time for Jiang Qin. Wangfu Yaotian said Lung Lung. If Tian Muyun doesn't hand over Jiang Qin today, we won't let this matter rest. Yun Zhanghe had a murderous look on his face. The experts of the 3 major powers were now almost certain of one thing. Everything regarding Jiang Qin was caused by Tian Muyun behind the scenes. This was the most reasonable and only explanation. However, they had wronged Tian Muyun. Little did they know that Tian Muyun was currently in a very bad mood. Jiang Qin was indeed a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, but Tian Muyun didn't really like this disciple. Tian Muyun, stop pretending. Come out now. Dugu Xing shouted at the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. The shout was filled with qi. The sound waves spread out, rippling layer by layer, reverberating in the sky above the mountain. Many disciples in Tianyun Pavilion couldn't withstand this shout, their faces turned pale. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Following Dugu Xing's shout, a number of tyrannical figures rushed out from Tianyun Pavilion. They were all golden immortal experts, the true higher-ups of Tianyun Pavilion. However, the one leading them wasn't Tian Muyun, but Taoist Yufeng. Taoist Yufeng looked like an immortal, giving people a very kind feeling, but at this moment, his brows were slightly knitted. Now that Tian Muyun was in seclusion to break through to the higher realm of Immortal King, all the affairs of the sect fell on his shoulders. This was the first time he encountered a situation where the experts of the 3 major powers came at the same time. 6 of the one-line 8 immortals had come. It was impossible for Taoist Yufeng to not feel any pressure. I wonder why all of you have come to my Tianyun Pavilion in such an imposing manner? Taoist Yufeng said calmly. Although such a situation made him feel pressured, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic. This was the demeanor of a half-step immortal king, which ordinary people couldn't reach. Taoist Yufeng let Tian Muyun come out. Yun Zhanghe said loudly. That's right. Tian Muyun has deceived us. He must give us an explanation today. Dugu Xing said in an old voice. This old Taoist doesn't know what you are talking about. Taoist Yufeng said with a frown, but he knew very well why the other party had come. Yufeng, stop pretending. Hand over Jiang Qin. Hand over Jiang Qin and we'll forget about Tian Muyun's matter. Huangfu Yaotian said loudly. Tianji Zi stood behind Taoist Yufeng, feeling pleased with himself. This kid is really powerful. Even the experts of the 3 major powers couldn't find him. Tianji Zi felt incomparably proud. He didn't care how much trouble his good disciple had caused. He only felt that his disciple was too amazing. As a matter of fact, what Jiang Qin had done was indeed amazing. Jiang Qin isn't in Tianyun Pavilion. Aren't you all looking for him everywhere? We've been looking for him as well, but unfortunately he hasn't shown up. Taoist Yufeng said. What he said was the truth. There wasn't a single lie in his words, because it was true that Jiang Qin wasn't in Tianyun Pavilion. If Jiang Qin was in Tianyun Pavilion, given Taoist Yufeng's identity, he would surely know that Jiang Qin was here. He hadn't paid special attention to this disciple before, but now he had no choice but to do so. This genius disciple that emerged out of nowhere had almost poked a hole in the sky of One Line Sky. Chapter 1324. After listening to Taoist Yufeng's words, the experts of the three major powers snorted disdainfully. Obviously, they had already expected such an answer and knew that it was just a one-sided statement from Tianyun Pavilion. They were now certain that Jiang Chen was in Tianyun Pavilion. Taoist Yufeng, don't talk nonsense here. If you don't hand over Jiang Chen today, we will not let this matter rest. You and Tianmuyun better think it through. Is it worth it to become the enemy of the three major powers or even start a war with a puny Jiang Chen? I don't think such an outcome is what you want, said Huangfu Yaotian with a threatening tone. Huangfu Yaotian said with a threatening tone. Before the experts of the three major powers came here today, they had the determination to kill Jiang Chen. They wouldn't stop until they saw Jiang Chen. Through the incident in the ancient tomb, they had understood one thing very clearly: Jiang Chen's harmfulness. He was a monstrous genius whose speed of growth was far beyond their imagination. They must not give Jiang Chen any more time to grow. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would become a great threat to the three major powers. Taoist Yufeng, if we incur the wrath of the three major powers for a puny Jiang Chen, it will be very disadvantageous to our Tianyun Pavilion. Yang Shu spoke. He had been searching for Jiang Chen all this time, but there was no sign of Jiang Chen. Even now, he was doubting Tianmuyun's decision. His current thought was the same as the three major powers. He believed that Jiang Chen had not been sent to the Nifa's abyss by Tianmuyun. He even believed that Jiang Chen was hiding in Tianyun Pavilion. Although he didn't know where Jiang Chen was hiding, he believed that Taoist Yufeng would know. Yang Shu, what do you mean? Taoist Yufeng knitted his brows. He was a straightforward person, but Yang Shu was a scheming person. Taoist Yufeng had always disliked this trait of Yang Shu. Compared to those high-level elders in Tianyun Pavilion, Taoist Yufeng preferred Tianjizi. Humph. Elder Yang means that Jiang Chen is now hiding in Tianyun Pavilion, and he wants us to hand him over in exchange for peace in Tianyun Pavilion. Yang Shu, you're getting bolder and bolder. Now you even dare to suspect the sect leader and the Taoist priest. As Jiang Chen's master, I didn't even know that he was in Tianyun Pavilion. Moreover, I saw the sect leader send Jiang Chen into the evil abyss with my own eyes. This can't be fake. Tianjizi snorted coldly. He and Yang Shu had never been on good terms, so he naturally had to speak up at this time. Three sect masters, I know how you feel right now, but I, Taoist Yufeng, guarantee with my integrity that Jiang Chen is not in Tianyun Pavilion. Taoist Yufeng said impatiently. If it was any other time, given his arrogance, he wouldn't be bothered to stand here and explain to them, but now that the other three major forces had joined forces, they had become a potential threat to Tianyun Pavilion. He had no choice but to be patient. Big brother, Taoist Yufeng's character is still acceptable. Could it be that Jiang Chen is really not in Tianyun Pavilion? The great elder of Yun family Yun Zhonglong said in a low voice. Although the one-line 8 immortals were constantly fighting against each other, the others also admired Taoist Yufeng's character very much. Even though he was their enemy, they couldn't say that Taoist Yufeng's character was bad. Now that Taoist Yufeng had used his integrity as a guarantee, it had shaken their previous thoughts. Even if Taoist Yufeng's character is trustworthy, Tianmuyun can't be trusted. If Tianmuyun is bent on hiding Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that Taoist Yufeng might not know about it. Wang Fukun said. Taoist Yufeng, since you have used your integrity as a guarantee, did you personally witness Tianmuyun sending Jiang Chen into the evil abyss? Huangfu Yaotian asked Taoist Yufeng. Hearing this, Taoist Yufeng couldn't help but frown. Back then, when Tianmuyun sent Jiang Chen into the evil abyss, he was indeed not there. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but Tianjizi did. You all should believe his words. Taoist Yufeng said. If it was in the past, we would naturally believe it, but now Tianjizi's identity is different. He is Jiang Chen's master. How can we believe his words? So, let Tianmuyun explain it to us personally. Duguxing said loudly. As a matter of fact, the experts of the three major powers had begun to feel anxious. They hadn't found Jiang Chen for 3 days. If Jiang Chen wasn't in Tianyun Pavilion, it could only mean that Jiang Chen had concealed himself very well. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would be too terrifying. Moreover, Jiang Chen's growth was too fast. They couldn't help but feel a trace of fear for the future. They were almost certain that if Jiang Chen was allowed to grow, what awaited them would be destruction, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. As soon as Dugusheng's voice faded, a tyrannical qi suddenly rose from the interior of Tianyun Pavilion. This qi was very huge. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then a silhouette flashed out of the qi. It was a young man with a jade-like complexion and very handsome. In the entire one-line sky, Only Tianmuyun could possess such a powerful qi and cultivation base at such a young age. Tianmuyun appeared. His speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he had already arrived outside the mountain gate. Seeing the current Tianmuyun, Dugusheng and the others couldn't help but frown. As they were all half-step Immortal King experts, their senses were incomparably sharp. They could feel that the current Tianmuyun was a little stronger than 3 days ago. Although it was only a little, it was still very powerful. This bastard has become more powerful. The great experts murmured in their hearts. The existence of Tianmuyun was already a threat to them. The current Tianmuyun was much stronger than before, which made them feel a little uneasy. If there was another Jiangqin, how could they survive? Sooner or later, One Line Sky would belong to Tianyun Pavilion. The only thing that comforted them now was that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak and Tianmuyun had yet to advance to the true Immortal King realm. After all, it wasn't that easy to break through to the Immortal King realm. These old men had been stuck in the half-step Immortal King realm for quite some time. They knew very well how difficult it was to break through this hurdle. Everyone, Jiang Qin isn't in Tianyun Pavilion. Tianmuyun spoke as soon as he arrived. Said Tianmuyun. He was not a fool. He knew why the other party had come. His face was extremely unsightly. Only he knew why he was in a bad mood. It was because he felt so wrong that he had the urge to vomit blood. Ah, Tianmuyun, do you still want to deceive us? All of this is just your plot. If you don't hand over Jiang Qin today, we won't let you go. Chapter 1325. Humph. Dugusheng, believe it or not, I'm also looking for Jiang Qin to expel him from Tianyun Pavilion, said Tianmuyun in a clear voice. Tianmuyun spoke in a loud and clear voice. His words immediately caused an uproar, especially in the inner circle of Skycloud Pavilion. No one had thought that Tianmuyun would suddenly make such a decision. Even the people of the 3 major powers were stunned. Tianmuyun was the master of Skycloud Pavilion. Logically speaking, he should treasure a genius like Jiang Qin very much. How could he expel Jiang Qin? May I know why Sect Master wants to expel Jiang Qin from the sect? Tinjizi asked with a frown. He was a straightforward person. If there was anything he was dissatisfied with, he would say it out loud. Not to mention Tianmuyun, even if it was Ouyang he would also speak out his dissatisfaction on the spot. Tinjizi knew that Jiang Qin hadn't made any big mistakes. Back then, Tianmuyun had already sent him to the evil abyss as the biggest punishment. Now Tianmuyun wanted to expel his beloved disciple. How could Tinjizi accept this? That day I sent him to the evil abyss to train, but instead of training properly he came back to stir up trouble. Now he has caused such a big trouble in the ancient tomb, but he doesn't even want to return to the sect. Not to mention your master, he doesn't even put me, the sect master, in his eyes. Such an arrogant and disrespectful son will only bring disaster if he stays. Therefore today I've decided to expel Jiang Qin from Tianyun Pavilion. From now on, Jiang Qin will have nothing to do with Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmuyun said loudly. There were 2 reasons why he did this. First, he wanted to draw a clear line between Jiang Qin and Tianyun Pavilion, temporarily relieving the pressure that the 3 major powers brought to Tianyun Pavilion. After all, what Tianmuyun lacked the most right now was time. As long as he was given enough time, advancing to the Immortal King realm wouldn't be a problem. The other reason was that Tianmuyun really hated Jiang Qin. They could guess the first reason, but they couldn't guess the second one. As soon as Tianmuyun's voice fell, it caused a commotion in the Tianyun Pavilion camp, especially many core disciples and inner disciples who had been watching. This trip to the ancient tomb had left a very deep and good impression on them, especially those who had been saved by Jiang Qin. They were very grateful to Jiang Qin. Tianmuyun's action made them feel very unfair. In any case, Jiang Qin had gained face for Tianyun Pavilion during this trip to the ancient tomb. How could this be? Why did the sect leader expel senior brother Jiang from the sect? Senior brother Jiang didn't seem to have done anything wrong, right? The sect master sent him into the Nifa's abyss, but he walked out with his own abilities. Senior brother Jiang didn't come back because he didn't want to cause any trouble for the sect. I didn't expect that senior brother Jiang's good intentions would end up like this. Can't you all see it? Sect leader is afraid. He's afraid that the 3 major powers will join forces against him. That's why he wants to draw a clear line with Jiang Qin, but this action is really disappointing. Tianmuyun is, after all, a top-notch genius in One Line Sky. What he did is equivalent to admitting that he's inferior to the 3 major powers. It's really disappointing to expel him. Senior brother Jiang didn't do anything wrong. At this time he should be protected by the sect. I didn't expect the sect leader to do this. He might be afraid of the three major powers, but we aren't. If this matter is spread out, it will make Tianyun Pavilion look down on the other three major powers. We won't be able to lift our heads high in the future. Tian Muyun's decision had undoubtedly aroused a series of dissatisfaction among the disciples. This dissatisfaction was not only because Tian Muyun wanted to compromise with the three major powers, but also because Jiang Chen's position had taken root in their hearts. In their hearts, Jiang Chen had long been their pride. So much so that the pride of Tianyun Pavilion was no longer Tian Muyun, but Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was their idol, an existence they admired. Now that their idol was being wronged, they naturally felt uncomfortable. The reaction of the disciples made Tian Muyun even angrier. He felt that his position in Tianyun Pavilion had been shaken by a guy who had just arrived not too long ago. From then on, Tian Muyun's impression of Jiang Chen changed from disgust to hatred. It wasn't just the disciples who were dissatisfied with Tian Muyun's decision. Even the higher-ups felt that Tian Muyun had gone too far. Taoist Yufeng's face turned ugly, but he was the only one who could speak at this time. Sect leader, please reconsider. Taoist Yufeng dissuaded. Yufeng, this has nothing to do with you. I will never take back my decision. Tian Muyun waved his hand, not giving any face to Taoist Yufeng. Seeing this, the others kept quiet. Tianjizi's face was incomparably gloomy. Anger was written all over his face, but he knew that he couldn't change Tian Muyun's decision. In fact, he already knew that the reason why Tian Muyun hated Jiang Chen was that Jiang Chen was too outstanding, so outstanding that even Tian Muyun was jealous of him. Tian Muyun, even if you have expelled Jiang Chen from Tianyun Pavilion, even if Jiang Chen is definitely not in Tianyun Pavilion now, we must not let this matter go. Wang Fu Yaotian said. Oh? Then what do you want? Jiang Chen is not here. If you insist on taking him, I can't take him out. But don't think that I, Tian Muyun, am really afraid of you. Even if the three of you join forces, I, Tian Muyun, am not afraid of you. Tian Muyun's face was indifferent. It could be seen that he was very confident in his words. With his current ability, he wouldn't be afraid of them. Tian Muyun, we must get rid of Jiang Chen. This little bastard killed my son. We must avenge him. Even if he's not in Tianyun Pavilion, we must find a way to lure him out. In Zhonghe said. How? Tian Muyun asked with great interest. If he could lure Jiang Chen out, he would be very happy to see it. It's very simple. As long as you hand over Tianjizi to us, I don't believe that Jiang Chen won't show up. Du Guxing said, locking his target on Tianjizi. This was also a part of their plan. If they couldn't find Jiang Chen, they would use Tianjizi to lure Jiang Chen out. They could even use this opportunity to get rid of Tianjizi. Could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. After all, Tianjizi himself was not a small threat. A golden immortal expert who was proficient in the great divination art was incomparably important to any sect. Impossible. Don't even think about it. This matter has nothing to do with Tianjizi. Chapter 1326. Although Taoist Yufeng was against it, Du Guxing and the others' eyes still fell on Tian Muyun. Obviously, it was useless for Taoist Yufeng to oppose this matter alone. The real master of Tianyun Pavilion was still Tian Muyun. The scene became incomparably quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes, including those from Tianyun Pavilion, fell on Tian Muyun. They would never believe that Tian Muyun would make the decision to hand over Tianjizi. He had just expelled Jiang Chen from the sect. Tianjizi's identity was different from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was at best a genius, but Tianjizi was a highly respected person in Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi's face was cold. He had suddenly lost his hope and patience towards this sect. Tian Muyun's eyes flickered constantly. No one knew what he was thinking. He was a very shrewd person who would do anything for his own benefit. He could even kill his own master, let alone others. Although Tianjizi was highly respected in Tianyun Pavilion, he had no place in Tian Muyun's heart. I can help you use Elder Tianji to lure Jiang Chen out. Tian Muyun thought for a moment, or rather he didn't think about it. As soon as his words were out, it caused another uproar. The people on the side of Skycloud Pavilion were agitated. The way they looked at Tian Muyun had changed. All of a sudden, they felt that this young pavilion master had become somewhat unfamiliar. Jiang Chen was, after all, a disciple of Skycloud Pavilion. Tian Muyun had already expelled him from the sect. Now Tian Muyun wanted to help the enemy to lure Jiang Chen out. This was very inhumane. More importantly, he wanted to use Tianjizi to lure Jiang Chen. In fact, not only the people from Tianyun Pavilion, even Du Gusheng and the others were a little surprised. They originally wanted to continue to put pressure on Tian Muyun. Who would have thought that Tian Muyun would agree so readily? This was beyond everyone's expectation. Sect Master I Yufeng will be the first to object to this. Taoist Yufeng's voice was stern and angry. This was the first time he openly opposed Tian Muyun ever since he became the sect master. I know what I'm doing. Tian Muyun frowned. He was an arrogant person who disliked being told what to do in front of him, and he didn't like it when someone interfered with his decisions. Ah, good. I didn't know that you, Tian Muyun, are such a heartless person. You're completely different from your master, Ouyang. Since sect master Tian has agreed, then hand Tianjizi over. Huang Fu Yao Tian said with a laugh. The word heartless made countless disciples of Tianyun Pavilion turn unsightly. Now, everyone in Tianyun Pavilion was in a very complicated mood. Huang Fu Yao Tian, I think you're thinking too much. Although I promised to use Elder Qinji to lure Jiang Chen out, I didn't say that I would hand him over to you. Elder Qinji is highly respected in Tianyun Pavilion and has made great contributions to the sect. How can I hand him over? Tian Muyun said with a smile. What is sect master Tian going to do? Asked Yun Zhonghe. I will spread the news that Tianjizi has been imprisoned so that Jiang Chen must show himself. But I will personally imprison him, not you. This is my bottom line. Tian Muyun said with a very firm tone. After that, Tian Muyun turned to Tianjizi and said, Elder Qinji, I'm doing this to protect you. I hope you won't misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi sneered. With his intelligence, how could he not see through Tian Muyun's plan? Tian Muyun wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen, but he also didn't want his reputation to be affected. Therefore he used him as a cover to lure Jiang Chen out. At the same time, it would make it seem that Tian Muyun was being pressured by the three major forces to do this in order to protect himself. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun's action had calmed the emotions of many disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1327. Although Tianjizi was strong, how could he be Tian Muyun's opponent? Tian Muyun simply waved his palm and completely shattered Tianjizi's attack. Boom. The powerful force was like an invisible mountain that slammed into Tianjizi's body, sending him flying. Many people could hear the sound of his bones breaking. It could be imagined that Tianjizi had suffered a great deal of impact from this attack, and had suffered serious injuries. Ark. Tianjizi suffered a heavy blow. Blood spurted out from his mouth. His body shook violently and his face was as pale as paper. He almost fell from the sky. This scene shocked many people. Even Taoist Yufeng didn't expect that Tian Muyun would really attack Tianjizi. Just now, Tian Muyun said that it was to protect Tianjizi. They all thought that Tian Muyun was just pretending to attack Tianjizi. But now, it seemed that it wasn't as simple as that. Ah! Tian Muyun, kill me if you have the guts. Tianjizi roared with laughter, his eyes filled with hatred and viciousness, but most of all, disappointment and disappointment. This was the sect that he had dedicated his entire life to. Tianjizi had long since become one with the sect. The sect was his home and he would live and die with it. He had never thought that he would have to leave this place one day, much less be injured by the sect leader. Tianjizi, you tried to betray Tianyun Pavilion and even tried to attack me. Logically speaking, I should have killed you on the spot and executed you on the spot. But considering that you are an old member of Tianyun Pavilion, I've decided to imprison you and give you a chance to sincerely repent. Tian Muyun declared in a dignified manner. Then he decisively attacked again. A huge wave of wind instantly enveloped Tianjizi. Tianjizi's face was filled with sorrow. He had no intention of fighting back. He knew the gap between him and Tian Muyun. They were not on the same level. Fighting back was useless. Tianjizi disappeared. Tian Muyun also disappeared with a flash, leaving the scene in silence. This Tian Muyun is really ruthless. He even dared to injure Tianjizi. Xianxia shook his head. All the great experts felt that they had underestimated Tian Muyun. This man was far more terrifying than they had imagined. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun was such a person. He would do anything to achieve his goal. He would eliminate all the obstacles that stood in his way mercilessly. The reason why he attacked Tianjizi today was just to buy himself some time. Jiang Chen was the main reason why he did that. As for whether this matter would leave a shadow in the hearts of the disciples and elders of Tianyun Pavilion and reduce his influence, he really didn't care. In his mind, this was a world where the strong were respected. As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. Whoever dared to question him, he would be killed. In the past, when he had just taken over Tianyun Pavilion after getting rid of Ouyang he was still very humble. After all, he wanted to gain the full recognition of Tianyun Pavilion and build his prestige. Now there was no need to hide anything anymore. Moreover, Tianmuyun was very ambitious. He didn't put the small Tianyun Pavilion in his heart. When he became a true immortal king and ruled one-line sky, he would go to the real ethereal immortal domain. He thought that he was a flood dragon that would soar in the 9 heavens. What was a mere one-line sky to him? Unfortunately, Tianmuyun was the same as the northern and southern dynasties in the past. Everything was good for him. He had good luck and superior aptitude. If he hadn't met Jiang Qin, his cultivation path was destined to be smooth and smooth. Unfortunately, all of them had met Jiang Qin. Their ending would be the same. Jiang Qin already had the intention to kill Tianmuyun because of Ouyang He. Now, with the incident of Tianjizi, Tianmuyun's actions would only provoke Jiang Qin's anger. What should we do now? Dugusheng looked at Huangfu Yaotian and Yunzhong. What else can we do? To be honest, Tianjizi is a person I respect more. Even if he falls into our hands, I will treat him well, unlike Tianmuyun. Tianmuyun expelled Jiang Qin from Tianyun Pavilion and injured Tianjizi. Once Jiang Qin knows about this, he will definitely appear. We just have to wait and see. Huangfu Yaotian said. To be honest, I didn't expect Tianmuyun to be such a ruthless person. His style of doing things is so different from his master, Ouyang He. I'd rather have an opponent like Ouyang He than an opponent like Tianmuyun. This man is terrifying. I don't think we can delay any longer. Let's go back and cultivate as soon as possible to break through the bottleneck and reach the immortal king realm. Otherwise, Tianmuyun will always be a threat. After Yunzhong finished speaking, he turned and left with the experts of Yun family. Although they didn't manage to kill Jiang Qin today, they didn't come in vain. As long as Tianmuyun used Tianjizi to attract Jiang Qin's attention, Jiang Qin would most likely appear. The only thing they could do now was to wait. After all, they had been searching for 3 days, but there was no trace of Jiang Qin. There was no point in continuing to search. After Yun family left, Huangfu Yaotian and Dugusheng also left with their men. The noisy mountain gate instantly quieted down. The enemies had left, but Tianmuyun didn't feel happy at all. What happened today had made him feel a little unfamiliar with this sect. Elder Taoist, Elder Tianji is a man of virtue and prestige. Even if he made a mistake today, the sect master wouldn't have to treat him like this. Such an action really bitterly disappointed us. A golden immortal elder spoke. Tianjizi was proficient in the art of divination and played a vital role in a sect. He also had a first-class status in Skycloud Pavilion. Today he had fallen into such a state, which made all the elders present feel very upset. It was as if all the hares had been killed and the dogs were cooked. Don't worry. With this old Taoist here, the sect master won't hurt Elder Tianji. After you all go back, calm the disciples down. I'm worried that Jiang Qin's influence has gone beyond our imagination. As for the sect master, leave it to me. Taoist Yufeng said with a frown. This matter had developed to such a point, which was what he didn't want to see the most. Right now he was filled with anger. Tianmuyun's sudden change had caught him off guard. Compared to the frank and forthright Ouyang He, there was still a gap. Taoist Yufeng understood that if this matter wasn't handled well, the entire Tianyun Pavilion would be filled with anger and resentment. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Chapter 1328. The news of Jiang Qin being expelled from Tianyun Pavilion and Tianjizi being injured and imprisoned spread across Tianyun Pavilion at the fastest speed. It even spread to the entire one-line sky. Currently, Tianyun Pavilion wasn't calm. Many disciples were furious. I really don't understand why Sect Master did this. Is he afraid of the 3 major powers? Senior Brother Jiang is much more hot-blooded than Sect Master. If it was Senior Brother Jiang, he would never compromise. Fortunately, Senior Brother Jiang has escaped. Otherwise he would be in real danger. Sect Master's actions are too disappointing. Senior Brother Jiang's matter is fine, but Elder Tianji as Senior Brother Jiang's master was implicated. He really shouldn't have. That's right. No matter what, Elder Destiny can be counted as a highly respected elder in the sect, and he has made great contributions to the sect. Now that the sect leader has personally injured him, I wonder how disappointed and despairing Elder Destiny must be right now. Countless disciples were feeling sorry and angry. Many young disciples of Tianyun Pavilion had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance in the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen had already established an incomparably lofty image and status in their hearts. All young people were hot-blooded and had an idol in their hearts. At first, their idol was Tian Muyun, but it was only a matter of time before he was replaced by Jiang Chen. Now they naturally felt that it was unfair for Jiang Chen. Many of them even believed that Jiang Chen's talent was far above Tian Muyun's, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Tian Muyun. They even looked forward to Jiang Chen becoming the leader of Tianyun Pavilion. Given Jiang Chen's means, he would certainly make Tianyun Pavilion flourish. At this moment, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant had already come out of seclusion. Tyrant's cultivation base had already stabilized at the peak of half-step Golden Immortal Realm, which allowed him to kill an ordinary early Golden Immortal expert with ease. With his Tao Light Buddha body, he would be able to fight against an intermediate Golden Immortal expert. However, in Evil Abyss, Tyrant's Buddhist means combined with the edifying light wouldn't be a problem for him to kill intermediate Golden Immortal demonic devils. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still at the peak of intermediate Divine Immortal Realm. During these 3 days he didn't attempt to break through to a higher realm. First, he needed to stabilize his foundation. Besides, it wasn't possible for him to advance his dragon transformation skill through seclusion. Every advancement required a terrifying and massive amount of energy. Of course, the most powerful one was still the Huang Dog. After obtaining the essence of the immortal execution sword, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Now he was already at the peak of early Golden Immortal Realm, and it seemed like he could advance to the intermediate Golden Immortal Realm at any time. After all, there was still a lot of energy essence in his body, but it had been accumulated. As De Huang Dog's foundation continued to stabilize, the energy essence could be refined at any time. In other words, as long as De Huang Dog had the energy essence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance his cultivation base. Furthermore, De Huang Dog possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline. With his cultivation base at the peak of early Golden Immortal Realm, he was more than enough to kill an ordinary late Golden Immortal expert, let alone a demonic devil of the evil clan that could be restrained by his bloodline. Seeing that the other party had become much stronger than when he first came to the immortal world, and finally had the capital to establish a foothold in the immortal world, the three brothers couldn't help but smile at each other. Little Qinzi, you have really obtained a lot of benefits in this ancient tomb. Apart from these, is there anything else? De Huang Dog said with a smile. This guy was very greedy. Not even the immortal execution sword could satisfy him. By the way, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. There's still a wondrous stone. Jiang Chen said and waved his hand. The wondrous stone fell out of the Zulong Tower. The stone was as tall as a human. It looked extraordinary. Its surface was flickering with faint golden light. Every time it flickered, it gave people a feeling of desolation. What a mystical stone. There's actually an ancient spirit hidden in it. De Huang Dog's eyes widened. His expression turned serious. With his sharp eyes, he could tell the extraordinariness of this wondrous stone with just a glance. That's right. There's an ancient spirit hidden in it, but it's being blocked by a layer of force. That time, I used the Zulong Tower to gain the approval of this wondrous stone and brought it back. I've tried to find out what kind of spirit is inside, but I was always blocked by a layer of force. Jiang Chen said. Let me have a look. De Huang Dog walked forward. His eyes instantly emitted rays of light. 2 rays of dazzling golden light fell on the wondrous stone. The wondrous stone seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of powerful force, causing it to shake violently. At the same time, a rebounding force rushed out from it, forcing De Huang Dog's light back. For God's sake, it seems like there's really an extraordinary guy inside. De Huang Dog was shocked. He had used an ancient secret technique just now, but he still couldn't find out what was inside the wondrous stone. This made him even more interested in the wondrous stone. Yes, the spirit inside this wondrous stone is definitely not ordinary. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before it's born. Jiang Chen nodded and said, I can see that the spirit inside the wondrous stone contains unparalleled energy. Why don't you let Master Dog use an ancient secret technique to refine it directly? My cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, reaching a level that will make you guys speechless. De Huang Dog smiled evilly and began to think about something good again. But as soon as De Huang Dog's voice faded, Jiang Chen slapped the dog's head. Save it. I'm very interested in the spirit inside the wondrous stone. Even if you have the idea to refine it, don't. Jiang Qin said bluntly, then kept the wondrous stone. If he gave the wondrous stone to De Huang Dog, he was afraid that this dog wouldn't be able to refine it. Although De Huang Dog couldn't see what the spirit inside was, Jiang Qin had reason to believe that this dog absolutely had a heaven-defying method to refine the wondrous stone. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue. At this time, a silhouette flew into the courtyard. It was a late golden immortal expert with an extraordinary demeanor, but when he saw Jiang Qin, he immediately put on a pleasant expression. Brother Jiang Qin, I'm Lu Qingshan. I haven't thanked Brother Jiang for saving our lives that day. Lu Qingshan clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. 3 days ago in the main hall of the prefecture, he and another late golden immortal expert had offended Jiang Qin's dignity and were almost crippled by him. Fortunately, Jiang Qin had returned in time and saved their lives. Lu Qingshan had always kept this matter in his heart and was very grateful to Jiang Qin. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so courteous. I suppose there's something you need from me? Asked Jiang Qin. That's right. If there's nothing important, I wouldn't dare to disturb Brother Jiang's cultivation. City Lord has asked you to go there. Nowadays the evil clan is getting more and more restless. It seems like they are going to start an all-out war with us. Chapter 1329. Hearing the words all-out war, not only did Jiang Qin and the other two not show the slightest trace of fear, they were incomparably excited. To these three fellows who craved for the whole world to be in chaos, there was nothing better than an all-out war. Now that the three brothers' cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching a terrifying level, they were ready to show their strength. Even if the demonic devils didn't come to cause trouble, they were afraid that they would find trouble with the evil clan. Jejia, all-out war is good. Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog smiled evilly. He couldn't wait to fight the demonic devils. Brother Lu, let's go and meet the city lord now. Jiang Qin held his fists at Lu Qingshan. Subsequently, the three men and a dog left the courtyard and came to the conference hall of the prefecture. When they arrived, they happened to see golden immortal experts rushing out of the conference hall. When they saw Jiang Qin, they casually greeted him and left. They have received the city lord's order to fight against the demonic devils. Lu Qingshan explained. Jiang Qin suddenly understood. It seemed like the war was more serious than he had imagined, but it was better this way. All the demonic devils of the evil clan would become Jiang Qin's nourishment. He needed to go to the battlefield and slaughter until the sky turned dark, so that the Zulong Tower would be completely full. Today the Zulong Tower had already condensed 23 floors, and a small part of the 24th floor had been condensed. Jiang Qin's biggest goal now was to condense the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Once the 33rd floor was reached, the Zulong Tower would rise to a new level. At that time he would be able to dig out the true secret of the Zulong Tower. That was what Jiang Qin was looking forward to the most. When Jiang Qin transformed into a dragon with 100,000 dragon marks, the transformation of the dragonization skill was all done on the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was also Jiang Qin's greatest hope. Jiang Qin and Tyrant strode into the hall and saw Yang Bufan sitting calmly at the top. His handsome face was full of majesty. This wasn't the first time he fought with the evil clan. Therefore he wasn't anxious or impatient. His temperament alone wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. He was indeed worthy of the title of evil lord. Brother Yang. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Yang Bufan. Brother, you've come at the right time. The evil clan has launched an all-out war. Many cities in the periphery have been captured. I've sent some experts to suppress them. Now, I'll hand over the authority of the periphery to you. But I heard that the evil clan has sent out a lot of experts this time. You have to be careful. Yang Bufan said immediately when he saw Jiang Qin. All eyes fell on Jiang Qin. They were somewhat surprised that Yang Bufan would hand over such a heavy responsibility to Jiang Qin. One should know that the fiercest battle was in the periphery. Yang Bufan's decision to hand over the authority to Jiang Qin was enough to show his trust in Jiang Qin. Rest assured, Brother Yang. The periphery has always been my territory. Now all the cities in the periphery have the plaque of Fragrant Sky City. I will never let any of the cities have any problems. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Yang Bufan once more, then turned and left with Tyrant and De Huang Dog. Lu Qingshan also followed behind Jiang Qin. He was originally grateful to Jiang Qin. Now that the evil clan had launched an all-out war against the evil clan, he naturally wanted to be the first to help Jiang Qin. The periphery of Evil City was originally Jiang Chen's territory. Now all the 36 cities in the periphery had the plaque of Fragrant Sky City. Now that the periphery was about to fall, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. This time, apart from Lu Qingyun, there were a few other golden immortal experts who followed Jiang Chen. But their cultivation base was only at the early and intermediate golden immortal realm. Even so, it was already very terrifying. At least they were a very powerful force. However, it also showed how intense the war in the periphery was. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the periphery, many cities were engaged in fierce battles. Devil waves towered up to the sky. Gigantic demonic devils could be seen everywhere, roaring, and slaughtering. Blood flowed like a tide. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. For God's sake, I never thought that the war would be so intense. Now, it seems like more than half of the 36 cities have fallen into the siege of the demonic devils. The Huang Dog said, "Brother Jiang, it is said that several cities have already fallen. Many of our men have died. Many of them have fled to other cities and are also engaged in fierce battles." Lu Qingyun said with a solemn expression. He could sense a strong aura coming from this huge battlefield. It was the experts of the evil clan. There were many tribes in the evil clan. Some of the leaders of the central tribes were extremely terrifying and their cultivation base wasn't any weaker than him. Although they had a lot of experts on their side, the evil clan was deeply rooted in the evil abyss and had a very strong foundation. No one knew how many generations they had been multiplying, so they had a great advantage. Even though Lu Qingyun was a late golden immortal expert, he couldn't help but feel worried in the face of such a situation. Everyone listen up. Immediately spread out to all the battlefields. I hope that all of you can stand on your own. Tell those cities that haven't been besieged by the demonic devils to stay put. Today we must give the demonic devils a painful blow and take back the cities that we have lost. Jiang Chen said in a dignified tone. At such a crucial moment he was extremely calm and wise. This was a characteristic that a leader must have. Only such a person could subdue his subordinates. Jiang Chen's charisma had always been the strongest. Yes. The golden immortal experts answered in unison. In the evil abyss, the evil lord was the true king and Jiang Chen was the commander appointed by the evil lord. They wouldn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's order, because disobeying Jiang Chen was equivalent to disobeying the evil lord. They didn't have the guts to do so. Swish swish swish. All the experts automatically chose the battlefields where the battle was more intense and flew over. The Huang Dog and Tyrant also left. They seemed to be very excited. They had powerful restraining methods to deal with these demonic devils. Each of them could stand on their own. Needless to say, Tyrant had the help of the edifying light, which could easily make the demonic devils kill each other. Just this method alone was enough to annihilate a lot of demonic devils. The Huang Dog was also a super terrifying expert. The current De Huang Dog had the ability to kill a late golden immortal demonic devil. Given his current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the battlefield. Chapter 1330. The battle in the city in front of him was extremely intense. Jiang Chen couldn't remember the name of this city. For him, every city in the outer perimeter was the Fragrant Sky City, and they were all his territories. Their original names were meaningless to him. Thousands of demonic beasts were everywhere. Compared to the demonic beasts, humans didn't have any advantage in terms of numbers. However, humans also had their own advantage, which was formations, which the demonic beasts didn't have. In a large-scale battle, formations could play a very important role. Just like now, when the number of demonic beasts was 10 times more than the number of humans, a formation in the city could only hold on for a short period of time. Furthermore, humans had combat weapons and powerful combat skills, which could make up for the gap between them and the demonic beasts in terms of strength and physique. Even so, under the bombardment of the demonic beasts, the human race was constantly being defeated and faced with a crisis. This was also the reason why a few cities had completely fallen. The evil clan regarded the human race as their mortal enemy. They wanted to eliminate the human race from this place and reclaim their territory. Therefore their attacks were incomparably ferocious. In addition, the demonic beasts were naturally bloodthirsty. For a moment, the human race was at a complete disadvantage. The sky above the city was filled with screams and the roars of the demonic beasts. Jiang Chen came to the battlefield. He looked very relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He didn't look like he was here to fight but to go sightseeing. Seeing an isolated human, a dozen powerful demonic beasts roared and pounced towards Jiang Chen. They bared their sharp fangs, which were stained with human blood. They were bloodthirsty and warlike. They regarded humans as prey and food. One of the demonic beasts was even holding a bloody heart in his hand. He stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing. The scene was bloody and disgusting, which made people's hair stand on end. A bunch of trash that shouldn't exist in this world. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disgust. These demonic beasts were the embodiment of evil. The strong evil aura coming from them was hard to imagine. If such a race was allowed to grow stronger and enter the real immortal realm one day, it would be a disaster for the human race. It was unknown how many humans would die in the hands of these evil demonic beasts. All of a sudden Jiang Chen felt that Yang Bufan was a great man. He had single-handedly restrained the rise of a large family. Yang Bufan's name should be left in the history of the human race. Jiang Chen attacked. He didn't show any mercy to these demonic beasts. A huge dragon claw descended from the sky. The dragon claw that was conjured by Jiang Chen was more than 300 meters long. All the powerful demonic beasts were enveloped by it without exception. Long. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Jiang Chen's attack was too powerful. It wasn't something that these demonic beasts could resist. There was an irreversible gap between the two sides. Even though each of them had a strong physique, it was impossible for them to survive a few strikes from Jiang Chen. All the demonic beasts were smashed into powder and died tragically on the spot. An invisible storm engulfed the destroyed bodies of the demonic beasts. All the remaining essence and blood of the demonic beasts were sucked away by the invisible storm. The Zulong Tower began to light up and tremble slightly. Every time this happened, the Zulong Tower would be at its most excited. Jiang Chen's attack had attracted a large number of demonic beasts. In an instant, more than 50 demonic beasts rushed towards Jiang Chen. However, these demonic beasts would only die in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's battle blood was stimulated. He directly transformed into his dragon form. His speed was extremely fast. He rushed towards the group of demonic beasts. His dragon wings were like indestructible blades. Everywhere he passed, all the demonic beasts were sliced in half. In just a few rounds, more than 50 demonic beasts were killed by Jiang Chen. Because of the existence of the Zulong Tower, these demonic beasts didn't even leave their corpses behind. Or rather, what was left behind were dried corpses that would turn into powder when the wind blew. "City Lord, save me." A cry for help sounded from afar. Jiang Chen looked towards the direction of the cry and saw Chen Hui being surrounded by 4 or 5 powerful demonic beasts. At this moment, Chen Hui was in an extremely sorry state. One of his arms had already been severed. Chen Hui was already in despair. Death was too touching. There were too many demonic beasts and they were too ferocious. He no longer had any hope of surviving. But at this moment he saw Jiang Chen suddenly appear. His heart was indescribably excited. At this moment, seeing Jiang Chen, he was even happier than seeing his own father. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Chen Hui. Chen Hui was besieged by powerful demonic beasts and couldn't hold on any longer. If Jiang Chen was a moment late, there would only be one outcome for Chen Hui: death. Jiang Chen sent out a palm strike. 4 or 5 powerful demonic beasts were instantly turned into a mist of blood and died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. Chen Hui couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the drastic change in Jiang Chen. Once again he was deeply impressed by Jiang Chen. Back when Jiang Chen conquered the entire outer perimeter, he had already prostrated himself in admiration of this terrifying young genius. However, even though he was very optimistic about Jiang Chen, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen could become so terrifying in such a short period of time. Back when Jiang Chen ruled the outer perimeter, he was merely a late heaven immortal expert. In just a few days, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. Chen Hui wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Chen Hui had reason to believe that such a miracle could only happen to Jiang Chen. If it was any other person, he would never accept it. "City Lord, you are finally back." Chen Hui almost cried when he saw Jiang Chen's powerful return. If Jiang Chen didn't show up now, the city would fall. "Chen Hui, go into the city and have a rest first. Leave this to me." Jiang Chen patted Chen Hui's shoulder and instantly injected a large amount of wood spiritual energy into Chen Hui's body. "Thank you, City Lord." Chen Hui's body quivered. He bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and retreated. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the battlefield. There were just too many demonic devils. If he were to rely on himself to kill them all, he wouldn't know how long it would take for him to kill all of them. In that case, his side would suffer a great loss. In the face of such a large-scale battle, the edifying light would be able to play its role. Moreover, Jiang Chen saw a powerful demonic devil in the sky above the city. It had already reached the intermediate golden immortal realm. It was fighting an intermediate golden immortal human expert, but the human expert was obviously in a disadvantageous position. From the looks of it, he could still hold on. Jiang Chen was going to use the edifying light to let the demonic devils kill each other first before dealing with the demonic devil leader himself. Chapter 1331. Whoosh whoosh. Waves of fire surged out from Jiang Chen's body. Fiendish flames were the greatest nemesis of fiendish demons and what they feared the most. Jiang Chen's body flickered and he came to a large group of fiendish demons. The blazing fire instantly burned a large area. At the same time, Jiang Chen used the edifying light and edified hundreds of fiendish demons on the spot. Roar! Those fiendish demons that were edified were originally fighting fiercely with the humans. After being edified by Jiang Chen, they immediately turned to kill their own kind. Many of their kind were caught off guard. They did not expect to be attacked by their own kind in the midst of battle. A large number of fiendish demons were killed instantly. As they were not prepared at all, the death rate was very high. All the fiendish demons that were killed were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. However, the higher the level of the Zulong Tower, the harder it was to condense. Every level required a huge amount of energy to condense. Ordinary fiendish demons were very slow in helping the Zulong Tower condense. Roar roar! Almost instantly the fiendish demon camp was in complete chaos. Although only 100 fiendish demons had betrayed them, the impact was too terrifying. The horror was not just in the strength of the 100 fiendish demons, but in the strange signs that suddenly appeared. The fiendish demons were in chaos and began to kill each other. On the other side, the human cultivators who were originally fighting fiercely with the fiendish demons and were under immense pressure were stunned when they saw the situation. However, they had to admit that the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. The enemies had become their helpers. It was indeed a rather exciting thing. Damn it! This is too magical. Why are these fiendish demons killing each other all of a sudden? Look, that's the City Lord. The City Lord is back. I've long heard that the City Lord has a method to subdue the fiendish demons and make them work for him. I didn't believe it in the past. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed terrifying. The City Lord is really a rare talent that only appears once in 10,000 years. His methods are truly heaven-defying. Ha! Our City Lord is back. No matter how many fiendish demons there are, it's nothing to be afraid of. Under the City Lord's heaven-defying methods, these fiendish demons have already begun to kill each other. Seems like we don't have to do anything. The fiendish demons will kill themselves. Countless people were excited because this in itself was something worth being excited about. Voila! The edifying light rushed out again and Jiang Chen edified another 100 demons. Moreover, he did not retract the edifying light. As long as the demons that were edified died tragically, new demons would immediately replace them. If this continued, the demons would eventually self-destruct. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. They had never seen such a terrifying technique. It had almost completely restrained the demonic beasts. Many people sighed. If the evil lord had used such a technique in the past, perhaps the evil clan would no longer exist in the evil abyss. Dragon roars shook the sky. Jiang Chen cast out terrifying fire dragons that rampaged through the crowd of demonic beasts. Wherever the fire dragons passed, all the demonic beasts would die tragically and be burned to death. Thousands of demonic beasts were thrown into chaos. The situation that they had the upper hand was instantly reversed and changed. Jiang Chen saw a few powerful demonic beasts. Their cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. There were even 2 early golden immortal experts among them. These experts locked their eyes on Jiang Chen instantly. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that all these changes were related to this dragon man. As long as this dragon man was killed, the demonic beasts would still have the upper hand and they would still be able to win the battle. The few demonic experts surrounded Jiang Chen. Each of their eyes was about to spurt out flames. They couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. A bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They are nothing but clowns in front of me. All of you can die now. Jiang Chen struck first. He didn't want to waste any more time. The heavenly saint's sword rippled and swept across. All the great experts didn't even have the chance to dodge. All of them were killed, including that early golden immortal expert. There was no room for resistance at all. Bastard. Upon seeing this, the intermediate golden immortal demonic beast who was fighting with the human expert couldn't help but fly into a rage. While he was fighting, he was also keeping an eye on the situation below. The sudden reversal of the situation made him angry. What a good Xianxia. Sure enough, he deserves his reputation. The intermediate golden immortal human came from the city of Sin. He had long heard of Xianxia's fame, but he didn't believe it. Today he saw Xianxia with his own eyes. The current situation was completely under the control of Xianxia. This was a battle that belonged to Xianxia alone. His existence was merely to delay the battle. To be able to kill so many powerful demonic devils with a single slash and make the demonic devils kill each other, it was hard for him not to admire such an ability. You look very angry, but you still want to die. With a sway of his body, Xianxia flew up into the sky and arrived in front of the demonic leader. Jiang brother, be careful. This guy is the leader of a tribe. He won't be easy to deal with. The golden immortal expert warned. The demonic leader was infuriated. He lunged at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't put this intermediate golden immortal demonic leader in his eyes. It was true that demonic devils were stronger than ordinary humans at the same level, but this kind of strength had no advantage in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's flame could completely suppress the demonic leader. At most, the demonic leader would only be able to exert half of his combat strength. This would determine the death of the demonic leader. Xianxia's eyes flickered with coldness. The heavenly saint's sword turned into an arc and struck out with lightning speed. In a split second, the sword pierced through the demonic leader's head. What? The intermediate golden immortal expert next to him gaped in horror. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment. He couldn't imagine that a mighty golden immortal expert who had fought with him for so long would be killed by Xianxia in a split second. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. He was sure that Xianxia was merely an intermediate divine immortal expert. At best, he was at the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. He had yet to reach the late divine immortal realm. Apart from Xianxia, there was no one else who had such combat strength. Xianxia slowly drew out his sword. The energy of the Zulong Tower fell on the demonic leader's corpse and began to absorb it crazily. Given Xianxia's current combat strength and his ability to restrain the demonic leader, killing an intermediate golden immortal demonic leader in a split second was an incomparably easy task. Chapter 1332. The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a strong buzzing sound. The 24th level shone brightly. Half of this level had already been condensed. Now that it had absorbed an intermediate golden immortal demonic devil leader and countless demonic devils' blood essence and chi essence, it would be inexcusable if it still couldn't condense the 24th level under such a frenzied absorption. The amount of energy was just too huge. Even a bottomless pit would be filled by it. Every time the Zulong Tower condensed a new level, it would bring a great boost to Xianxia's strength. This time was no exception. Although it didn't allow Xianxia to break through to the late divine immortal realm, he was already a step away from it. He had truly reached the peak of intermediate divine immortal realm. His combat strength had improved further. Lord Commander. The intermediate golden immortal expert came to Xianxia and bowed to Xianxia. Even the way he addressed Xianxia had changed. In this world, only the strong were respected. Only the truly strong would be respected by the people. Xianxia had convinced everyone with his strength. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert had to lower his head in front of him. Lord Commander is mighty. A large number of human cultivators shouted in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. The demonic devils were already in chaos. Now that the humans had completely relaxed, it was only a matter of time before the demonic devils were defeated. No one on the scene wasn't amazed by Xianxia. Xianxia's appearance had given them a dose of excitement. From the beginning of the battle until now, they had never felt so excited and satisfied. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed. It was worship and respect. That was how they looked at the evil lord. Now, they were looking at Xianxia because Xianxia had created an almost impossible miracle. And I will leave this place to you guys. I will go to the other cities to have a look. Xianxia nodded, then leaped into the sky and flew towards another city like lightning. As for the battlefield here, he was no longer needed. The remaining humans were more than enough to eliminate the demonic devils. As for the corpses of the demonic devils, Jiangchen would clean them up later. Although half of the demonic devil's essence and blood essence would be lost, it couldn't be helped. Jiangchen had never been a greedy man. The current situation was the most important. There were demonic devils everywhere. The Zulong Tower could absorb the demonic devil's essence and blood essence. Jiangchen only needed to achieve his goal. He had no intention of killing and absorbing all the demonic devils because it was almost impossible. On the other side of the battlefield, the same scene as what happened on Jiangchen's side was happening. The half-step golden immortal monk had used the Tao light Buddha body and the edifying light to edify a large number of demonic devils, causing chaos in the camp of demonic devils. They began to kill each other, which greatly reduced the pressure on the human army. Look, it's that monk. It turns out that he is a friend of City Lord. He's really powerful. Both he and City Lord have the means to subdue the demonic devils, making the demonic devils kill each other. This move is really powerful, especially when used in a battlefield like this. It's always successful. This little monk is very scary. Many people speculated that he might have come out from White Dragon Temple. Although I don't know if it's true or not, I'm afraid that he is a rare genius in White Dragon Temple. Motherfucker. Don't talk anymore. Let's kill them. These demonic devils have killed many of our people. Now that the little monk is here, it's time for us to take revenge. Just like what happened on Jiangchen's side, Tyrant's attack had given them great motivation and made them incomparably excited. Each and every one of them charged at the demonic devils like they were injected with chicken blood. The already chaotic demonic devil army became even more chaotic. The distribution of experts seemed to be very even. In the sky above the city, there was also a powerful demonic chief and an intermediate golden immortal human expert fighting fiercely. The appearance of the little monk had already caught the attention of the demonic chief. Hurry up and kill that little monk. The demonic chief bellowed. Yes. Two powerful demonic devils on the battlefield immediately besieged Tyrant. Their cultivation base had already reached the intermediate golden immortal realm, which was a level higher than Tyrant. Unfortunately, given their cultivation base, it was imaginable how they would end up in a fight with Tyrant. Kill? The two golden immortal demonic devils charged at Tyrant from both sides with towering devil chi. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together. His body was radiating golden Buddha light. That was an incomparably pure radiance. His eyes were locked on one of the demonic devils. Before the demonic devil could reach him, he struck out the unmovable bright king seal. Onglong. The mighty unmovable bright king seal smashed on the demonic devil's body like a huge mountain. The demonic devil let out a miserable cry as his whole body was torn into pieces. The evil clan had the characteristics of the devil clan, which made it impossible for them to withstand the attack of Tyrant's pure Buddha technique. Plus, Tyrant's strength had skyrocketed, so it was perfectly normal for him to be killed with a single palm strike. What? Many of them exclaimed upon seeing such a situation. The other demonic devil was also horrified, his eyes were filled with fear. Fuck your grandma. Without saying a word, Tyrant struck out another unmovable bright king seal. At such a close distance, the golden immortal demonic devil couldn't even dodge and was killed on the spot. But as soon as Tyrant opened his mouth, many of them rolled their eyes. Previously, his image in their mind was that of an eminent monk, but they didn't expect him to spew such filthy words. My Buddha is merciful, Tao light Buddha body. Tyrant's expression became incomparably solemn once again. He flew to the sky and his body began to transform. In just 3 breaths of time, Tyrant's body had grown to a height of 10 zhang. His body was golden from head to toe. He had completely turned into a peerless Buddha. Look, it's Buddha. Buddha has descended. My God, this little monk is really an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. The legendary Buddha who subdued demons and devils is the nemesis of these demonic devils. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to see a real Buddha in this life. No one wasn't shocked. Tyrant was too miraculous. He had obtained this Tao light Buddha body from the God Trembling Monument. The current him was just at the entry level. Rumor had it that once the true Tao light Buddha body was cultivated to the peak, the Buddha's body could grow infinitely, piercing a hole in the sky and causing the earth to shake and mountains to shake. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Tyrant stretched out both of his hands. Rays of golden Buddha's light were like sharp swords, like the light of salvation, shooting down to every corner of the battlefield. Each ray of Buddha's light seemed to have spirituality, automatically searching for the demonic devils. This was undoubtedly a disaster to the demonic devils of the evil clan. Chapter 1333. Arc. Innumerable screams were heard. Innumerable demonic devils were howling and roaring as if they were suffering the cruelest punishment in the heaven and earth. The Buddha light that shot out from Tyrant's body entered their bodies, slowly eroding, rotting, and finally breaking into pieces. The demonic devils seemed to be suffering endless pain. Their hearts were being torn apart, and their hair stood on end. No one could describe the feeling. They were like clowns that couldn't be exposed to the light, while Tyrant's Buddha light was the most unyielding sunlight. That was the ancient light emitted by the Tao Light Buddha body, the greatest nemesis of demonic devils. No demonic devil could withstand the oppression of the Tao Light Buddha body, unless their cultivation base was much higher than Tyrant's. Large numbers of demonic devils fell to the ground. The scene was even more spectacular than the one on Jiangchen's side. As the saying goes, one man can fight against millions of heroes. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Just by standing there, countless demonic devils died tragically. The human cultivators didn't even need to do anything. My God. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. That's the incarnation of the peerless Buddha. This little monk is probably the reincarnation of Buddha. Otherwise he wouldn't be so powerful. His Buddha light isn't targeted at us, but it's the greatest nemesis of those demonic devils. Any demonic devil whose cultivation base is lower than the little monk will die instantly when they encounter the Buddha light. With the presence of the city lord and the little monk, the demonic devils are destined to be defeated. These two freaks are too terrifying. No wonder the evil lord values the city lord so much. With the help of the city lord and this monk, the day of truly defeating the evil clan and conquering the evil abyss will be just around the corner. No one could remain calm anymore. Tyrant was too terrifying. Such a scene was too shocking. If they didn't experience it themselves, they wouldn't be able to imagine that the means of Buddha sect could be so terrifying. Amitabha. Tyrant was incomparably solemn. At this moment, he was like a supreme Buddha who descended to the world to deliver all sentient beings from suffering. This was the demeanor of a supreme eminent monk. It had only been 3 minutes since Tyrant arrived on the battlefield, but almost half of the demonic devils had been killed. The camp was in complete chaos, and the morale of the demonic devils had dropped. Damn it. Where did this monk come from? The intermediate golden immortal leader spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were blazing with flames as he struggled to break free from his opponent. Then he charged towards Tyrant with the force of Mount Tai. He was carrying a 30 meters long devil weapon in his hand, whistling through the air. Buddha is at ease, the immovable Dharma king. Tyrant lifted his eyes and casually glanced at the leader. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Relying on his powerful Tao Light Buddha body, he struck out the immovable Dharma King seal. The immovable Dharma King seal was the highest Dharma seal of the Buddhist sect. It was a secret scripture of the Buddhist sect. At this moment, when he used the Tao Light Buddha body, the power of the immovable Dharma King seal increased tremendously. The scariest thing wasn't just the power of the immovable Dharma King seal, but the Buddha nature that Tyrant exuded was able to suppress the devil leader. If it was an ordinary intermediate golden immortal cultivator, Tyrant would have a lot of trouble dealing with him, but it was different when it came to dealing with devils. Under the suppression of Tyrant's Buddha light, the demonic demon couldn't even exert its normal combat strength. This kind of restraint was almost the same as the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Rumble, the huge Buddha seal was like a huge mountain. It was a Buddha mountain with countless Sanskrit characters on it. Each character was like a talisman, shocking people's hearts. The devil weapon of the demonic demon clashed with the Buddha mountain, producing a large amount of sparks. Although the demonic demon's combat strength was strong, he still wasn't a match for the immovable Dharma King seal. He was sent flying away. Wuxia. At this time, the intermediate golden immortal human expert took the opportunity and pierced the head of the demonic demon with his long sword. The fiendish demon leader went berserk, but his injuries were fatal. His vitality began to flow rapidly, and he died after a few struggles. The fiendish demon experts had died tragically, and the rest of the battle was almost set in stone. There would be no more surprises. If the human race attacked forcefully, it would not take long before all the fiendish demons were wiped out, and not a single one would be spared. Senior monk is mighty. I admire you. The intermediate golden immortal cupped his fists towards Tyrant. This was a sincere and heartfelt admiration. In this world where the strong were revered, no matter when or where one went, people would always worship the strong. In this evil abyss, Tyrant was destined to become famous after a single battle. Amitabha. Tyrant kept his Tao Light Buddha body and didn't stay on this battlefield for long. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards another battlefield. Countless gazes were fixed on Tyrant's back. When Tyrant disappeared, they retracted their gazes and began the final battle with the demonic demons. Compared to Tyrant and Jiangqin, De Huang Dog was the most ferocious. Relying on his domineering aura, he had already settled 2 battlefields in a short period of time. Now he was at the edge of the 3rd battlefield. This was the place where the battle was the most intense because the demonic demon leader, a late golden immortal, was in charge. When De Huang Dog arrived, he saw the demonic demon leader fighting with a human expert. The human expert seemed to be at a disadvantage. Although the human expert was also a late golden immortal, he wasn't a match for the demonic demon leader. The physique of the demonic demon is much stronger than that of the human race. But it seems like this guy can still hold on for a while. Master Dog will go on a killing spree to raise the morale of the human race. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled. With his intelligence, he could see the situation of the battle in front of him. De Huang Dog roared towards the sky. Along with the roar of a dragon, De Huang Dog's body began to expand. Then, like a small golden mountain, he rushed into the battlefield. Today, De Huang Dog's cultivation base had reached the peak of early golden immortal realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm. His combat strength was just too ferocious. In the previous 2 battlefields, the intermediate golden immortal demonic demon leaders were bitten to death by De Huang Dog. Bang bang bang. De Huang Dog was like a raging bull, rampaging across the battlefield. Everywhere he went, the demonic demons were torn apart, especially those that were hit by De Huang Dog's head. It was more miserable than being cut by a divine weapon. With the addition of De Huang Dog, the demonic demon camp immediately fell into chaos. Wails and wails could be heard everywhere. Countless demonic demons died tragically. The blood shaman covered the entire sky of the battlefield. The ground was torn apart. When some golden immortal demonic demons saw De Huang Dog, they began to besiege De Huang Dog. Unfortunately, their ending wasn't any better than the other demonic demons. Even the mighty perfected golden immortal couldn't be defeated by De Huang Dog in a single move. Chapter 1334. De Huang. It's De Huang. Amazing. De Huang Dog is even scarier than before. Even a golden immortal demonic devil was killed by him. Ah, this is so satisfying. Terrifying. Let's not stay idle. Let's kill all these demonic devils. The emergence of De Huang Dog was like a shot of adrenaline to the human army, reigniting the morale of the human army. One by one they roared and charged forward. For a moment their morale was soaring. This was the foresight of the evil lord. He had handed over the situation of the battlefield to Jiangqin and his 2 brothers. The effect was much better than handing it to anyone else. A large number of demonic devils died tragically. De Huang Dog was like a killing machine. When those demonic devils saw De Huang Dog, they couldn't help but retreat. In this way the camp of the demonic devils would be thrown into chaos. In such an intense war one could easily imagine the consequences. Wails, screams and sounds of killing could be heard from the battlefield. Everywhere was filled with the smell of blood. Corpses and broken limbs could be seen everywhere. This was a battlefield, but it was also a true evil abyss. This was the cruelest place in the world. Where did this dog come from? How dare he disrupt our camp? The demonic chief harumphed coldly. Suddenly he struck out a wheel of sin, pouncing on his opponent. The wheel of sin was a unique skill of the evil clan. It was very powerful. That late golden immortal expert was already at a disadvantage. Now that he was struck by the powerful attack of the wheel of sin, how could he resist it? He was forced to retreat on the spot. After getting rid of the entanglement of his opponent, the demonic chief turned into a devil mountain and rushed towards De Huang Dog. He wanted to kill this dog first, then the other party's leader. The demonic chief's plan was very good, but unfortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't that easy to kill. Those who had always wanted to kill De Huang Dog were all tortured to death by De Huang Dog. In terms of cultivation base, the demonic chief naturally wouldn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. After all, De Huang Dog only seemed to be an early golden immortal expert. Even if he was a peak early golden immortal expert, there was still a huge gap between him and a late golden immortal expert. It was an insurmountable gap. Jia, if you want to kill this master dog, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Big Yellow grinned evilly. With his head glowing brightly, he dashed toward the demonic devil chief. Haha, I thought you're some powerful guy, but it turns out that you're just a fool. Seeing Big Yellow's action, the demonic devil chief couldn't help but burst into laughter and ridicule. In his point of view, there must be something wrong with Big Yellow's brain. Who would use their head to collide with someone else in the middle of a battle, especially when there was a huge gap in their cultivation base? Wasn't this just seeking death? How dare you say that this master dog has a fool's head? Based on this alone, you won't die so easily. You dare to say that Lord Dog's brain is messed up? Just based on this, you won't die so easily. Boom. Qin Feng's Huang dog was infuriated. This big guy actually dared to say that he had a fool's head. He absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. He swore that he would make this opponent pay a heavy price for his words. Boom. The demonic chief made his move. He stretched out a terrifying devil claw and slapped at De Huang Dog's head. As a matter of fact, the chi of a divine beast that was exuding from De Huang Dog's body had already shocked the demonic chief, because he discovered that the chi exuded from De Huang Dog had a strong restraint on his demonic characteristics. Under this restraint, his combat strength was also affected to a certain extent, making it impossible for him to exert his true power. Bang! In the face of the demonic chief's huge claw, De Huang Dog didn't dodge at all. Instead, he simply charged forward. In such a situation, De Huang Dog had never dodged before because his head was his divine weapon. Crack! The sound of bones breaking suddenly resounded. But surprisingly, this sound didn't come from De Huang Dog's head, but from the demonic chief's palm. It could be seen that after this collision, the demonic chief's entire palm was bent, and his thick fingers were broken. What? The demonic chief cried out in surprise. The way he looked at De Huang Dog had completely changed. He couldn't help but be shocked. As the demonic chief, his body was extremely strong. He had always been the most confident in his body. But now it was broken by a dog's head. If this news were to spread, how could he continue living in the future? Kaka, big guy, quickly kneel down and kowtow to Master Dog. Master Dog will consider letting you die a quick death. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. Then his body expanded once again, turning into an immeasurably valiant De Huang Dog. Layers of golden scales appeared on the surface of his body, making him look extremely mighty. A horn appeared between his eyebrows, flickering with lightning. That was the horn of a dragon, a mutation. Dragon horses didn't have a third horn, but De Huang Dog had one. This was what made him special. Go to hell. A pair of wings spread out from De Huang Dog's back. His speed was extremely fast, and the flickering light above his head was getting more and more dazzling. Once again he charged towards the demonic chief. At such a close distance, with such a fast speed, and with the shock in the demonic chief's heart, it was basically impossible for him to dodge. In a panic he could only meet the attack head-on. Wheel of Sin. However, the demonic chief's reaction was very fast. After knowing how strong De Huang Dog was, he didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately he struck out a powerful Wheel of Sin. The huge devil wheel was like a black sun, smashing towards De Huang Dog. Behold the mighty power of Master Dog. The power of the Wheel of Sin that was cast out by the late golden immortal demonic chief was unimaginably strong, but De Huang Dog had already made up his mind. He didn't put the opponent's Wheel of Sin in his eyes at all. The dragon horn on his forehead began to move. A dazzling lightning suddenly shot out from the dragon horn. Papa. That lightning was the innate ability of De Huang Dog. Normally he wouldn't use it. But now that his opponent was stronger, De Huang Dog directly used it. When the lightning landed on the Wheel of Sin was instantly enveloped by the lightning. Popping sounds were heard, and immediately, the Wheel of Sin shattered into powder. What? Upon seeing this, the demonic chief was truly frightened. He was completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. He simply couldn't imagine what had just happened, let alone accept it. Wakaka. The mighty power of De Huang Dog didn't diminish at all. His indestructible head had already arrived in front of the demonic chief. This time, because of the shock in the demonic chief's heart, it gave De Huang Dog an opportunity. Under the situation where he couldn't dodge in time, De Huang Dog's head collided with his own. Chapter 1335. Bang. Arg. Along with a shrill scream, the head of the demonic chief was smashed by De Huang Dog. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The whole scene was incomparably bloody. A late golden immortal demonic chief was killed just like that. Such a scene was too shocking. Countless demonic devils were infuriated by the tragic death of their demonic chief, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with fear. Not even their chief was a match for the enemy, let alone them. Wakaka. De Huang Dog retracted his body amidst his carefree laughter and returned to his original appearance. Then he turned into a golden light and left. His behavior was exactly the same as tyrants. The situation in the 36 cities in the periphery was incomparably intense. Almost half of the cities were engaged in fierce battles. The situation on the side of the human race improved a little after the experts brought by Jiang Qin joined the battlefield. The ones who could really decide the overall situation were Jiang Qin and the other two. Ever since Jiang Qin and the other two joined the battlefield, 7 to 8 demonic devils had been completely wiped out. Such speed and ferocity could be said to be unprecedented in history. More importantly, such a sharp victory had a great impact on the morale of the human race. The originally dispirited human race began to cheer up. On the other side of the battlefield, after Jiang Qin killed 2 intermediate golden immortal demonic devils, the 25th floor of the Zulong Tower was finally condensed. Every time a floor of the Zulong Tower was condensed, it required an incomparably large amount of energy to support it. However, the energy in this battlefield was just too enormous. As the glutton of the Zulong Tower had been constantly absorbing the energy, the 25th floor was finally condensed. Once again, Jiang Qin had gained tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his body had risen to a terrifying 800,000. 800,000 dragon marks was exactly the number needed to advance to the late divine immortal realm. In other words, when the 25th floor of the Zulong Tower was condensed, Jiang Qin's cultivation base had also advanced to the late divine immortal realm. His combat dragon physique was countless times stronger than before. With each advancement, Jiang Qin's combat strength would increase by a lot. He was a battle maniac. Although the current Jiang Qin had just advanced to the late divine immortal realm, he already had the strength to fight a late golden immortal expert. Of course, the gap between a divine immortal and a golden immortal was huge, which made it somewhat difficult to fight. But this kind of difficulty was only relative to the human race. If it was a demonic devil, it would be completely different. Given Jiang Qin's current combat strength, he could easily kill a late golden immortal demonic devil. After all, his ability to restrain demonic devils was just too strong. However, Jiang Qin didn't intend to kill a late golden immortal demonic devil leader at this moment. What he needed to do now was to find a late golden immortal demonic devil leader and edify it. A powerful late golden immortal demonic devil leader could have an enormous influence on the demonic devils. When the demonic devil leader was under his control, the demonic devil camp would collapse by itself. Finally, I have advanced to the late divine immortal realm. My foundation is now strong. My next goal is to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. Once I reach the half-step golden immortal realm, my combat strength will rise to another terrifying level. At that time, killing a late golden immortal expert will be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. To him, the evil abyss was like a paradise. Here he could do whatever he wanted. All the demonic devils were destined to become his nourishment and eventually be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Dong. With a stride, Jiang Qin arrived in the sky above another city. Every time he stepped on the void would tremble violently. Boundless divine power was unleashed from Jiang Qin's body. He represented a symbol. Wherever he went, the morale of the people would skyrocket. This was his charisma, a strong charisma. Sometimes Jiang Qin only needed to stand here and it would be enough. Of course, it was impossible for him to not intervene in this battlefield. The situation here had already reached an extreme point. Humans were dying all the time. Although most of the humans in the evil abyss were ferocious and evil, they still showed the most basic unity in such a war. Jiang Qin struck. A dozen of frenzied dragons rushed out of his body and rushed into the battlefield. The momentum of the frenzied dragons was too strong. Wherever they went, they would sweep away everything in their path. None of the demonic devils could withstand the impact of the frenzied dragons. The edifying light. A dazzling light was shot out by Jiang Qin. It was the edifying light. The edifying light was like a spiritual snake, shuttling back and forth in the crowd of demonic devils. Every time it passed through a demonic devil's body, the demonic devil would be edified and turn around to kill its companions. All the demonic devils that were killed were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was too powerful. There was nothing that it couldn't absorb. This ancient battle tower was built by piling up boundless energy. After Jiang Chen slaughtered wantonly on the battlefield, he shifted his attention to the late golden immortal demonic chief. Currently, the one who was fighting against the demonic chief was none other than Lu Qingshan. Because the demonic chief was too powerful, Lu Qingshan had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. It could be said that he was being suppressed by the demonic chief. The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped. With a swoosh, he flew to Lu Qingshan's side. "Let me deal with him," Jiang Chen said plainly. "Brother Jiang, this demonic chief isn't easy to deal with." Lu Qingshan wiped off his sweat. "It doesn't matter." After saying that, Jiang Chen casted out the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw slammed down at the demonic devil leader's head. His palm carried boundless waves of fire. The combination of the true dragon flame and the true thunder fire was the greatest nemesis of demonic devils. Overestimating yourself. When the demonic chief saw a late divine immortal expert attacking him, his face revealed a look of disdain. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. He casually raised his palm and slapped at Jiang Chen. Long. The two experts collided with each other, creating a large number of sparks. Dang dang dang. In this attack, Jiang Chen didn't budge an inch. On the contrary, the demonic chief retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. The demonic chief's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the dragon man in disbelief. The contempt he had previously had vanished in an instant. Incredible. I had never thought that Brother Jiang's combat strength could reach such a level. I remember that he was only a mid-divine immortal expert when he came out. It has only been a short while, but he has already reached the late divine immortal realm. I'm afraid that not even the evil lord can match such a heaven-defying speed. Chapter 1336. Lu Qingyun was incomparably shocked, but the demonic chief was truly astounded. Never in his wildest dreams had he ever imagined that he would be repelled by a puny late divine immortal human given his status and cultivation base. "I advise you not to resist. Be my slave obediently and fight for me." Jiang Chen spoke plainly to the demonic chief. "You're courting death, wheel of evil." Given how ferocious the demonic chief was, he wouldn't listen to a human's order and acknowledge a human as his master even if he had to kill himself. Immediately, the demonic chief put away his contempt for Jiang Chen and struck out the terrifying Wheel of Evil. The combat techniques of the evil clan were relatively few. The Wheel of Evil was one of the more powerful ones. This move was like the innate ability of the evil clan. Many demonic devils knew how to use it. It's this move again. It can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had already seen the Wheel of Evil before. Given his current combat strength, destroying it would be a piece of cake for him. The Heavenly Saint's sword let out a roar, turned into a true dragon and slashed at the Wheel of Evil. Clang. The power of the Heavenly Saint's sword was too ferocious. As the natal weapon of Jiang Chen, it was destined to grow stronger along with Jiang Chen's growth. There was no doubt about this. The Heavenly Saint's sword itself was the purest yang, which could restrain demonic devils. Moreover, the sword was covered with raging flames, which could restrain the demonic chief even more. The Heavenly Saint's sword slashed down on the tyrannical Wheel of Evil. The originally indestructible Wheel of Evil didn't even have the slightest resistance. It was cut into two halves on the spot and directly shattered into pieces. The demonic chief couldn't help but take another step back as his blood and chi began to churn. Whoosh. At this critical moment, a bright light appeared in front of the demonic chief. The demonic chief's facial expression changed dramatically. He knew this light. Previously, when this light was wandering below, many demonic devils had been edified and were now completely obedient to Jiang Chen's command. Now this light was rushing towards him. Furthermore, the demonic chief could clearly feel the terror and suppression of this light. It was the feeling of a natural enemy, bringing an unprecedented fear. The speed of the edifying light was just too fast. When the demonic chief reacted, it was already too late. Like a spiritual snake, the edifying light drilled into the demonic chief's glabella. Arg! The demonic chief immediately let out a blood-curdling screech. His screech was hair-raising. He held his head with both hands and spun around in the sky. He seemed to be in extreme pain. He was fighting against the edifying light. Unfortunately, the edifying function of the edifying light was related to Jiang Chen's cultivation. As Jiang Chen's strength continued to increase, the edifying light became more and more powerful. With the current cultivation of the demonic chief, once the edifying light entered his body, his fate was basically set. Brother Jiang is really good. Let me kill him. Seeing that the demonic chief was being restrained by Jiang Qin, Lu Qingshan was about to kill him. Don't kill him. I can use him. Jiang Qin waved his hand to stop Lu Qingshan. This demonic chief would be a great help. If he was edified, the demonic army would collapse on its own. Lu Qingshan was stunned at first. Then he recalled what Jiang Qin had done previously. He couldn't help but shiver. He knew that Jiang Qin wanted to make this demonic chief his slave. Initially, he thought that Jiang Qin's method would only be effective against the low-level demonic devils. Now, it seemed like the demonic chief was no exception. Indeed, after struggling for a minute, the demonic chief calmed down completely. The ferocity in his eyes gradually faded. He dragged his huge body to Jiang Qin and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. Master. Jiang Qin had experienced such a scene too many times. He didn't take it to heart at all. However, Lu Qingshan was completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a remarkable method. As an old man in the evil abyss, he had dealt with the demonic beasts of the evil clan countless times. He had a deep understanding of them. The demonic beasts here were incomparably ferocious and brutal. They would never submit to humans. Even the powerful evil lord only had the ability to exterminate the demonic beasts, but he didn't have the ability to make the demonic beasts work for him. Today Lu Qingshan had finally witnessed it. He had long heard that Jiang Qin used such a method. However, seeing it with his own eyes and hearing it with his own eyes were two completely different feelings. Especially when a powerful expert like the demonic chief was directly subdued by Jiang Qin. In Lu Qingshan's opinion, this was simply a miracle. Go kill all the members of the evil clan here. From now on you can only listen to my orders. Jiang Qin ordered the demonic chief. Yes, master. The demonic chief didn't even have the slightest doubt. He immediately agreed, which made Lu Qingshan blinded once again. One should know that Jiang Qin's order was for the demonic chief to exterminate his own tribe, his own clansmen, and even his own relatives. Lu Qingshan once again felt the terror of Jiang Qin's method, which was far beyond his expectation. Dong. The demonic chief turned around and walked towards the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, a large number of demonic beasts died tragically in his hands. His eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. He didn't feel that he was doing anything at all. Currently there was only Jiang Qin in his mind. Jiang Qin's order was everything. Even if Jiang Qin ordered him to commit suicide by slitting his own throat, the demonic chief wouldn't hesitate at all. He would die on the spot. Chief, what are you doing? Chief, why are you killing our own people? Have you also been cursed by that brat? We're finished. We're finished. Our chief has been cursed by that human. Humans are too terrifying. This kind of curse is too powerful. The demon camp was in complete chaos. Previously they were only killing each other on a small scale. Now even their own leader was attacking them. Moreover, it was a killer. The blow to their hearts was too serious. It was a very serious destruction. However, no matter how his clansmen called out to him, the leader of the fiendish demons was still ruthless. In just a few breaths of time, a large number of fiendish demons had died in his hands. Such a scene made countless fiendish demons despair. Compared to the advantage they had before, their hearts were filled with sorrow. They were dying in the hands of their most respected leader. That kind of feeling was indescribable. I'm not sure if we can still stand here and talk now. That's right. That's right. I'm afraid that the evil clan is going to suffer a great loss this time. At least 100,000 demonic devils have died. This is the greatest victory of our human race in the history of the evil abyss. After the great victory, the human race was incomparably excited. There was no reason for them not to be excited. Following Jiang Qin had allowed them to see the future and hope. Evil City. Yang Bufan, who was sitting on the seat of honor, revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The city lord is wise. Sure enough, he chose the right person to be Jiang Qin this time. No one else could have achieved such a great victory. That's right. This Jiang Qin is truly an unprecedented genius. Not only does he possess heaven-shaking luck, but his cultivation base is also advancing at lightning speed. It hasn't been long since he came to Evil City, but he has already reached such a terrifying level. More importantly, Jiang Qin has special means to deal with demonic devils. I can conclude that the city lord has obtained Jiang Qin's help. Sooner or later he will rule the entire evil abyss. I believe that day won't be too far away. The higher-ups of the evil abyss were full of praise for Jiang Qin. After all, the higher-ups of the evil clan hadn't taken any action yet. Besides, Yang Bufan also wanted to see how powerful Jiang Qin's means were. Now, it seemed that Jiang Qin didn't disappoint him. You're right. Jiang Qin is indeed a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. His talent is far above mine. With his help, I'll be able to rule the entire evil abyss soon. Yang Bufan was incomparably delighted. This battle could be said to be the prelude to the final battle between him and the evil clan. The performance of the three brothers could only be described as amazing. However, there's another city in the periphery that has already fallen into the hands of the demonic devils. I heard that a genius of the evil clan has personally gone there to meet Jiang Qin. Someone said. I heard that there's a genius of the evil clan called Imoing. He's incomparably ferocious. His cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late golden immortal realm. I wonder if Brother Jiang can handle him. Someone said with concern. City Lord, if that Imoing appears, should we help Brother Jiang Qin? A half-step immortal king asked. Although Jiang Qin had already purified a late golden immortal demonic devil, this Imoing wasn't an ordinary late golden immortal demonic devil. This bastard was the most powerful genius of the evil clan. Although Jiang Qin was very powerful, he was merely a late divine immortal expert. The gap between him and Imoing was just too huge. No need. I don't think Brother Jiang wants you to help him. Only geniuses will interest Brother Jiang more. Chapter 1338. Yang Bufan was very confident in Jiang Qin. From the first time he met Jiang Qin, he had already determined that Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, given his arrogance, how could he call a puny divine immortal brother? Now that the fierce battle between both sides had just begun, it was the best time to use Jiang Qin to strike the morale of the evil clan. The effect of Jiang Qin was much better than Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan was the one who started the massacre, not only would it not strike the morale of the demonic devils, it would also arouse the fury of the demonic devils and the sharp counterattack from the higher-ups of the evil clan. But Jiang Qin was different. He was only a divine immortal, but he was able to annihilate all the demonic devils. This would strike the morale of the demonic devils and raise the morale of the human race. It would cast a shadow in the hearts of the demonic devils that they were inferior to humans. Furthermore, there were also peerless geniuses in the evil clan, such as Imoing. Such a person was extremely arrogant and wouldn't easily think that he was inferior to humans. Therefore, Imoing would certainly deal with Jiang Qin instead of letting the true experts of the demonic devil race deal with Jiang Qin. If Imoing could kill Jiang Qin, the morale of the demonic devils would be rekindled and raised. If Imoing was killed by Jiang Qin, the evil clan would lose their advantage completely. Losing a genius like Imoing would be a huge blow to the evil clan, and even their foundation would be shaken. In the outer region, in the only city that was completely occupied by the evil clan, a young man in black robes with deep eyes and a tall stature was radiating devilish chi from his body. No one dared to speak a word as he stood there. Even the mighty late golden immortal experts didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This black-robed young man was none other than the genius of the evil clan Imoing. He was currently in human form, looking rather heroic and handsome. How ridiculous! My majestic army has been completely annihilated by a puny Jiang Qin. We have lost more than 100,000 soldiers and most of the leaders didn't even return. You all are truly trash. Trash. Imoing seemed incomparably angry as he cursed at the leaders below him. There were many tribes in the evil clan and each tribe had a leader. The leader's status in the evil clan was very high, and each leader had a great status. But now these lofty leaders were being cursed by Imoing, yet none of them dared to raise their heads and speak. It was true that the leaders had a high status, but compared to Imoing they were nothing. As a famous genius of the evil clan, Imoing carried the hope of the future of the evil clan. They even hoped that one day they could walk out of the evil abyss and go to the real immortal world. Young Master Imoing, that Jiang Qin is truly powerful. Plus, he has two powerful helpers by his side. This Jiang Qin can cast an incomparably terrifying technique that seems to be from Buddha sect. It can suppress our evil clan too much. He can easily subdue us and control our will, making us obey him completely and then kill each other. We're really helpless against him. We're no match for him. That's right. One of the leaders said. Thinking of the means of Jiang Qin and Tyrant, many of the leaders still had lingering fear. As leaders, which one of them wasn't a ferocious and warlike figure? Which one of them wasn't a killing maniac? Even when they were fighting against human experts, they had never crawled before. They weren't even afraid of death. However, Jiang Chen's miraculous technique had truly terrified them, because they didn't know what it was that could easily control their will. More importantly, they couldn't find a way to deal with it. The existence of Jiang Chen had left a shadow in their hearts. What a good Jiang Chen. This young master is going to have a good fight with him. Emoing squinted his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. He knew a little about the situation in the previous battlefield. The reason why the evil clan situation was so good was because of the emergence of a young genius in the human race. Now, the existence of Jiang Chen had made those fearless demonic leaders of the evil clan afraid, leaving an unerasable shadow in their hearts. If this was the case, the morale of the evil clan would drop to the lowest point. Even those powerful leaders would have to run away when they see Jiang Chen in the future. Therefore, Emoing decided that this shadow must be erased as soon as possible. The best way to do so was to kill Jiang Chen. Only when Jiang Chen was dead would the fear and shadow in the hearts of the evil clan disappear. Only then would they be able to fight normally in the future. A genius of the human race. Good, very good. This young master will personally kill this Jiang Chen to strengthen the divine might of my evil clan. Mo Ying's chi fluctuated. A devil wave rushed out of his body. The entire hall became cold. Those who were familiar with this genius knew that Mo Ying was furious. The appearance of this genius of the human race had not only aroused Mo Ying's anger, but also his fighting spirit and desire to kill. Issue a challenge to the genius of the human race, Jiang Chen. We'll have a life and death battle in front of the camp tomorrow. Mo Ying said. On the other side, the city that Jiang Chen was in was adjacent to the city that was occupied by the demonic beast. There were no other cities in between. In the same conference hall, Jiang Chen knitted his brows slightly. His facial expression didn't look good. No one dared to speak a word. Although the human race had won a great victory this time, Jiang Chen wasn't satisfied because the outer region hadn't been completely taken back. There was still one last city that was occupied by the demonic beasts. This wasn't the result that Jiang Chen wanted. What he wanted to do was to take back the entire outer region. City Lord, the genius of the devil race, Mo Ying, is on the opposite side. This man is incomparably powerful. His cultivation base has already reached the late golden immortal realm. It's said that his body has fused with the evil origin. His means are extremely vicious. Any ordinary late golden immortal would be killed in less than 3 moves by him. Lu Qingshan said. A genius of the devil race? I'm interested to meet him. Jiang Chen supported his chin with one hand, revealing a faint smile. He had heard about this Mo Ying before. Now that they were facing each other head-on, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, after fighting for so long, the emergence of a true opponent made Jiang Chen very excited. City Lord, Mo Ying has issued a challenge to you. At this time, a cultivator walked in a panic, holding a black challenge letter in his hand. The letter was filled with black devil chi, adding a gloomy and cold atmosphere to the entire conference hall. Jiang Chen flicked his finger. A wisp of flame flew out and landed on the letter. The letter made a sizzling sound and was instantly burned to ashes. Chapter 1339. Mo Ying's declaration of war was stained with evil origin chi. It was very difficult to get rid of it. It was different from ordinary devil chi. Ordinary experts could see this. With Mo Ying's means, even if Lu Qingshan personally took action, it would be difficult to get rid of the devil chi. However, Jiang Chen just casually flicked out a ball of flame and incinerated the chi and the dual invitation, turning it into ashes. Countless people were left in the dust by this technique alone. The instant the letter was incinerated, Mo Ying also sensed it. Good one, Jiang Chen. To think that you could destroy my letter of challenge so easily. Looks like I have underestimated you. Interesting. I would like to see how strong this so-called genius of the human race is. Jiang Chen said. Mo Ying's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He no longer underestimated Jiang Chen. Judging from the fact that Jiang Chen could easily destroy the letter, Jiang Chen was already qualified to be his opponent. The next day, in the sky above a large mountain range between the two cities, the two camps were facing each other. The army of the evil clan was majestic. Each of the demonic devils was incomparably majestic. Devil chi soared into the sky. It was hard to tell how many demonic devils there were. In terms of size and atmosphere of power, the humans were simply too weak. In the face of the colossal yaos and demons, the humans were as small as ants. However, in the world of cultivators, size was not important. Combat power was the most important. Both sides were facing each other. The atmosphere had become incomparably tense even before the battle began. Both sides were filled with murderous intent. It seemed like a fight would break out at the slightest disagreement. Dong. Emoing took a step forward. This step covered a distance of tens of meters. His momentum was unparalleled. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted at the human race. Who is Jiang Qin? Step forward. Today was the battle between Emoing and Jiang Qin. It wasn't a battle royale. The battle between the two would directly affect the morale of both sides. So the importance of this battle was self-evident. Little Qinzi, this man doesn't look easy to deal with. He has such a strong evil qi on his body. It's not something an ordinary late golden immortal can compare with. Tyrant whispered with a hint of worry in his tone. That's right, Lord Commander. This Emoing is not someone ordinary demons can compare to. This guy is too strong. You'd better be careful. Lu Qingshan said. I know what to do. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. He then took a step forward and arrived in front of Emoing. Are you Jiang Qin? Emoing looked at Jiang Qin from head to toe and seemed a little disappointed. Jiang Qin's appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. Jiang Qin looked too weak and his cultivation base was only at the late divine immortal realm. If it was any other time, he wouldn't even spare a glance at such a small figure. But it was different now. He didn't even dare to look down on this late divine immortal puny figure because countless of his clansmen had died in the hands of this puny figure. That's right, I am. Jiang Qin shrugged. Even in the face of the mighty Emoing, his facial expression didn't change at all. Instead, he looked relaxed and confident. You've got guts. You actually dared to stand out and fight me. I have to say you're overconfident. Sometimes, being overconfident isn't necessarily a good thing. However, it's understandable because you don't know how terrifying I am. Emoing said faintly. From his words, he had already regarded Jiang Qin as a dead man. In his point of view, the gap between them was just too huge. Even if Jiang Qin had a way to restrain him, Jiang Qin was still no match for him. He even had a desire to see what kind of means Jiang Qin had. You also don't know how scary I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the guts to stand here and talk to me. Jiang Qin uttered the same words. His combat intent began to soar. He had already sensed the power of Emoing. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Qin became more excited. He was eager to fight with such a genius. Regardless of the result, he would enjoy the process. Jiang Qin's words stunned Emoing for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. What an arrogant human. You are even more arrogant than me. But you won't be so arrogant when you kneel in front of me. Emoing spoke in a clear voice. His tone was filled with anger. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Jiang Qin was the first. You talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Qin shook his head. This Emoing had a common trait that all geniuses had, arrogance. Even though he had the right to be arrogant, it wasn't the reason why Jiang Qin liked him. In this world, there was only one genius who could be recognized by Jiang Qin. They were the geniuses of the northern and southern dynasties. Boom. Jiang Qin didn't want to talk nonsense with Emoing. With a shake of his body, he transformed into his half-human half-dragon form, looking much more majestic and terrifying than before. His combat intent soared to the sky. The qi radiating from him was enough to terrify people. I didn't expect that there would be such a transformation skill. Your combat strength seems to have improved a lot. But this is not enough for you to compete with me. Emoing was a little surprised by Jiang Qin's transformation. But he was only a little surprised. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear towards Jiang Qin. Emoing roared towards the sky. He leaped and flew high into the sky. Devil waves rushed out of his body and formed a dark cloud in the sky, outlining a battlefield. Jiang Qin come. Emoing's might was monstrous. His voice shook the surroundings. Humph. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. The dragon wings on his back shook and he also flew high into the sky. He arrived in front of Emoing. He stretched out his hand and a terrifying true dragon palm was immediately formed. The huge blood-red dragon claw was covered by a gorgeous flame. What a good Jiang Qin. Seeing Jiang Qin's attack, Emoing was shocked once again. He no longer underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was much stronger than he had imagined. What really shocked him was the extreme yang aura released by Jiang Qin. It just so happened to restrain his devil qi. That blazing and gorgeous flame was the natural nemesis of devil qi. Even he, Emoing, would be suppressed by this flame to a certain extent, unable to exert his full combat strength. But this kind of suppression was not a condition for Emoing to be afraid. Facing Jiang Chen's true dragon palm, Emoing also moved. He stretched out his hands and a huge devil palm appeared. The devil claw seemed to have come from the dark hell, exuding an incomparably cold aura. The devil claw seemed incomparably heavy. Fused with a huge aura and energy, it collided with Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. Rumble. The sky trembled violently. Countless destructive energies overflowed in all directions. Chapter 1340. The destructive power of the first collision between Emoing and Jiang Chen was too astonishing. The aftermath of the battle had spread over 100 miles. To put it bluntly, if the two of them were fighting on the ground, the area within 100 miles would have been turned into a land of death. After being swept away by the destructive energy, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Dang, dang, dang. Under such intense counterforce, both Jiang Chen and Emoing were forced to take 3 steps back at the same time. Judging from the surface, the two of them were equally matched. There was no winner or loser. What a good fellow Jiang Chen. What a good Jiang Chen. How can this genius of the human race be so terrifying? Although he has the means to restrain me, the gap between our cultivation base is just too huge. It's really rare for him to be able to fight me to a draw under such circumstances. This man is a great enemy of my evil clan. No matter what, I have to eliminate him today. Once he grows up, he will be a much bigger threat to my clan than the evil lord. Emoing was shocked to the extreme. Only after fighting with Jiang Chen would he understand the scariness of Jiang Chen. Just like now, although Emoing had attached great importance to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't attach so much importance to Jiang Chen. Emoing was shocked, and so was Jiang Chen. This Emoing sure is scary. Even under the suppression of my flames, he can still fight me to a draw. He's indeed worthy of being the one who possesses the evil origin. No ordinary late golden immortal expert can compare with him. If I kill him today and absorb the evil origin in his body, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. Jiang Chen licked his lips. He began to be interested in this Emoing. This demonic devil was different from the other demonic devils. This demonic devil possessed the true evil origin in his body. If Jiang Chen refined it, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds once again, pushing straight to the half-step golden immortal realm. Mo Ying's strength surprised Jiang Chen. One should know that the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body was already 820,000. Naturally, his combat strength was much more terrifying than when he had just advanced to the late divine immortal realm. The experts of the evil clan couldn't believe their eyes, especially those leaders. They knew very well about Mo Ying's strength, but the fact that he could fight to a draw with a human brat made them even more worried, especially after they had witnessed the scariness of Jiang Chen. Incredible. Commander is truly incredible. He's able to fight Emoing evenly with his late divine immortal cultivation base. I'm afraid that no one would believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. Lord Commander is the most talented person I've ever seen. He's a peerless genius, a monstrous genius of the heavens and earth. However, Emoing isn't easy to deal with either. I wonder what the outcome of today's battle will be. I hope Lord Commander can emerge victorious. If Lord Commander can eliminate Emoing today, the evil clan will suffer a great loss. On the human side, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Many of them had been worrying about Emoing, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability, their worries were gone. Some of them even began to hope that Jiang Chen could eliminate Emoing. Even though they knew that it would be a very difficult task, they had great confidence in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, that was just a probing attack from me. I'm not going to be polite anymore. Don't think that you have the ability to fight me just because you're on par with me. You're too naive. Jiang Chen said. Emoing pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said. The arrogance in his tone didn't diminish at all. Emoing roared and his body began to change. His bones made caca sounds and his body grew bigger bit by bit. His flesh was torn apart bit by bit, and in a few breaths of time, Emoing had turned into a mad demon that was dozens of feet tall. He looked ferocious and terrifying, especially his pair of blood-red eyes, which made him look like the embodiment of evil. After transforming into his original form, Mo Ying's aura was clearly much more tyrannical than before. Devil sound roar? Emoing bellowed and his huge mouth roared. His mouth enlarged to the point where a giant could be stuffed inside. Terrifying demonic sounds drifted out, forming black sound waves that could be seen. Each sound wave was the embodiment of evil. This was a powerful sound wave combat skill, but it was much scarier than ordinary combat skills. The devil's sound could penetrate one's soul, and it also had terrifying lethality. What a terrifying devil sound. The penetrating power of this devil sound is too strong. Even though I am so far away from it, I can still feel my soul shaking. If I'm caught in it, I won't be able to keep my life. Lu Qingshan's facial expression turned somewhat unsightly. Just this move alone had made him realize the terror and power of Mo Ying. He was also a late golden immortal expert, which was the same level as Mo Ying, but they were on a completely different level. He believed that if he were to fight Mo Ying now, he would definitely die tragically under the devil sound. Just a little devil sound and you want to deal with me? Are you trying to be funny? Jiang Qin sneered. If it was any other technique, it might be able to harm Jiang Qin, but this demonic sound that he thought was powerful couldn't do any harm to him. All Jiang Qin needed to do was to defend against the destructive force of the sound waves. As for his soul, he had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, making his soul strong and sturdy beyond his imagination. It was basically impossible for any sound waves to break through the defense of his soul. Jiang Qin was not afraid of any sound waves. Jiang Qin had already cultivated the great soul derivation technique. Battle Dragon. Jiang Qin bellowed. Magnificent battle dragons spurted out from his body, shaking their heads and wagging their tails in the sky, forming a magnificent scene. This was the 5-elemental battle dragon seal, an extremely powerful true dragon combat skill. Once it was unleashed, even the sound waves would be destroyed. The dragon roar shook the sky. All the battle dragons united, including the 5-elemental battle dragons, forming an impenetrable wall of defense. Clang clang clang. Innumerable sound waves slashed on the battle dragons like blades, but they couldn't cut them apart. On the contrary, the battle dragons opened their mouths and devoured a large amount of sound waves. However, one had to admit that the devil sound cast by Mo Ying was indeed terrifying. Even Jiang Qin's battle dragons could only block the energy attack of the sound waves, but the soul attack could penetrate through the battle dragon wall and hit Jiang Qin's body. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about this. He allowed the sound waves to invade his body without any reaction. What? How can this bastard soul be so strong and firm? My devil sound couldn't even affect his soul at all. Chapter 1341. The battle dragon wreaked havoc and the flames burned. All the sound waves were completely destroyed. The might of the battle dragon did not diminish and continued to rush towards Mo Ying. It seemed like it was going to tear Mo Ying apart. Mo Ying went berserk once more. The devil waves that erupted from his body turned into numerous devil mountains, colliding with Jiang Qin's combat dragon. For a moment the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Such a collision lasted for a full minute before it stopped. The final result was still the same. Both of them were equally matched. Mo Ying was terrifying, but Jiang Qin had a way to restrain him, preventing him from fully exerting his combat strength. This caused Mo Ying to feel very aggrieved during the battle. In this way it became extremely difficult for Mo Ying to get rid of Jiang Qin. At the very least it was not an easy thing to do. And vice versa. Although Jiang Qin was ferocious, his cultivation was limited after all. It was not easy for him to completely suppress an abnormal person like Mo Ying. Rumble. Next, the two geniuses clashed back and forth, both of them unleashing powerful attacks. Both of them were incomparably ferocious. They were two very ferocious characters. Therefore their clashes were incomparably intense. The scene of the battle was incomparably grand. It was exciting to watch. Many people were extremely excited. They were not qualified to participate in such a battle. But to be able to witness it with their own eyes was already an exciting thing. Jiang Qin and Mo Ying went back and forth, killing each other until the sky and earth turned dark. After hundreds of rounds there was still no clear winner. Jiang Qin became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He was originally a person who would become stronger when encountering strong opponents. Mo Ying's strength had completely aroused Jiang Qin's fighting spirit. It had been a long time since he had felt so carefree. Jiang Qin, your performance is indeed amazing. I admit that I have underestimated you before. But today you will still die in my hands. Mo Ying looked extremely excited. It seemed that he had fought to his heart's content today. But although he felt good, he was even more determined to kill Jiang Qin. He could see how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Once such a person was allowed to grow, no one could predict the consequences. Wheel of Sin. Mo Ying launched a ruthless attack, unleashing the most powerful combat skill of the evil clan, the Evil Wheel. A huge evil wheel rushed out like a devil sundae. This evil wheel was much more terrifying than the previous evil wheels cast by the fiendish demons. The sinful wheel that Mo Ying had displayed carried the true sinful aura. Even from afar, one could feel the terror coming from it. The lethality and destructive power of this sinful wheel was much stronger than the sinful wheel of the previous demon chief. The aura it emitted could even affect the opponent's mind. This is the true Wheel of Sin. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that Mo Ying was powerful and powerful. The Wheel of Sin was completely condensed from the aura of sin. It could be said that the Wheel of Sin displayed by Mo Ying could be regarded as the real Wheel of Sin. The Wheel of Sin that he had encountered before was just a fake. Buzz buzz. The Wheel of Sin emitted a buzzing sound and demonic energy kept coming out from it. The Wheel of Sin had already locked onto Jiang Chen's aura. It was determined to kill Jiang Chen. Fling. In the face of such a powerful Wheel of Sin, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He brandished the Heavenly Saint Sword. As if it could feel the power of the Wheel of Sin, the Heavenly Saint Sword trembled violently and seemed incomparably excited. Fusion of dragon and sword, break your Wheel of Sin. Jiang Chen shook his body and transformed into a real mad dragon. He had completely fused with the Heavenly Saint Sword, forming the true fusion of dragon and sword. At this moment he was the sword and the sword was the dragon. A hot-blooded mad dragon like a sharp sword appeared on the back of the dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail, looking extraordinary. After the fusion of dragon and sword, the surface of the mad dragon's body was completely covered by raging flames. This was the greatest nemesis of the demonic clan. Jiang Chen was not a fool. Naturally he would use it. How? The berserk dragon roared and directly rushed towards the demonic wheel. This was another ultimate confrontation of a different level. Compared to the previous battle, this one was much more tyrannical. This was almost the trump card of the two great geniuses. Both of them wanted to kill the other. Both camps were incomparably excited. Today's battle had opened a lot of people's eyes. A fierce battle of this level was something they couldn't normally see. Rumble. Finally, the dragon sword and the Wheel of Sin collided with each other. The powerful Wheel of Sin emitted a strong evil aura and rushed towards the dragon sword, trying to corrupt it. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Once the dragon sword was corrupted, it would be controlled by Mo Ying, just like how Jiang Chen used the edifying light to control demonic beasts. Moreover, Mo Ying's body contained a strong evil origin, which was much more powerful than the ordinary demonic beasts and devils of the evil clan. His ability to corrupt was also very strong. Unfortunately, his opponent was Jiang Chen, an existence who was least afraid of evil and demonic beasts. As soon as the evil aura entered the dragon sword, it was burned by the raging flames. Some of the evil aura that wasn't completely burned was directly refined by the dragon transformation skill. It was impossible for it to cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Bang! Finally, after a stalemate between the two weapons, the Wheel of Sin couldn't resist the fierce attack of the dragon sword. It was cut into two halves and directly shattered. The shattering of the Wheel of Sin had a certain impact on Mo Ying's body. His body swayed, his facial expression began to change, and his aura became chaotic. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen separated from the dragon sword. He held the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, which was still extraordinarily powerful. Up until now, Jiang Chen had finally begun to gain the upper hand. The unity of dragon and sword was almost at the peak of his combat strength. Jiang Chen was very surprised that he couldn't kill Mo Ying. Of course, apart from the unity of dragon and sword, Jiang Chen still had more powerful means. Good. Among the humans, the Huang dog barked loudly. Then many people began to shout excitedly. Jiang Chen had finally gained the upper hand. For them, this was something worth being excited about. Amazing. Lord Commander is indeed the most terrifying. Even the number one genius of the evil clan Mo Ying is no match for him. Haha, the evil clan is finished. With Lord Commander and the evil lord, the end of the evil clan is not far away. Don't be happy too early. I can see that Mo Ying's means are far more than this. He should have a more powerful trump card. The humans were incomparably excited, but there were also people who continued to pay attention to the battle. They knew that Mo Ying still had some powerful means that he hadn't used yet. It was still too early to be happy. Roar. Chapter 1342. Jiangchen, you've really angered me. Emoing was thoroughly enraged. An ancient power that seemed to originate from the great desolation suddenly gushed out from his body like a tidal wave. A ray of light appeared between his eyebrows. It was a black light, and one could see a fist-sized black bead swaying inside it. Endless evil aura seeped out from the black bead, exuding a horrifying aura. Evil origin. That bead is the evil origin. This bastard is the incarnation of evil. Jiangchen's facial expression changed slightly. A trace of greed emerged in his eyes. This Emoing was more terrifying than he had imagined. He was the incarnation of evil. That evil origin was a good thing. It carried all of Mo Ying's essence. This strengthened Jiangchen's determination to kill Mo Ying. As long as he killed Mo Ying and obtained the evil origin, he would be able to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm after refining it. Kaka. Mo Ying's fleshly body underwent another transformation. His bones emitted a dense crackling sound like firecrackers. His mountain-like body doubled in size once again. At this moment, Mo Ying had completely transformed into the embodiment of evil. It's the incarnation of evil. This Mo Ying really has the evil origin. Now that he has turned into the evil body, his combat strength is much stronger than before. I'm afraid the commander won't be able to withstand it. Damn it. How can this bastard of the devil race be so terrifying? His chi is much stronger than before. If the commander doesn't have a more powerful trump card, I'm afraid he won't be a match for him. Look, I don't see any panic on the commander's face. He is still very confident in dealing with this. Mo Ying's transformation made the emotions of the human race tensed up again. The evil body was too powerful. They couldn't help but worry about it. The only thing that made them feel at ease was the confidence shown by Jiangchen. Jiangchen, let's see how you are going to resist my evil body. Mo Ying's voice buzzed deafeningly. An enormous pressure assaulted Jiangchen's face. Suddenly he stretched out his big hand. It was the evil hand which could corrupt everything in the world, turning every existence under the heavens and earth into a part of evil for his use. The appearance of sinful physique was like a plague, it was enough to affect many people. I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Mo Ying, you are already very proud of yourself for being able to force me to this extent. Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, come out. With a shake of his arm, the Heavenly Saint sword in Jiangchen's hand transformed into a dazzling golden halberd. After the huge halberd appeared, it exuded a violent aura, exuding a strong aura of Zenith Heaven. This Heavenly Dragon halberd was a pinnacle existence among Zenith Heaven immortal weapons. Its power was comparable to ordinary king weapons. Relying on this Heavenly Dragon halberd, Ouyang he went on a killing spree and made a name for himself in one-line sky. The Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd itself was powerful, but the real horror was when it was used with the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. This was the real reason why the Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd was famous. Come, regretless falling dragon. Jiangchen raised the Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd with both hands. The dragon marks in his chi began to roar. Endless and merciless energy began to pour into the Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd like a tide. The halberd suddenly roared, and the silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, wreaking havoc in all directions. Regretless falling dragon, this was the second style of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. With Jiangchen's current combat strength, he was able to display the second style. Moreover, it was the second level of the second style, which was equivalent to the fifth level of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes. Its power was many times stronger than the first style. Mad Dragon rises from the abyss. Oh! Zhan Long displayed the Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of dragons and violent dragon roars. The Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd went berserk. Under the infusion of the ocean-like energy from Jiangchen, the combat skill itself directly turned into a mad dragon. The mad dragon carried an indomitable and unrepentant aura as it charged towards Mo Ying. What? Seeing this, Mo Ying exclaimed on the spot. He could feel the terror of Jiangchen's move. It had already brought him a strong sense of danger. It was the threat of death, an unprecedented feeling. Gotcha. Mo Ying's sinful hand was cleaved in half by Jiangchen's Heavenly Dragon Combat halberd on the spot. It was completely vulnerable. In the face of the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, Mo Ying's combat strength was hindered, and he was unable to display his true combat strength. The gap between the two sides was immediately widened. Regretless falling dragon, that was the will of no regrets. Every move was without regrets, advancing forward courageously and endlessly. Jiang Qin turned into a god of death, like a god of war descending from the sky. This move combined all of his combat strength. It was his most powerful trump card. It was not difficult to kill Mo-ing. Even if Mo-ing was in the state of sinful body, he was still not a match for Jiang Qin. Mo-ing roared wildly. Endless demonic waves formed a large barrier, blocking the attack of the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Chila. However, the lethality of the heavenly dragon combat halberd was too strong. The barrier formed by the demonic waves could not resist at all and was torn apart. At the same time, Jiang Qin raised the heavenly dragon combat halberd and chopped down at the fastest speed. The halberd's fiery light streaked across Mo-ying's body. Half of Mo-ying's huge body was directly cut in half. Ah! Mo-ying let out a blood-curdling scream. His sinful body was broken, which meant that his source had suffered a heavy blow. This was an irreparable wound. At least, there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. Oh my god! Lu Qingshan and the others were truly shocked. They never thought that Jiang Qin would have such a violent and terrifying heaven-defying means. At the last moment he directly turned defeat into victory and seriously injured Mo-ing. Such an outcome shocked them, but at the same time, they felt incomparably excited. One by one the way they looked at Jiang Qin changed and became even more respectful. Jiang Qin, Mo-ing roared. He hated this name, but there was nothing he could do about it. He dragged the remaining half of his body, turned around and ran. He knew very well that if he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have the chance to escape at all. Today he would probably die here. It's too late to escape now. After Jiang Qin used the regretless falling dragon, he still did not exhaust his energy. After all, he was not the same as before. His energy was too huge, enough to support him using the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Under Jiang Qin's control, the heavenly dragon combat halberd once again turned into a beam of light and caught up with Mo-ing in the blink of an eye. The sharp halberd streaked across Mo-ying's neck. With a chila sound, Mo-ying's hill-like head was cut off by Jiang Qin's halberd. At the same time, a black bead was shaken out and automatically fell into Jiang Qin's hand. Buzz. Chapter 1343. Mo-ing was killed just like that. Not even a speck of him was left. The evil origin was snatched away. Jiang Qin's mighty heavenly dragon 9 strikes had killed Mo-ing. As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Qin was able to win the battle wasn't because of the heavenly dragon combat halberd, but because of the restraining effect of the dragon transformation skill and flame on Mo-ing. Under such restraint, Mo-ing couldn't even display his full combat strength. Otherwise, even if Jiang Qin had the heavenly dragon combat halberd, he wouldn't be able to kill Mo-ing who had the evil origin. Young Master Roar? Seeing the tragic death of Mo-ing, a lot of the experts of the evil clan exclaimed. A few late golden immortal leaders rushed at Jiang Qin recklessly. They knew how important Mo-ing was to the evil clan. Now that Mo-ing was dead, it had completely aroused the anger in their hearts. Furthermore, they found out that after killing Mo-ing, Jiang Qin's qi began to weaken. It wasn't as powerful as before. They chose this moment to attack together. It was the best time to get rid of Jiang Qin. How could the Huang dog let them succeed? Immediately he turned into a golden light and darted out. At the same time, the late golden immortal experts of the human race followed suit. Now that Mo-ing was dead, the morale of the human race was high. Jiang Qin was the hero of the human race, the god of the human race. At this time they couldn't allow anything to happen to Jiang Qin. Long. The experts of both sides clashed fiercely. It was hard to tell who would win. Jiang Qin held the black evil origin in his hand. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He raised his head, raised the combat halberd in his hand, and swung it at the demonic army. Kill them all. Ha. 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 Along with Jiang Qin's order, the human army was in an uproar. One by one they raised their immortal weapons and charged at the demonic army. Jiang Qin was very good at seizing the opportunity. He knew that this was the time when the demonic army's morale was at its lowest. Naturally, he would take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the evil clan. This was a great opportunity. Roar, roar, demons and devils danced wildly, and an earth-shattering battle instantly unfolded. This battle was destined to be incomparably tragic. Although the momentum of the devil race seemed to be tyrannical, but in fact, because of Mo-ying's death, it had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. As long as Jiang Qin was still alive, they were destined to be afraid. Moreover, even if Jiang Qin didn't make a move now, Tyrant and De Huang Dog were more than enough. Especially Tyrant, he could play a crucial role in such a chaotic battle. The edifying light floated back and forth among the demonic demons, edifying each and every powerful demonic demon. Then the edifying light turned around and killed their own kind, causing the already chaotic demonic camp to become even more chaotic. Behind them, Jiang Qin stood in the air, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the battlefield in front of him. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He liked the feeling of being able to judge the world, and he liked the feeling of looking down on the world. Although using the regretless descending dragon had consumed a lot of his energy, it wasn't a big deal. It was too easy for him to recover. Go. With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, the Zulong Tower flew out of his body and hovered above the battlefield. The terrifying portal opened, absorbing all the demonic demons that were killed on the battlefield. Currently, the 28th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. After this battle, it wouldn't be a problem for it to condense the 29th floor or even the 30th floor. Jiang Qin didn't participate in the battle. Sometimes humans also needed to temper themselves.